Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Ultimate Decades Challenge. The year is now 1310. We are starting off a brand new decade. This year, we will be having the fall harvest, and it will also be Gabriella's turn to age to a child, and Adriana's role to see if she becomes a toddler. Reginald McCrook here is just sitting down to have a bit of breakfast with the dirty peasants, apparently. And it looks like they're not getting along very well. I am going to ask Rosemary to pay the taxes so that we can get rid of this guy. Autumn harvest, yeah. So that is going to be tomorrow. We don't have any rolls to do today on the first day. I am going to try to get everybody to do their chores. We are also going to have 2 rolls to do in the Baker household, but I am going to wait until Cecilia gives birth so that we can go do all of the rolls at the same time. New family dynamic between Stephanie and Frederick. All right. Looks like they're jokesters. All right, so I got the notification that we have some hatchable eggs that are ready. We're going to send our animal enthusiast, Frederick Jr. or Frederick the Younger, to go hatch an egg. Stephanie, you're interrupting the moment. Last recess, no one wanted to play with me. Yeah, just play on your own. Oh, he broke his arm for that. Oh, the traitor. Let's see. Is there anything? What's happening here? Oh boy, what are they doing? Brayden. Why are you mean to your best friend and sister? Ooh, we've got a finely aged strawberry nectar here that we could sell for 2,000 simoleons. So that's good timing. I don't even know if I can sell that to him. Let's go check. Oh, the only thing she can sell are chrysanthemums. Alright. Sorry, Trader Jacques, but you're kind of useless. You know, we have poor soil, but it's not an issue because it's raining all the frickin' time. Oh. Not you too. Seriously? You kids. Why? That's it. I can't deal with it anymore. Oh, Frederick, you're filthy. What happened? Don't you dare. Don't you dare make a mess, you little I didn't even know he could do timeout. Just sitting there with the goat and the sheep. You know, their fun meter is already full. I don't even know why they're so obsessed with doing this. Oh, what are you doing? There are children here. Yeah, you should be going, Trader Jacques. Oh boy, so the day's already over. I barely had time to do any chores. I didn't even have time to milk the cows. This is total, complete chaos. I kind of underestimated how much work it was to have so many kids, especially since they're all useless and just making messes all the freaking time. And to think that we have another kid coming now. Poor Rosemary. I think you're gonna have to take a little nap and then you can go make dinner. What? He's being insulted? Why? Because you're the favorite? Because you're the heir? Yeah, maybe. He might be a little jealous. Empathy went down. You bad-natured... What? Why can Brayden apologize? No, I don't think he would. You know, I think he might actually just go and make things worse. Argue about who's better. Yeah, that's on track for him. Have you not taken a shower yet? A new family dynamic difficult between Noah and Brayden. Gee, I wonder why. What's this now? Yell at? Why? What is wrong with you guys? Stop being so angry at each other. There, share your insecurities. No, stop yelling. Just leave the poor kid alone. Great, at least we have one kid who's doing okay. Okay, so everybody's gonna grab bite to eat, and I'm just going to send everybody to bed and hope they stop being absolute idiots. They are so brilliant. From fear of being inferior, she's feeling distracted by all of the successful Sims around her. I don't know. Why did she lose confidence? Probably because everybody's being mean to each other. Oh, Frederick lost his tooth. Oh, he's doing his homework. Okay, well, you know, maybe Frederick is just a curious little guy and maybe Trader Jacques brought a book and he's looking at the book. He can't read, but you know, he can always want to better himself. Oh, oh, Emma's here. Oh, and she's hugging a child even though she hates children. And now she's tense. Oh, poor woman. Well, it is nighttime. I kind of imagine Henford to be pretty far away from Windenburg, but maybe it's not that far after all, and she managed, under the cover of night, to come in, say hello to her family. Maybe she's feeling stressed out about her pregnancy and wanted the comforts of home, maybe to reassure herself, or maybe speak to Rosemary, since Rosemary has had a few more pregnancies, and she's going to eat our food, isn't she? Yep, the high-class lady came to the peasant house to steal our food. Brayden just made friends with the monster under his bed. Right, okay, I guess that's not very surprising from Brayden. Oh, there you go. There, no more monster. And he still can't go to sleep. He's too excited. It is now the second day of the year, and it is time to harvest. So I am going to have Frederick clean up after his breakfast, since we only have Rosemary left, and she is already busy with the children. All right, so for the autumn harvest event, we have some traditions that include meat brewing, invite guests, and party spirits. So we're at least going to get these two done, and there's also bountiful harvest. So let's see if we can have the kids go and help with that. Not enough mental skill. Okay, does anyone have enough mental skill? Here, who's our smartest chap down here? 1. So I guess it isn't you. 2, okay. Noah. 3 for Brayden, and nothing for Stephanie. Okay, Brayden is the one with the most mental skill, but he cannot help. All right. So I guess it's going to be Frederick and Rosemary on their own. Oh, great. So now Brayden also has the fear of inferiority, so we're going to have to get his skills up. I might actually try to get his mental skill up so that he can start helping around the farm. And he spilt the milk from milking the cow. Right, so you might notice that we don't have any more money. That's because I went and spent everything on kids' toys to try and get them to stop making messes everywhere. All right, Frederick, you've got this. It's still just 8 a.m. and you're not quite halfway done, but almost. Brayden lost his loose tooth. He can wait a while for a new tooth, or he can fix missing tooth. All right, so we've got a bunch of toothless kids now. Is that? Yeah, okay, so that helps his creativity skill. And why? Oh, it's because she has a mean streak, doesn't she? And now she's happy to be a meanie. That's not nice, Stephanie. Go take a shower. Oh, no, you too? And I think I'm going to send Brayden to go fishing. Can he just... Yeah, he can go fishing right in the back here. We're going to do that. Try and get his mental skill up. All right, so it looks like Frederick has finished harvesting everything. So I am going to start cleaning up everything that can't be grown in winter. And then I think we are going to start inviting some people over to celebrate Harvest Fest. All right, so I got rid of everything that was carrots and grapes and raspberries. And what we have left are all of the winter crops, and I figured that they probably wouldn't cut down the trees, so I left the apple and the pear trees. In any case, these can only be used in fall, and we're going to be in winter soon, so they're going to go dormant, and these we can use in winter, so everything will be fine with that. I am going to leave that as it is. The only thing I'm missing now that I'd like to plant everywhere here is spinach, so I am going to have to send a few folks to the marketplace to get that. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do with all these kids when they grow up, because they are not going to be able to afford their own lots. I mean, maybe when they're teens, I'm going to have them all do some hobbies that can make money, and then they can each get their own lots. We'll see. So we're done with this. We are going to have to go to the market to get some spinach. I am just going to let Rosemary finish cooking so that everybody can have a bit of a snack before we leave. Oh, you're kind of clipping through his outfit there. Aww. Yeah, Frederick's such a good dad. Looks like the fish in this area are too crafty for Brayden. Okay. Poor Brayden. You're not very good at this, are you? Oh, please excuse the, bandit just taking a walk on our property. All right, so, I converted Wendell's house into a bit of a playroom for the children since we don't have enough space in the main house to put all these toys. I don't have a medieval override for the little doctor playset, but I feel like it's a necessity to try and get their character values up. So I decided to get that even if it's a bit, not time appropriate. Oh yeah, the little rocking horse. Oh, okay. She just fell asleep on it. That's really cute. All right, so here we are at the market with Rosemary and all of the kids and the king once again. Who's this little kid? All right, so I created a family of bandits in preparation for the famine, and I did include a little kid. Now, I guess everybody doesn't really know where he's from. He's just this kid who's sometimes in town, you know? They don't really know about the bandits yet, so I might actually send somebody who's friendly. Yeah, I think Frederick is the friendliest one. Friendly and Brayden, probably. So I'll send the two little guys to go and introduce themselves. There we go. Maybe the twins will be friends with him. Okay, and meanwhile, I am going to send Rosemary over here to buy some produce. Oh, Noah, I don't know what to do with you anymore. This poor king, just napping on a bench. It's a hard life, isn't it? Although I think he does have the erratic trait, so maybe he's a bit kooky that way. Alright, so the vendor is here. Let's go and... No, wait, we're gonna haggle first, and we are going to buy. Of course, Noah would be the one talking to the little bandit kid. But they don't know he's a bandit, of course. At least not yet. Oh, Catherine's here. And there is no spinach at the market. So that's great. Alright, so we're gonna have to find some other way to plant some spinach. Well, I guess we're all done here and we're gonna go back home. There are a bunch of kids here now. Oh, and the princess is here. Alright, so we are back home. I am going to check if there's any way that I can get some spinach, and to complete the autumn harvest traditions, we are going to start inviting a few guests over. Oh boy. Noah trying to play a bit of violin, or let's just pretend it's a fiddle of some kind. And yeah, really helping with the atmosphere here. What? Why is there a baby here? Adrian? What? What is she doing here? Frederick, what have you done? What is she wearing? Where even is this? This is Shanna's brother's house. I don't know why he was chilling out over here. Bring your baby home, Frederick. Is anyone there? Yeah, poor baby. Okay, so I've invited Cecilia over to celebrate Harvest Fest. Maybe we can ask her to help with our diaper. Oh, great. What's going on over here? Brayden. It's already the end of the day, and Stephanie is just out here chilling with Corey, who is our little bandit boy, and telling him a make-believe story. So apparently so far, Stephanie is the one who is making friends the fastest. Now, I just hope she isn't going to end up as a teen and falling in love with this little kid, because that could be awkward. You know, when she discovers that he's actually living in a little camp in the woods with a bunch of bandits. Poor Noah. You'll get there someday. Kaylin. Our little charmer trying to encourage him. You know, maybe he's scouting, you know, for his older relatives. See if there's anything interesting here that they could sell. That they could steal. Oh, Cecilia just gave birth to a baby boy. I think I'm going to go with an Italian name again. Let me just take a look at that. All right, so we are going to go with Andrea Baker. All right, so while everybody in our main household is sleeping, I am going to go take a look at the Baker household so that we can do all of the rolls for the year. All right, so here we are in the Baker household, and we are going to start by doing the roll for Cecilia and then little baby Endrio. Rolling for Cecilia first. And she's just barely fine. And now for baby. And he's fine. And now to see if he's going to make it to infant. And he does. Great. Okay. The Baker household is getting pretty full. We also have 2 other roles to do. The other role that we need to do is for little Vincenzo here to see if he is going to make it to the toddler phase. And he's fine. And lastly, we are going to go see Lionel. So this little cutie here is Lionel, and he also happens to be the current heir for the Baker household. We are going to see if he is going to make it to being a child. And he's fine. Okay, it's a good year for the rolls. I hope I just didn't burn all of my luck on the Baker household because we do have a bunch of rolls coming in the Barrow household once Rosemary gives birth, and then we have to roll for Adriana and Gabriella, but hopefully there's still a bit of luck left for them. I am going to age everybody up real quick and give them little makeovers, and I will be right back. All right, so here is our young Lionel after his makeover. I decided to change his name because not only did it not fit with the Italian theme that I'm going for the Baker household now, it also happens that there is another sim called Lionel who is Shanna's brother. So just to make sure that we don't have identically named sims, I decided to change his name for Vasco. And now that he's smiling, I realize that the game gave him these rabbit teeth, but that's okay. He's kind of cute like this. All right, so this family is actually just as full as our main household now, and that was Cecilia's last pregnancy. And so why is she still appearing pregnant? Great, so that was the end of all of her 10 pregnancies. And from now on, we are going to just be doing rolls as all of the children age up. Okay, so we are all done here. I am gonna go back to our main household. All right, so we are back in the Barrow household. It is 5:30 a.m. Everybody is up. Rosemary is already at work making bread, and Noah is here making noise. Oh, Emma just gave birth to a baby boy. Right, so since he is going to be in the Verviers or Verviers household, I think we are gonna go for a French theme for them. I quite like the name August, so it is going to be Auguste Verviers. And so before we get started on the day with these guys, we are going to go see what this little guy looks like, see if we can figure out who the father is, and we are going to do the rolls. So just as soon as she's given birth, Gemma has the want to avoid children for 6 hours. Poor Emma, or Gemma, however you want to be called. I really haven't been very nice to you, have I? All right, so we are going to do their rolls. We are going to start with Gemma. And she's fine. If she would have rolled a 1, that really would have been an odd turn of events. I brought her back to life from dying from childbirth, and if she had died of childbirth again, I don't know. I don't know what I would have done. Maybe it's just her destiny. All right, so rolling for baby August. And he survives, and now rolling to see if he makes it to infant. And he survives. All right, I am getting more and more worried that the roles that we are going to fail are going to be in our main household, so that is a bit scary. Now, Gemma still has a bunch of pregnancy chances left, and I did say that I would let her try for a baby, or at least woohoo once per year to see if she does get pregnant. So while we're here, I might have her have a little fling with Lucan. Reach parenting level 1. Congratulations, Emma. All right, I think I'm actually going to age little August up right away since we did do the roll for infant. And maybe we can see what his features are like, you know, try and figure out who the dad is. And August is going to be a cautious infant. Okay, well, he looks pretty much like his mom, so it's hard to tell. Oh. And it gave her a headache. You know, I am going to have Lucan actually come and interact with this little kid to see if you know, because he isn't really sure if this is his brother or his son. So he might come and take a little look-see. Yeah, so who knows? Is this your son or is this your brother? Oh boy, he's crying. Okay, I think that's enough for you. Gemma, you hate kids. Why do you keep checking on him? Alright, so he is going to come say hello to his little brother, or at least he thinks it's his brother. Oh, why is he crying? He needs a familiar face. Well, we're not really sure who the familiar face is, except Gemma, but she doesn't really like kids, so I think it's actually Tobias who is going to come and take care of his little brother, while Amos is going to get it on with his wife because she doesn't want any risk of pregnancy with Lucan if she can't pass it off as a pregnancy from Amos. Go. You know, you would probably make a better father than both Amos and Lucan, and you'd also be a better mother than Gemma. Oh, hi, Lucan. Oh, at least he's doing the dishes. What? What are you doing? What? What? He just walked into the room while they were woohooing and kissed her. And he didn't notice a thing. Okay. Sir Amos, you are really blind. No. Stop checking the infant, Gemma. You don't like kids. Get back over here. Aw. Is he introducing the baby to the horse? Put August down on the sofa. I'm not sure that's a good idea. I am going to have Gemma come and talk to him. You know, maybe thank him for taking care of her son. And he is probably going to congratulate her on her baby. Right, so she is going to express a bit of admiration towards him. You know, he's such a patient guy. Always so nice to everyone. Oh boy. You know, the game is suggesting it. So I'm gonna go ahead and let her flirt. Wait, is Amos around? No, okay. I'm just gonna go for it, you know, because lover personality archetype. Oh, that's Tobias who has that. Okay. But you know, I think she might be trying to get in the pocket of both brothers because she knows that they are both going to get the bigger part of the inheritance and she wants a piece of it. And even though Lucan is her soulmate, I think she is not above seducing both of the brothers and the father. Poor Amos, up here taking care of what he thinks is his son, while his wife is downstairs flirting with his other son. Yeah, I think she's gonna go all out, and she just wants to be sure that if something happens to Amos, she is going to be safe and taken care of. Especially because I'm not sure that she entirely trusts Lucan. I told Amos to put the baby to bed because it's time for a nap, and these two guys are just here chatting next to the crying baby. Well, at least he's not crying anymore. And to nobody's surprise, Emma is pregnant again. Who's the other parent? Once again. That about wraps it up for this household. I am going to go back to the Barrow household, especially because I don't want to miss Rosemary giving birth. And it turns out that I missed Rosemary giving birth. They named the baby Carlo, so I am going to rename him because I want to keep the Italian theme for the Baker family, and I did have someone who suggested a few names in the comments. I am just going to have Rosemary come and interact with the little guy. Everybody's here meeting their new sibling. Alright, so rolling for Rosemary first. Whew, okay, she just barely makes it. Rolling for baby Felix. Oh. Okay, well I guess we won't be using the name Felix after all, because he doesn't make it. Aw. I'm sorry, little guy. We are going to have to say goodbye. Alright, so that's pretty sad. Rosemary and Frederick just lost a child for the second time. Right, so before I forget, we are also going to do the roll for the soil to see if we have anything special for our farm. And we got a 1. 1 is poor soil again, so I will not be changing it for this season. Aw, Frederick. Shared sadness. And he's in tears after meeting a sibling he didn't want, but he's also in tears because the sibling he didn't want was whisked away. He is going to come and take care of the chickens real quick. I did get a seed packet and I managed to get some spinach, so I'm also going to put these outside here to start planting. Right, so our only kid who has enough mental skill to be able to help out and plant here is actually Brayden, so I am going to have our little heir come and help, while Frederick is going to take care of the animals. I am going to send our other kids to go fishing so that they can also get their mental skill up and hopefully help with the harvest next time. It looks like Siggy is here. I don't know if she heard about what happened with the baby. Maybe she is here to pay her respects to the family. This was Shanna's sister-in-law, so her brother's wife. And goodbye. All right. Noah is really into this whole violin thing. He has been obsessively playing the entire day. Unfinished business from feeling bitter about someone nearby. Oh, is that Noah? Grudging after a fight. Yeah, we've got a bit of a feud between our heir Brayden and Noah, our bad-natured slob. I have a feeling this kid might get kicked out of the house eventually. Alright, we are now the next morning, and it just happens to be Yule. I am going to get the death rolls out of the way before we start celebrating, and then I am going to have everybody get on with their chores, and at the end of the day, we are going to organize a little party. The first roll that we're going to do is to see if Adriana ages up to a toddler. Here we go. And she's safe. Perfect. The second roll that we need to do is to see if Gabriella, who is Wendell and Shanna's daughter, will age up to a child. 20. Okay, she just barely makes it. All right, so Gabriella was a charmer. She has the happy toddler trait, and she has grown up to be lactose intolerant, insane, and delightful. She is a delightful, insane sim. She's mentally ill, which makes them always feel dazed. What? I don't really like this trait. I mean, it happens. Mentally ill and delightful. Well, okay. All right. This is what the game wants. All right, she's going to be a mentally ill social butterfly. Why not? I kind of prefer the erratic trait because the erratic trait is kind of funny. This one is kind of sad, but all right, we'll see how it plays out. Oh, and she's so pretty. Oh, look at her. Our insane little Gabriella. And what about little baby Adriana? We're gonna get there. Just picking her up and putting her back down. Yeah. Come on, baby girl. You can do it. And she's eating her foot. Oh, there we go. All right, so she was a sensitive infant, and she is now talkative and spoiled. These toddlers are overindulged by their parents. Their behavioral problems are annoying to other Sims. Well, she is currently the youngest, so maybe Rosemary is starting to think that this might be her last baby since she's actually starting to lose quite a few children now. So maybe since they're kind of cooling things off, she's going to spoil this one more than the others because she thinks it might be her last little girl. Oh, and she aged up with short hair. That's interesting. Maybe she is going to be a spoiled little tomboy. All right, so this here is little baby Adriana after her makeover. She, so far, has her mother's hair and her dad's eyes, and I have left her with the short hair that she grew up with. I haven't even gotten to her makeover yet, and she is already feeling foggy from being insane. Here is our young Gabriella after her little makeover. I kept the same long hair that she had as she was growing up, and I think she looks very elegant and cute. I'm not sure why she has a patchy patch on her face though. Is this like a... It looks like a shadow? I'm not really sure what that is. Seems like we have a little bug or something. Alright, so I changed up her hair and her clothing, and that seems to have resolved the issue. So this is our little Gabriella after her second makeover. Maybe Gabriella is going to end up being a bit of a Luna Lovegood type of character. So maybe she's just a bit kooky. That's one way of interpreting the trait, I suppose. I kind of forgot that Frederick was now unflirty and that I didn't really want to have more kids, so I actually did get them to have their daily woohoo, so I'm going to see if she's pregnant, and if not, I might hold off on doing any more woohoos for the time being because this is a bit of a chaotic household at the moment, and she's not pregnant. Okay, that's perfect. I'm not too sad about that. So we are going to hold off on making more babies, because at the moment we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 kids, 6 of which are Rosemary's and Frederick's, and we've got 4 sons. So unless we get really, really unlucky in the death rolls and the famine rolls, we should be okay. And we've got Noah here practicing again. Oh, he's getting somewhere with this. He's going to be able to provide the entertainment for our Yule party later. Even if she is insane and always confused, she is still helping out more than Noah. So while all of the children are tending to the farm, Frederick here is just enjoying his woodworking. This is why he had so many kids, so that they can do all his work for him. Oh, now Gabriella's gone to mourn Wendell. She misses her daddy. Alright, so I have started a gathering for Yule, and I am having everybody give gifts to their friends here and family. Trader Jacques is here. We have Sheila, who is the blacksmith's wife. Frederick feels being proper is very important to him. Okay. Why not? Someone said eating dirt was okay, but someone else said eating dirt will make you die. Is it okay to eat dirt? Oh, Gabriella, you're a bit weird. We're gonna say it's unhealthy. I have no clue where the thank guest for coming is in this menu. Oh, there it is. Buried under 3 different menus. Make coffee or tea? Can I? Oh, Frederick and Kaylin are jokesters. Okay, that's fine. These ales and wine. I'm not sure if this is going to count. Honey mead. Oh, okay. That sounds good. Let's try it. Oh, Stuart is here. Right, so this was Gemma's husband who since got remarried. And we are not going to let him know that we found Gemma and she's still alive. Oh, another ninja. There, find a ninja to train you. And here is our honey mead. Just about done. Oh, doesn't that look good? Oh, Adriana, I forgot about you. Aren't these the cutest? All right, and Kaylin is still missing a finger. Oh, so we finally got a few Sims who showed up at the end of the party, of course. Right, so this is the blacksmith and his wife are here. Oh, Lionel, this is Shanna's brother. All right, it's getting a bit more lively. It is the end of the day and also the end of the year, so I am going to be leaving this part here. We had some good luck and bad this year. We had a lot of birthdays that were successful, but unfortunately we did lose one baby in our main household. Next year, we are going to have several roles in our side households, including several birthdays in the Baker house, and of course, Gemma will be giving birth again. So once again, Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Oh, look at Noah here, just stinking up the place. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Ultimate Decades Challenge. The year is now 1311. Last year was a very lucky one for the birthday rolls. In our main household, we saw Adriana age up into a toddler and Gabriella into a child, but Rosemary and Frederick unfortunately lost another baby. Meanwhile, in the Baker household, there were 2 successful birthdays, and Cecilia gave birth to her last child, Endrio. This completes all 10 of her pregnancy attempts. And lastly, in the Verveers household, Gemma gave birth to healthy baby boy Auguste, although we aren't sure if his father is her husband Amos or Amos's son Lucan. This year, we are starting off in the Baker household because we have 3 birthday rolls to do, the first of which is Cecilia's. I explained this a few videos ago, but I've revised the birthday rolls and adult Sims need to roll every 10 years, so this year it is Cecilia's turn to do her second young adult roll. Per my revised rules, she cannot roll a 3, a 14, or a 17. And she's fine. All right, so Cecilia survives. The next one that we have to do is our little toddler Mateo here. He cannot roll a 9 or a 19 to age up into a child. And he's fine. And the last one that we have is little baby Lucia, who cannot roll a 4, an 8, or a 12 to age up into a toddler. And she's fine. All of the Baker children successfully passed their rolls. I am... sure. So I am going to age them all up real quick, and I am going to give a makeover to Mateo since he will now be a child, and we are going to be seeing a bit more of him around town. All right, so Mateo aged up being calm, hyper, and an occult enthusiast. Calm and hyper. I feel like this doesn't work. I'm gonna keep calm and occult enthusiast, but I'm going to re-roll that one. Okay, so he gets Child of Spring. All right, so it's calm and occult enthusiast. All right, well, occult enthusiasts love all things scary, paranormal, or weird. They get extra excited from learning about the supernatural and never get a fear of the occult. All right, well, maybe he's going to be some sort of fan of vampires or something. I don't know. I'm not very big on playing occult sims. I do like having a few, but I like it when they're rare. So I don't know if I don't know how I'm going to implement this just yet. Although he might just die in the famine, in which case it won't be an issue. And as for the aspiration, I saw other Let's Players who actually roll to choose the aspiration. So I think that's what I'm going to start doing for our Sims who are children and older. So for this little guy, we are going to go and roll a d6 to see which aspiration he's going to get. A 1 gives him the creativity aspiration. All right, so he is an artistic prodigy. And there we go. I am going to go give him a quick makeover. All right, I started fiddling with the MCC command options for the dresser, and so now they actually age up with medieval clothes. But just to avoid everybody having exactly the same clothes, I am going to go and customize him just a little bit. Oh, and Lucia, she is carefree and a quick learner. All right, so here is little Mateo Baker with the red hair from Jeffrey and Cecilia's brown eyes. He looks like he's ready to take over after his father. I left him with the hair that he aged up in. I think he looks like a charming little guy. Oh boy, literally all of the children have Jeffrey's red hair except the one, Vincenzo. All right, so I am about done here. I am going to go back to our main family. All right, so here we are back with our main household. We don't have any birthdays today, but tomorrow will be Kaylin's birthday. And I know I said that I wouldn't have Frederick and Rosemary try for any more children, but I've been watching Rinzi's Decades Challenge, and I'm just at the point where she's at the end of the famine, and it really stressed me out about potentially losing a bunch of children in our household. So I am actually going to start the day off by having these two have a little woohoo, just because, you know, if we lose a bunch of kids and we also lose, I don't know, Frederick and Rosemary in the famine, then that's it. You know, we can't really make any more heirs. So yeah, I'm just a little bit stressed out about the famine. All right, and Noah, being a good boy, going to play the violin instead of making a mess. That's how we like things to go. Oh, he's getting really good at this. Alright, we're gonna have some music for the future parties. Honorary Sim Guru. Play The Sims 4 for 100 hours. Oh my. I've played The Sims for much longer than that. Alright, so she is going to come and do a pregnancy test. Oops. Oh. Yeah, I have a mod that instead of having a gigantic barn, it's just this stack of hay here. We are going to need to clean this up. Steph and Kaylin, where are you? Oh, okay. These guys are just hanging out. All right, I'll let them hang out and I'll have somebody else come and take care of this. Here, Brayden. Oh, he's watching his brother play. Oh, that's cute. That's fun. And I missed the notification. She's not pregnant. Okay, that's fine. There is no problem. I mean, I guess worst case, we also have Gabriella, who could always start her own family and be our new family. I mean, I can't believe that we would lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 children in the famine, right? Gabriella, oh, poor Gabriella. Well, doesn't matter because she's feeling foggy. And that trumps absolutely everything else going on. Kaylin, my little baby Kaylin. How I hope that you will survive. Right, so we have our bills here that we need to pay, and there is no problem at all. Oh. Excuse me? What are you doing here? Is my home regions mod broken or something? Okay, we're just gonna ignore that. Right, so I went and got us a nectar maker. I think I'm going to have Frederick start trying this out. And meanwhile, I also have some nectars in here. Moderately aged, finely aged apple nectar. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and sell that. Frederick has acquired his first bottle of grape nectar. Okay, so what does that look like? 110 simoleons. That's not bad. We're gonna go and put it in our rack. And I might as well have him make a bit more. Yeah, so I can't have him make more than one at a time, which is a little tedious. Noah's emotional control is in the range to uncontrolled emotions. Of course, Noah. Why? But what did he do? Oh my god. What is wrong with you? No manners, no emotional control. Oh boy. Well, you know, I've never actually had bad character values in my regular gameplay, so this is going to be fun to discover. Great, Noah has entered the picky eater phase. Noah. Don't make me hope that you're going to die in the famine. Oh, what? The ghost is eating our food? No. That's too much, Wendell. You don't need to eat. You're a ghost. Just go away. There. Rosemary's gonna tell you. Did it work? Okay, thank you very much. He looks so sad. All right, I forgot we don't have a bed for Gabriella. Okay. Poor Gabriella. Outside alone in the snow. An orphan. She's so pretty. All right, it is now the next morning, and it is time to do the child roll for Kaylin. He cannot roll a 9 or a 19. 6, and he makes it. Whew, all right, I was afraid that I might have cursed him by saying that he was my favorite, and also seeing him walk around that pond every day was nerve-wracking, but I am glad to say that little Kaylin makes it to being a child. All right, and let's see what his traits are going to be. He is cold-blooded. These Sims are very bold and manipulative, deceiving others with their calm and focused demeanor. They also don't feel sorry about other Sims suffering, may or may not be related to psychopathy. Well, that's unfortunate. Bad-natured, no. I refuse to have another bad-natured child. I'm sorry, I refuse it. There are too many negative traits that come with this mod, and it's starting to annoy me. I do not want another bad-natured child. All right, so I'm gonna randomize just to see what comes up here. And delightful. Cold-blooded, delightful music lover. All right, so what's delightful? It's pleasant to spend time with these Sims. Right, it's a real pleasure to spend time with this cold-blooded music lover. They build friendships slightly faster, and the Sims around them get a happy buff. Okay, well, we'll see what happens when this guy grows up. Pick an aspiration, right? So we're gonna roll for that as well. 5 is multi-skills, so we're gonna roll another d4. 4. Mind and body. He wants to master both his mind and his body. Okay, makes sense. Okay. So here is our little psychopath. Wow, lots of gifts. Okay. So I am going to go and give him a little makeover. Does this little kid look like a psychopath already? Yeah, maybe. All right, so here is our little psychopath Kaylin. After his makeover, I gave him the same clothing that he had as a toddler, and I also left him with this sleek haircut that he grew up with just because I think it makes him look like a perfect psychopath. What is this, congregation in the bathroom? All right, well, so much for Kaylin being my favorite. I really feel like this mod of 100 traits by Chingyu, there's a lot of negativity in that mod. Maybe it wouldn't be as bad if I didn't have the mod to have more traits. So that could be the issue. I might fiddle around with that. I don't know. What do you guys do? Oh, high confidence. Well, that's fun. Oh, Trader Jacques is here. All right, I am going to send Rosemary to go and trade with him. Gabriella actually has an emotion other than being dazed. She's energized from chicken love. I'm not just some plant from being called a plant sim. Noah, is this your doing? Yeah, you better be proud of yourself. Poor little Adriana, the lastborn, and I keep forgetting about her. Oh, Emma just gave birth to a baby boy. Right, I almost forgot about her. I kind of want to do the role before I give him a name. That way I won't be sort of using up names for nothing. So we're gonna go ahead and do the role now, and I will look in on them a bit later. And I just realized I left the dice roller up again. All right, so rolling for Gemma first. She survives, and rolling for baby. Baby does not survive. Oh, poor Gemma. All right, so I'm gonna give him a really standard name. We're going for French names in that family, so I'm gonna name him Jean. Well, okay, that's unfortunate. I was just finishing things up since it's the end of the day here, so you know what? I am going to go look in on Gemma and her little family right away. All right, so here we are in the Verveers household to say goodbye to little baby Jean. So, poor Gemma lost another child. So out of 4 children, she lost 3 of them so far. She is just chilling out here with both Lucan and Tobias. And of course, she is very sad at losing another baby. Oh, everybody's sad. Okay, right, because we have no clue who the father is, do we? So, and I mean, I guess it was their little brother. Although he's evil, I'm not sure why it bothers him. All right, so before I forget, I added some servants into the household. So this is Miriam and this is her brother Gamal. And these two were hired to take care of the animals. They are going to be taking care of the cow, the chickens, and the little plot of farmland that they have over here. If they have more kids in this family, I think Miriam might also serve as a bit of a nanny, especially since I don't think anybody in the family is going to be very paternal or maternal. So I think it will do some good to poor August here to have somebody actually care for him and not leave him on the floor. So these two are feeling pretty sad. I think Tobias, being the good sim that he is going to come and try to comfort Emma. Oh, and she's suddenly playful. Let the good times roll. All right, well, maybe she can comfort him as well, you know, because he lost a little brother. Whoop, why am I going into the romance again? There, so we are going to comfort him. And, you know, I think that might lead to perhaps a little bit of affection. Let me just check to see where Amos is. And he's pretty far away, so I think it's going to be fine. I might keep him indoors just in case. What? What? Wait, no, I told you to embrace each other. Well, okay. Oh, even the horse is excited about it. All right. Where's she taking the baby? Cry it out. Wait, even she's upset about the baby? Okay. Well, I guess maybe as a nanny, she likes the kids and she is sad to see one of them. Oh boy. Alright, so these two seem to be getting along, although I don't know why he's in his PJs. There, that's better. So he is hungry, so he is going to prepare some food for the family. Alright, in his brother's bed. Oh boy, okay. Well, Emma, I hope you're proud of yourself. Okay, well, I guess she is going to come and visit Sir Amos's bed now. Attractiveness alert. Oh, Tobias is attracted to Miriam. Yeah, that's not really appropriate though, since she is your servant and you are a good sim. No, you are not going to take cereal. He literally just made supper for everyone. Oh. Aw, Lucan, crying it out. Even evil sims have emotions. He wants to express love to his little brother slash son. Okay, I guess we could do that. Why is the baby in the servant's house? Yeah, so I am kind of tempted to go look at the Simology panel to see if Jean was Amos's or Lucan's son, but no. Okay, I thought they were gonna woohoo again. Not yet, you two. Keep it in your pants for 5 minutes. Right, so I had her ask him for advice. He's probably not the best person to ask about these kinds of things. But you know, there's no reason that they couldn't— oh, performed poorly. Oh. You know, she can still look for comfort in his arms. Sir Lucan likes affection. Yeah, why not? Just to take another look at this. She wants to get caught cheating. She wants to achieve X status and she wants to break up couples. So she would kind of need to be girlfriend and boyfriend. Whoop. All right, so has to be boyfriend. Okay, there. So I am going to get her in a relationship with both brothers at the same time. I'm kind of surprised that they just went and directly woohooed. Okay, I thought they were going to do it again. No. Right. So yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Tobias and Emma went and had a woohoo straight off the bat. I'm not really sure how to take this. I guess it's really her villainous Valentine showing through because she does want to break a few hearts. What are the other— oh, there's only one step to this. Okay. She wants to break a few hearts, she wants to break up couples, and she wants to get caught cheating. I might not have her get caught too often, probably not 10 times, but I might just do it once or twice and count this as being completed just because in a medieval period, adultery could have some dire consequences. Or at least, I don't know actually. I don't know. I'm just basing that off Vikings, which probably isn't a good series to base any historical knowledge on. But there is that one character who gets her ear chopped off because she committed adultery. And he's afraid of fire. Well, we do have a fire over here. He can come and put that out. And why are you sleeping there instead of sleeping in your bed? Since everybody's asleep, I think Lucan might go ahead and invite Emma for a little woohoo. Woohoo here? That would be so risky. Yeah, you know what? I think they're gonna go for it. Lucan is, that's just the way he is. Oh. Were they kind of naked for a while there? Alright, so, those two are going to have a bit of fun. Alright, so before I go back to our main household, I am going to have her take a pregnancy test just to get her moving along on her pregnancy tries. And surprise, surprise, she's pregnant. Who's the other parent? Nobody knows. Oh yeah, right. So what I was saying earlier is that I'm kind of tempted to go look at who Jean's other parent was. But if I do that, I feel like I might spoil myself and see who Auguste's dad is. And I don't really want to know that just yet. So I think I might wait for everyone to die off before I go and check who the parents are. Because I don't think there's going to be any way to figure it out organically. Oh, he's freezing! Oh, poor baby. Two of them just woke up to clap for the little baby. There, Miriam is gonna go take care of him. Yeah. Poor little kiddo. Nobody wanted you. But Aunt Miriam here is going to take care of you. Alright, so I am just about done in this family. I am going to head on back to the Barrow household. Alright, here we are back with the Barrow family, and why is everybody outside at 3 a.m.? And they're all tired too. I don't know why they're all just running around outside. It's so weird hearing them all laughing in their sleep. Oh, and Noah's dreaming about peeing his pants. Oh great, and now all the kids are getting woken up by the monster again. I read somewhere that MCC command can apparently disable this. I am going to have to go take a look at that. Oh boy, everybody just freaking out. Look at the little cold-blooded guy over here. I feel confident outside at night. Okay, well, you're confident right now, so let's go. Alright, well, it's just about morning anyways, so we are going to start the day. Kalen apparently learned how to read and write and is doing his homework autonomously. That's, well, okay. I'll let it slide. At least it's going to improve his manners or something. Unlike this little shit here. It's got negative everything. Oh god, it's just getting worse, isn't it? Alright, we're gonna have Noah come and take care of the chickens. Oop. New family dynamic difficult. Kaylin and Brayden. Really? Okay, I don't know what happened between these guys, but they were just sitting around chatting. Huh. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. Oh, his empathy went down. Oh, why? Is it really their traits, or is there something wrong with the autonomy here? His emotional control. Oh boy. And this is our heir too. I better try and fix that. Oh! Alright, so I had Rosemary and Frederick have their daily woohoo, and Rosemary is pregnant. Aw, our little cold-blooded Kaylin being nice to his little sister Adriana. Jacques would like to come over to hang out. Once again, I don't know why he's calling our kid for that. Alright, so the chores are done, everybody's eaten as well, so I'm thinking I might gather the kids and go to the park. So I have brought all of our kids to the park, and the king is here sleeping on a bench. I don't know why every time we come to the park, the king is here. This has to be the most boring snowball fight I have ever seen. You know what? I think I'm actually gonna have Brayden come and greet the king. I just feel like Brayden is a bit fearless, and seeing the king there just sort of napping on the bench, I think he might actually go up to him and ask if he's okay. With all the kids saying like, no, 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 don't do that. And he is just gonna go ahead and attempt to introduce himself. Oh boy. Oh, that's kind of cute. So did it work? Imply he's overrated? No, we're gonna be nice to the king, you know? Brayden might want his favor someday, so... Oh, with his missing teeth. Exclaim adoration. Yeah! I love the monarchy. Oh, that's basically everything I can do. And imply he's overrated? No. What laws? Oh, cheating? Oh, you know, I never actually looked what we can do with the laws of the royalty mod. Man, maybe I should outlaw mischief. Dairy for peasants, purple clothes for royalty only, welfare for peasants. Cheating has been outlawed. Was it outlawed? Huh, so what I'm seeing online is that if the woman is the guilty party, she might be sent to a convent or imprisoned. A penalty of death was not usual, but it occasionally happened in earlier eras, and men unsurprisingly got away with it all the time, although it was a grave sin. Well, I don't know what outlawing does, so I'm just gonna go ahead and outlaw it and see what happens. How bad can it be, really? I mean, maybe she'll get a fine, which is fine. Or she gets sent to a convent. I'm thinking about Gemma here, of course. And if she gets sent to a convent, well, you know, why not? And we're gonna outlaw witchcraft as well. We do have a small family of witches living in Windenburg that I haven't really introduced yet because we haven't really needed any magic. And he... That's such a cute animation. Right, so he doesn't have anything else to say to the king, and the king f***ed off, so... Alright, so we have our... Whoops, that was an outlaw that we just saw pass by. Who's going to talk to the birds, I think? I made a family of outlaws, and this is the, well, not the patriarch, but the leader. And then I read that black is usually really expensive, and it's for royalty and nobility, and then I just decided to ignore that and leave him in black. So who's this kid? Adrian Blackmore. Right, okay, so this is Shanna's nephew. So she has a brother called Lionel who married a Scandinavian lady, and this is their child. So I am going to send Brayden to come meet him. And Noah... Oh, okay, Noah's here playing with Gabriella. I'm gonna have him also come and meet the kids. Oh, there's a knight on the swing. He's gonna come and meet his cousin and the other kids around here just so that he also begins making some friends. Aw, they're all here socializing with the birds. Where's Kalen? I'm also gonna get Kalen to come introduce himself just so that all of the kids start having friends, and when they all age up to teens, if they age up to teens, if they don't all die in the famine, then maybe these are going to be our marriage candidates. Sir Archer earned from investing. Right, well, that's none of my business, Sir Archer. Oops. The bard and the knight just chilling over here. Ah, there's Merida. No, sorry, not Merida. Fatima. Right, so she is supposedly an orphan living with the rich merchant family, but as I established in a previous episode, she might actually be the merchant's illegitimate daughter, festering bitterness about someone. Okay. So if she's illegitimate, then, you know, Brayden might actually be interested in being friends with her and eventually maybe even marrying her, with the assumption that she might inherit something from the rich merchant, but since she's illegitimate, might not be, you know, considered for a high enough marriage into a noble well, not necessarily a noble family, but a rich family. So he thinks he might just have a chance to marry her. Oh, Stephanie just passed out. Really? It's just 7 p.m. So Brayden at this point is about 9 years old. Of course, it's a bit early to be thinking about marriage, but you know, he's an ambitious kind of guy and he just wants to keep all of the doors open. Orion Hale. Right, so this is the child of Gemma's first husband and his new wife. And the king is here again, and the mail carrier is there. What's happening here? Is that the king again? The king is now napping in a bush. Yell at. Why? Why would you yell at him? Because you're tense? Stress with strangers. Oh, really? Cheered to death? From listening to a cheerful sim. I mean, what's wrong? Friends in a time of loss. Oh, he bonded with Gabriella because of when Wendell died. But the one I wanted to check was actually Noah. Festering grudge. He has a deep-seated grudge against Noah. I mean, I kind of get why. Noah is a bit of a little jerk. Why is Tentacle Tom just laying in the snow? Frederick likes pranks. Ugh. As long as you don't prank the toilet, I'm not gonna send you to jail. Who's this now? Oh great, our other bandit is here now. Enjoying some crazy time at the park with a knight. Alright, so it's getting late. I am gonna send our kiddos back home for a bit of supper and to go to bed. Alright, I am back at the Barrow family, and I was just about to say all the kids are in bed, but no, they are all running terrorized from their beds. All right, who has the monster this time? Mama's coming. There you go. No more monster. Okay, so let's get all these kiddos back to bed, and he can't because he's too scared. Come on, he's cold-blooded. He can't be scared of a little monster. Come on, Kaylin. Well, since everybody's up, I might as well have them eat. All right, it is the next morning, and Reginald McCrook is here. We are going to send Frederick to go and pay our taxes. I've been trying to get Brayden's character values up. Since he's our heir, I kind of want him to have at least a modicum of success, but it doesn't seem to be going very well. Oh, golden plates. Okay. Poor Kaylin. Freezing to death over here. What are his character values looking like? Well, he's got no empathy, but everything else is fine. So I wonder if I should actually trade in the elder chickens before they pass away so that I would at least get some resources from that. And it would also clear up some space in the coops for new chickens. But I just feel like I should kind of trade them in so that we don't just lose them with no advantage. Huh, we've got 2 traders here today. We have so many kids in this house. It's kind of crazy. Noah and Kaylin being jokesters. Well, why not? The 2 kids with the worst personalities are friends. Who would have thought? Oh, it's Cecilia wearing... I don't know what she's wearing. That's not her usual clothes. Oh... All of her outfits got reset when she aged up into an adult. Oh man. Well, I am gonna have to fix that later. For now, we are just going to invite her in. Gabriella and Cecilia is being jokesters. Sure. So, Gabriella is actually Cecilia's half-sister, so sure, why not? All right, it is the end of the day and the end of the year, so I'm going to leave this part here. Not much has happened today. It was pretty much just a chill year since everybody succeeded their roles except for poor Jean, who was Gemma's 5th child. So she still has 4 pregnancy attempts left because I deducted Shannon's pregnancies out of Gemma's attempts. We are going to see the result of her current pregnancy next year, and we are also going to have another birth here in our main family. Hopefully, we're going to have more luck than our last one. We are currently 4 years away from the Great Famine, and the famine happens to coincide with some of our Gen 2 kids aging up into teens, and so I will be in need of some romance candidates for them. I do have a few ideas using the Sims I currently have in my game, but there's no guarantee they're going to survive the famine, so if any of you have some single Sims you'd like to see joining the Barrow Legacy, you can either share them on the gallery using the hashtag CitrineDecades, or if your Sims have been posted already, let me know in the comments below either what the household is called, what your gallery ID is, or under which hashtag they've been shared, and I will be taking a look at that in between episodes. Now, they might not appear just yet in my videos because by the time this video is posted, I'll probably have recorded the next few years already, but I will definitely be using some gallery Sims to replenish the world after the famine, so you can probably expect to see them around that time. I might need to give them a makeover depending on what CC I have compared to what they were created with, but I will try to keep with their general spirit. I tend to prefer Sims with unique looks and genetics, so if you have some unique looking Sims up on the gallery, do let me know so that I can take a look. So with that, thank you very much for watching, and a big thank you to everyone who has liked, commented, and subscribed. I will see you all in the next one. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Ultimate Decades Challenge. The year is now 1312. Last year, we saw Kaylin age up into a cold-blooded child, and there were 3 birthdays in the Baker household that were all successful. In the Revere's household, Gemma unfortunately lost another child, but as the year ended, both she and Rosemary were pregnant again. So that means this year we are going to have another birth in our main household and one in the Revere's household. And it will also be the birthday of Gemma's only surviving child, Auguste, so we are going to be looking in on them a bit later. We also have 2 birthdays to do in the Baker household, but honestly, at this point, they have so many kids, I'm kind of starting to lose track. Right now, it is the morning, and Rosemary is making breakfast for everyone, very enthusiastically, and everybody is just waking up slowly. Well, I say that and all of the kids are still sleeping. Isn't this just beautiful? I love seeing this. No monster under the bed. Just peace and quiet. It is freezing outside, but I kind of want to send the kids out to play in the snow. So I'm going to have Rosemary and Frederick catch a bit of breakfast before the kids all wake up. Oh, we've already got Frederick. A rabbit known to someone in the house has died. Farewell, wild rabbit. Okay. Do they spawn back? I hope they do, because I haven't seen them have, like, baby bunnies. Oh, evolve all mod. If only you had worked. I don't know what the Sims team was thinking when they made it this tedious to have a garden. I guess we're not supposed to have this many plants in a garden. They kind of expected us to just have one of each or something. But no. Lonely recess. I don't care, Stephanie. I don't care. Oh, poor Noah. Maybe he acted out when he first aged up as a child because he was upset over his grandfather's passing. You know, because he did age up right before Wendell passed. So we are going to blame that for his shitty personality. Gabriella is just playing in this stream of water. There, let's fix that for you. You know, I'm not sure it's useful for you to be shoveling the snow right there, Noah. I am going to go and trade in our elder chickens like I said I would, if I can figure out how. Oh, trade. Oh, no, it makes me too sad. I changed my mind again. So the coop is already clean, but the chicken is dirty, and I can't clean the chicken. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. I guess I'll just go and collect the eggs. Stephanie likes affection from Adriana. Oh, that's cute. 15 eggs. Jeez, okay. And 11 eggs from here. Okay. I might have forgotten to pick up the eggs on one day. Our money situation is really getting a lot better. Like, I was worried that we wouldn't be able to afford lots for all of these kids if they all survive. And I mean, I'm gonna have to marry them all off and build them houses and everything, but this isn't too bad. We're gonna be able to figure something out with all of this cash. Poor Rosemary. So many kids to take care of. And she is so tired, and she needs to pee, and she's hungry, and she's grungy. But at least she's mega flirty, and she is ready for some action. Alright, this is a new mod that I installed from Lumpino. A new mod. It's, I think it's a module that I didn't have before that I added. Trader Jacques. Sure. Come on over, Trader Jacques. Freezing to death? Wait, what? Why? Where is he? What are you doing? Yeah, why don't you change? Jeez, why? Okay, stop running and change, my man. Okay, there we go. Don't scare me like that. Trader Jacques, you're a bit of a creep, but cold-blooded Kalen here doesn't mind. Cold-blooded Kalen. Maybe he's gonna go join those bandits when he grows up. Oh boy, Stephanie is going through a mean streak, so there she goes. She's gonna ruin all of her character values and all of her relationships. Oh, it's starting already. Call Brayden a booger eater. He's your best friend forever. Why would you? I know you're doing a mean streak, but you know, new dynamic difficult, but you had such a good relationship before. No, it's temporary. It's just a phase. Oh, and her empathy went down. Maybe the phases are what's ruining all of their character values. Go brush your teeth. I mean, it won't help with the empathy, but at least it'll be something else instead of going to insult everyone. Yeah, I'm a what? Poor Brayden. No, don't go yell at Blarfy. Go. Blarf. No, we're not gonna hit Blarfy. Oh no, what's happening with these two now? What are you guys doing? Right, well he's cold-blooded, so I get the empathy, but what's wrong with her? She's just insane. What would... Play make-believe. Okay, so I don't know why this turned unpleasant all of a sudden. Alright, so it's already the end of the day, and we didn't do jack shit. Ready for some action. Okay, well these two are, on the same wavelength. He wants to ask her about her day and he wants to flirt with her. Okay, we're gonna get started on that. We are just going to milk and shear these sheep and goat. Noah Barrow completed his homework for the day. Well, whoop-de-doo. Noah has one redeeming feature. He does his homework, but he doesn't go to school, so it's completely useless. Alright, so everybody is going to come and grab some dinner. I met this person online and they want to meet me at the romance festival. No, Wendell. Just no. We have like one kid too many to make the portions of this pie fit. Right, okay, so I was going to have Frederick and Rosemary flirt and maybe have a little woohoo since she's already pregnant, you know. No harm done. No, don't clean up. The kids are gonna do that to improve their character values. So no, just let go of everything. Let go of everything. So he wants to... What is she doing? Okay. Passionate kiss. Crudely compliment appearance. Alright, because he's on flirty now. He's on flirty, but he's ready for some action. Okay, so he wants to flirt. He is going to be enticing. And he wants to ask about her day. So we are going to go. And I have no clue under which option this is. Oh, everything's pink. Aw. Another rabbit died? Yeah, I guess they were all spawned at the same time, so they're all dying at the same time. I really hope they spawn back though, because if not, well that's a bit of a shame. Kalen thinking about diapers? Okay. Something you want to tell us, buddy? Oh no, what is this? No! You're cold-blooded. It doesn't make you like a mean little booger face. A music lover. Oh, maybe I should get him a violin too. Noah's already pretty obsessed with it. It's gonna be a noisy household. Here, I'll have Kalen come and play with this for a while. Stephanie never succeeded at anything. Well, she is insecure, so I get why she would get that fear. And Gabriella, that is not helpful at all. Oh, what's... No! Why? Her manners went down. Oh boy, you kids are gonna drive me crazy. Can you apologize? Ask where the moon went. There, apologize. Ah, there was another bad interaction there. Closely connected. Okay, plus conflict. No, you just apologized. Insult. No, okay. Young lady, I am sending you to bed. There you go. Good night, you little poopy face. And Braden might as well go to bed too. Actually, I'm just gonna send everybody to bed since it is 10:40 and everybody is being mean. Oh, poor Gabriella, crying over her mom. I'm starting to think maybe I should move the graves to another lot because if everybody keeps mourning every single day as soon as they have time, it might get a bit old. This is so quaint. It really feels like winter. Welcome to Canada. Oh, hello, Wendell. So nice to see you again. Warming your hands at the fire. Oh, Emma just gave birth to a baby boy again. Okay, we are going to do the roll right away. Rolling for Emma first. Emma or Gemma, all right. And rolling for baby. Baby makes it! Good thing those rolls weren't inverted. All right, and we are gonna roll for infancy right away. 11. So baby number 2 also makes it to infancy, like his older brother August. Let me go and find a name for this baby boy. Let's see, we've got Maxime, Beau, Julien. Oh, I do like Julien. Okay, Julien Verviers. Yeah, okay. One of my friends is called Julien, so hopefully this is not going to end badly. Julien Verviers. Okay, and there were no twins this time. So she is just now entering her 3rd trimester, I believe. Or actually, she might be giving birth today, because I was going to go do the rolls in the Baker household, but I'm kind of afraid that she's going to give birth again while I'm away. So I'm not going to do the... Okay, I'm going to stay with her until she gives birth, and then we're going to go look in on the Baker household later, and we might go and take a look at the Verviers family just to see what they're up to, and perhaps give Gemma another pregnancy attempt. Although I don't want to rush things too much with her because she doesn't really want to be pregnant, so I don't really want to push my luck either. I'm kind of afraid that she's gonna die in childbirth at some point. Braden has a loose tooth. Everybody's losing teeth. My beautiful family of toothless children. What a racket from watching an emotional meltdown. So who's having the emotional meltdown? It's Noah. Throw tantrum. Okay, Noah. I bet, like, a bunch of the kids are all gonna die, but Noah is going to survive just to spite me. He's a slub, too. Oh, God. Do you guys ever have Sims that you really don't like in your families? Like, I always play families and I randomize everything, and I think this is the first time that I have a Sim that I genuinely just don't really like. And he started off so nice, too. He was like a charming little toddler, and then I installed that mod to add more traits, and then just everything went to shit. So I don't know, maybe it's that mod that I should get rid of so that all of my Sims become likable again. I'm considering it. Let me know what you think. Or is it funnier this way if everybody has crappy personalities? I don't know. Okay, so everybody's going to come and have a bit of breakfast. Hopefully none of the kids will murder each other. Braden can clean everything up to make up for insulting his sister. No, 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 no. No, why? Witnessed inappropriate behavior. Yep. Yeah, those are your kids, Frederick. That's your doing. Whoop. That's your fault, man. You raised these kids. Oh, no, stop it. Why? Can you apologize? Can you apologize? I don't know who was mean. There, you guys are gonna hug it out. Confront about bullying. Yeah. You go, Rosemary. You better confront him about bullying. Alright, so we are going to send Frederick to go and do some chores. Actually, there's nothing to do on the farm. So he's going to go bond with the enraged bees again. Get stung. Kalen can now mock other Sims' moods. Great! Exactly what he needed. More ways to be mean. Oh, okay. So what's our air looking like? Why is the emotional control so hard to keep under control? Yeah, it won't be long now. Oh, apparently it's a new skill day. Okay. Oh. What happened? Be lectured. Okay. Oh, she's spoiled. She's hangry. Alright, let's find her some food. Oh, gone into labor. Alright, let's go and have this baby. I thought she was gonna give birth while she still had the baby in her arms. Yeah, okay. Adriana is here for moral support. Here we go. I think this is labor number 9? Number 8. And it's a baby girl. Alright, so I'm gonna do the roll first. As usual, we are going to roll for Rosemary first. And she's fine. And rolling for baby. Baby is fine. And we're gonna do the roll for infancy. And she survives infancy. So we are going to find her a name. Actually, I'm gonna try to generate to see what it's going to give me. And if I don't like it, then we'll find another one. Wanda. Nope, we're gonna find another one. All right, so I decided to go with the name Esther. So this is Esther Barrow. Welcome to the world. The kids being friendly for once. And he's angry about seeing Noah. Oh, I think she's losing her confident moodlets faster because she's insecure. Confront fear of inferiority. Alright, so let's try and help Stephanie here a bit and try to get her skills up. Motor. We don't have many of these activities that we can do. This being why? 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 No context, no reason. Are real life siblings this mean to each other? I don't have any siblings, so I have no idea, but this seems very extreme to me. Brandon Townsend is wondering if I want to go to his house and hang out. You know what? Let's go for it. So here we are at the Townsend house. It is actually a smithy that I found on the gallery. Hang on, let me look at it with all of the walls up. All right, here we go. So this is a smithy that I found on the gallery, and Brandon, as we know, is her friend. All right, so since we're here, let's call him a troll. No, we are going to be nice to him. Talk about dreams. Why not? You're inspired. So why are you even being so mean, Stephanie? Argue about arguing. That's pretty much what it is at this point. So I didn't customize this house at all, so it's not exactly time appropriate, but it's just an NPC house. We're not gonna worry about that. There, we can get to know him a little. So I'm pretty sure he's the only son in this family, so if he doesn't talk... Oh, everyone hates me. They are so brilliant. Social anxiety. Oh dear. Right, so I'm pretty sure that this kid is the only son in this family. Why? And so he's probably going to... Oh, that's why. Okay. So he's probably going to inherit the smithy and become a blacksmith himself, so this could actually be an interesting place for Stephanie to be. You know, if, let's say their friendship develops into something else when they're teens, he could be potentially a good match for her. I'm just going to try and control their, conversation here, just so that they don't start insulting each other. Ask about mood, why not? Is there anything we can actually do around here? You know, This is when the For Rent expansion would have come in handy. I could have had them play marbles or something. There, play make believe. So, is there anything around here that we could go do? Like a playground or something? No, doesn't look like it. Right, they're next door to a tavern that I made and that we haven't had to visit yet. What else is around here? Right, okay, so this is the baker. This is chapel, and I think this is oh, a skating rink. Not exactly time appropriate, but you know, it would be good because then she would have a chance to improve her movement skills. And it is probably going to take her 3 hours to get here. Yeah, I did that once as a kid, and I actually never skated again. And she lost her tooth. So, so I guess she broke a tooth by falling while she was skating. She needs to be more careful about what she's doing because she just knocked out a tooth. Oh, poor Stephanie. I love Trader Jacques here, who's just trying to sell nothing. She knocked out another tooth? Oh, Stephanie. At this rate, she won't have any teeth left at all. So did she make it to 5 yet? Nope. All right, let's keep skating. Why does Brandon suddenly... Why is Cecilia dying? Cecilia, what are you doing? Can you imagine, like, having our side household NPCs die because they're dumb? All right, so Stephanie made it to movement skill 5, and now she is stinky, so we are going to head on home. What do you mean freezing to death? Why are you outside in your PJs? We get back home, and of course, our kids are dying. Aww. Rosemary playing with little Adriana. Aw. Kalen came to meet his new little sister. And he's actually happy. I think this is the first time I see a sim be happy about having a new sibling. Oh, alright. Okay, so Stephanie's hungry. We are going to go and make some supper. Our cold-blooded Kalen. They're taking care of his baby sister. Unwanted sibling. There we go. Adriana is not happy to have a new sibling. What about Noah? Noah is actually happy. Okay. Well, he is a cheerful sim, I think. Alright, so it is the end of the day, so I'm gonna have all of the kids slowly go to bed. I know I keep saying this, but Esther actually might be our last child for real this time because, we're running out of space to put the children's beds. Oh. Hi? Hi, Gemma. Did you just make this trip to come see the new baby? Oh, so Gemma apparently came over to meet the new baby, which is kind of funny because she hates children. She's apparently more interested in our kids than her own. So it is interesting that it took Wendell passing away for Gemma to have a bit more interest in her family and to get along better with her brother. Give family advice? Okay, why not? He is her older brother. He's probably going to try and convince her that she should take better care of her kids. Compliment outfit. Okay, why not? You know that she's a rich gal. Oh, she was not receptive to the family advice. Oh, they still got a positive sentiment there. So I know at some point they changed the sounds that the babies make when they cry, and I think I kind of preferred the old one. This sounds a bit alien to me. Oh, what was that? What was that sentiment? Oh no. Sibling jealousy. Stephanie doesn't know what's so great about Esther anyway. Why should she get all the attention? Oh, poor little... Wait a second. I love how her image here is just a cradle. Well, Stephanie, if you shit your pants and start crying, I bet your mom is gonna come give you some attention too. Alright, so it's past midnight. I am going to have Rosemary and Frederick come to bed, and we are going to follow Gemma back home because it is the birthday of her first son. So I just got back to Henford with Gemma, and I just noticed that she has this whim to embrace Stuart. Stuart being, of course, her first husband. And I just think that's a really interesting whim because she did start falling in love with him. Why is everybody gathered out here? Yeah, so I think she might actually try to look in on him or ask about him. I don't know. This is just kind of interesting to me. Maybe she went back to her hometown and it made her feel a bit nostalgic about how simple things were back then. So I might actually try and find some way that she can see him again. Although that might really complicate things for him because he's remarried and he has several children now. I don't know. I'll have to think of something. Let me know if you have any suggestions. All right, so it is actually baby August's birthday. Poor little baby August, always chilling on the floor here. Well, he doesn't look too upset about it. Oh, the gums. He has no teeth. Or he has, like, brown teeth. I don't know. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do his roll to see if he makes it to being a toddler. And he's fine. And you know what? I was going to have Gemma come and age him up, but she doesn't really like children all that much. And I don't even know if she realized that her kid is aging up. She's a bit more amorous than anything else, so she might be thinking about Stuart and might have actually forgotten her own son's birthday. So I'm going to have Miriam come and age both of the babies up, and we can discover what their traits are. And baby August is plucky. These toddlers are fearless. They are not scared of thunderstorms or strangers. And he is a quick learner. Oh, that's interesting. All right. Brayden sent August a gift. That does sound like Brayden. Aww. He actually looks a lot like Kaylin did when he was that age. So, who does he look like? He doesn't really look like Amos or Lucan. He just kind of looks like Gemma and her family. All right. Oh, ooh. And Weekly. Oh, Amos came to see the children age up. Oh, that's so cute. And they both have black hair, like Gemma, so we have no idea who the father could be. Oh, wait. She actually, I think she has gray streaks in her hair. Like Amos. And she has green eyes. I forget. Oh, of course he's sleeping, so I can't check his eyes right now. Gemma has brown eyes. Lucan has brown eyes as well. So she has green eyes. Oh wait, yeah. That could actually be from Tobias though. Oh. Well, I'm confused now. Okay, both of the brothers have green eyes. Okay, so the green eyes could come from basically anyone in the Revere's family. But I think her hair is kind of graying, so I think she might actually be Amos's daughter. And as for August, I really don't know. It could go either way. So I am not going to give them a makeover just yet because we don't spend enough time in this household to really justify the time it takes to change everybody's outfits all the time. And I am going to give Emma a bit of a break because, oh, what is she doing out here? I'm going to give her a bit of a break from the pregnancy, so I'm not going to push for her to have woohoo with anyone. Miriam likes complaints. Miriam actually enjoyed hearing Tobias vent all of his frustrations just now. Okay. Yeah, why not? I mean, Tobias was kind of attracted to her though, so I don't know. I'm not sure I like where that's going. Alright, so Tobias here is autonomously chatting with Miriam. I'm gonna let them be, but I don't think Tobias You know, even if he finds her attractive, I don't think he's going to try for a relationship with her because she is a servant, and I think he knows that it's kind of his responsibility to marry in his own class. But we never know. I mean, he did sleep with his father's wife, so hmm, Logan seems kind of interested in August. That's cute, probably because he thinks it might be his son. Huh, Lucan wants to get engaged to Gemma. I don't know if you noticed, but she's actually already married. He wants to express love to August? Hmm. Okay, evil Lucan, but I'm beginning to think this might be Lucan's son. I mean, I don't know how he knows that. Instinct, I guess. Discuss fears after fulfilling wants. Alright, well, he did just fulfill that, so, you know, I'm gonna get him go and discuss fears with Gemma, or actually I'm gonna get her back inside. Clicking through all of these menus to find where the discuss fears interaction is just a little tedious. Just a little. Well, I have no idea where that interaction is, so we are going to go have a deep conversation, and I am just going to cheat this. Oh! Nope, okay, nobody was there to see that. I know I said I wouldn't have them woohoo, but I am convinced to leave spouse. Maybe not yet. I'm just gonna have them have one little flirt, you know? Just because, you know, he just discussed his fears with her. They're pretty close, you know? And they are soulmates. Oh, Lucan taking care of August. You know, he might be an evil sim, but he's still maybe a dad. Nightmare. Sir Amos had a strange dream in which a round yellow specter with glasses proposed marriage. What, is this a reference to something? Sir Amos isn't sure how to feel about it. Yeah, well, neither am I. Oh. Oh, Tobias. Uh-oh. Tobias is sick. Oh no. Alright. Time to do a roll, Tobias. Will you become an angel? So, whenever I see a sim is sick, I just roll a d20, and if they get a 1, then I would consider that they die from their illness, but nope, he's fine. We've had pretty good luck with the disease rolls. Alright, Tobias, you're safe this time. You can go and, or you know what? I'm actually gonna have Miriam come and brew some tea for him. And, okay, I thought Tobias was feeling flirty. He's giggly from his illness. Oh boy, so he has like a bad fever and he's being a bit weird. Here, come and have some tea, Tobias. You know, I thought I just had maybe Gemma would try to help out her peasant family by trying to convince one of the brothers to take one of her nephews as a squire. I'm thinking Kaylin, as a cold-blooded sim, might be interested in maybe becoming a knight, and Gemma might want to help the family out and improve his prospects by maybe having him be a squire under either Tobias or Lucan. Just a thought. So, did that work? Yeah, he seems to be feeling better. Yeah, combating a cold from home remedy hydration. Great, so he's gonna go and thank her. Maybe he can compliment. Yeah, he's gonna compliment her for how kind she is. And Amos also had a whim to be friendly with Miriam, so I'm gonna have him come and be nice to her as well. Feverish. Oh no. Oh, so she's sick too. Okay, time for another roll. And she's fine. Okay, so we are going to have her come and grab a serving of tea. Miriam's gonna go back to bed, and the horses keep coming into the house, even though I'm pretty sure I locked the doors. Her brother, right, I'm not sure if I mentioned this, but the other servant here is her brother, not her husband. Alright, so I didn't really have anything else that needed to be done in this family, so I'm gonna go ahead and go to the Baker household to go do their rolls for the year. All right, so here we are in the Baker household, and the first role that we need to do is for Endrio, the last little baby here, the youngest one in the family. He needs to roll to see if he makes it to being a toddler. Here we go. And he's fine. And the other role that we need to do is to see if Zane here makes it to be a child. Oh, he's so cute. I didn't even realize that he had freckles. So cute. All right, so we are going to roll to see if he makes it to being a child. And he's fine. I'm almost worried at how well the rolls are going before the famine. It's almost as though the dice know that there are going to be a lot of deaths during the famine, and they're trying to give me a chance. All right. So Zane is now he loves outdoors. He's a music lover, and he's serious. Okay, those are some good traits. Oh wow. Right. So we might be a while without getting any birthdays in this family since everybody. Oop. Oh, I have these two dressed exactly the same. Since everybody's pretty they're toddlers or children now, so it's those are pretty long stages. Andrea is always happy and he's independent. All right, great traits. All right, so I am going to give Zane a quick makeover and I will be right back. All right, so here is young Zane Baker. I didn't keep the wild hair, but I did give him some slightly curly hair, just reminiscent of that hairstyle that he grew up with. And of course, I kept the freckles. So this is actually Cecilia's fourth child to make it to the child stage out of 7. All right, so I am done with all of the aging in this family, but I think I might actually just hang around for a bit and see what these guys get up to, because we are actually going to have to find marriage candidates for all of these guys as well. If they survive the famine, of course. I feel like we have an outstanding majority of boys in our family so far, because the Barrow family only has 3 daughters and 4 sons. And here in the Baker family, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 sons and only 1 daughter. So we're going to need a lot of teenage girls at some point if these guys all make it through the famine. Little baby. Which one is this? Lucia. Oh no! Oh, that's not a son. That's Lucia. Oops. Right, okay, so they have 2 daughters and 5 sons. Right, so this is Vasco. He, at the moment, is the heir of the Baker household. And he's an analytical, restless goofball who believes in the occult. We're going to have to find him a wife eventually. And he is feeling flirty and he's ready for some action. He's gonna go give a steamy kiss to Cecilia. Hopefully they won't autonomously woohoo because we're out of pregnancy chances with this family. I'm not sure what I should do in that case. If they autonomously woohoo and she gets pregnant, I'm kind of tempted to just leave it. And I mean, I guess I could stop the pregnancy, but I don't really want to, you know. I feel like it's fate if that's what happens, you know. If she gets pregnant and the game did it, I'll just leave it that way, you know. For a lady who had 7 kids, well, 10 pregnancies and 7 kids, Cecilia is surprisingly fit. Oh, he's giving a bath to the kid. Why is he losing all of that? No. But you know, he didn't actually do anything. So why is he losing so much emotional control? I feel like there's something wrong with the character values. Because he's always happy, loves water, and he's independent. So why does he keep losing emotional control just from being in the bath? See, he's not even doing anything now and he's losing emotional control. There's something wrong. This would explain why everybody in the Barrow household has like shitty values as well. Like no matter what, I keep trying to get them up and they just keep going down randomly like that. Or maybe it's like a delayed response to something he did earlier, but it just seems like it goes down a lot. Something is off. Jeffrey is feeling frustrated and unsatisfied after that brief fleeting kiss. Concerned. Oh, that's interesting. Offer massage. Why not? You know, you've had this many kids together. You guys must sort of like each other, right? There, and I'll let her kiss her again, just so that he stops feeling concerned. Look, 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 look. They all had their emotional go down simultaneously. It's like there's something that's constantly getting the emotional control down for everybody. I don't know if it's a bug or if it's something I'm doing. I don't know. The toddlers are just too cute when they start dancing. Alright, so I am back in the Barrow household and Frederick dislikes arguments. Yeah, sure. Oh, Stephanie and Frederick have a difficult no. I refuse. Right, so I am going to have Rosemary come and age up our little baby Esther. Man, with this many kids, I kind of wish there was an interaction that would just be send all children to bed. Esther ages up with the cautious trait. Alright. Yeah, so we just have so many kids. I wish I could get the mom to just say, alright kids, it's bedtime, and then have all of them go to their respective beds instead of clicking on each one. But I guess this isn't an issue if you're not playing with mods, right? Because then you wouldn't have this many children. So really, I'm doing this to myself. Alright, so I am back in the Barrow household, and I am having Rosemary teach all of her children to be better little people. Oh, I guess we have somebody who's freezing out there. And Rosemary is feeling very flirty. So I think I am going to have her have a little woohoo with Frederick. Oh, Stephanie's conflict resolution is in range to earn the mediator trait. Okay, so at least we've got one kid who's turning out all right. Can I actually send all of these kids to go maybe volunteering? Or I might have to get an adult to do that. Okay. Alright, so I have Frederick heading out with all of the kids to go volunteering at a soup kitchen. Meanwhile, Rosemary here is going to try a pregnancy test. And she's pregnant again. Oh my. Okay. So this is actually her 9th pregnancy. So she still hasn't had as many pregnancies as Cecilia has, but that's because she has a lower chance of success. Well, alright, so she is here with only Adriana and our latest little baby Esther to take care of, while Frederick is gone with all the other kids. So she is going to take this opportunity to bond with Adriana, although they already get along pretty well. Yeah, we can maybe get started on the character values right away. Just, you know, so that we have a bit more chances of success with this little girl. I really like her short hair. It kind of sets her apart from Stephanie, who's a bit more feminine, and Adriana, I think, is going to be a bit more of a tomboy. Gabriella gets her choice of jobs at the soup kitchen. Does she want to work in front of the house to serve the soup or the back of the house to clean up afterwards? I guess she's gonna go clean up. She heads right to the back and gets her hands dirty. The other volunteers seem to really respect her for jumping into the fray and not being afraid to get down and dirty. She gains some responsibility for jumping in where needed. Oh, that's fun. And now she's in range to learn to earn the responsible trait. Alright, so I bet everybody's gonna come back pretty hungry. I'm gonna get Rosemary to get started on supper. Oh, strict dynamic with Adriana. Well, okay. They seem to be getting along fine, but... Alright, Brayden has a good reputation. That does fit with him. He became good friends with Gabriella. And Gabriella is in range to earn the compassionate trait. I do think that fits with her. Alright, okay, so it looks like all the kids started getting along a little better by doing this together. And great, alright, so that really helped everybody with their character values. I gave the technophobe lifestyle to Frederick to stop him from like using his phone and stuff, but he's just constantly tense and I'm not really sure why. It's not like there's any technology to use here. I've been trying to save up as much money as I can because one of my friends made an absolutely amazing build for me and it's quite expensive. So I'm trying to save up enough money so that we can eventually move on to that build. I think I am just going to plop it down over this lot eventually. I'm thinking maybe after the famine, when Brayden is going to become a teenager and he gets married as well, maybe we are going to have a gigantic renovation. I really can't wait to show that build to you guys because she made an absolutely amazing build. All right, it is the end of the day and also the end of the year, so I'm going to leave this part here. Next year, we have one very important role to do, and that is Frederick's second young adult role because he is going to be turning 31. Sir Amos will also be doing his second adult role, and of course, we have Rosemary who will be giving birth, and our latest little baby Esther will also roll to see if she makes it to the toddler life stage. So, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Ultimate Decades Challenge. The year is now 1313, and last year, we actually didn't have a single death. Rosemary gave birth to her latest child, Esther, Gemma's son, August, aged up into a toddler, and Cecilia's children all succeeded their roles. Let's hope the good luck holds for 1313, because this year we have Frederick's second young adult role, we have Esther's toddler role, and of course, we have Rosemary, who will be giving birth again. Without further ado, we are going to do Frederick's second young adult role right away. As a reminder, the reason he's doing a second role is because I adapted the rules to have a more realistic lifespan. So they now roll every 10 years as young adults and as adults, which means they must roll twice during those life stages. Per my revised aging rules, right now he needs to avoid a 3, a 14, and a 17. And he's safe. All right, so no problem for Frederick. He lives on for another 10 years. Today, it also happens to be Amos's birthday, so I am going to, all right. Yeah, Gabriella is in the bear phase. I guess it kind of makes sense with her insane trait. Right, so what I was going to say is that today is Amos's birthday, so before Rosemary is too close to giving birth, I am going to check in on the Revere's household and do the roll for him. I am just going to have all of these guys have a quick breakfast. Adriana is spoiled and she's like constantly angry. I did see that she has quite a few sentiments with Frederick, so it is possible that she is Frederick's favorite. Brayden even has the sentiment with Frederick that he's feeling ignored and overshadowed by his younger sibling, so that's interesting. All right, I also forgot that this year will also be the winter harvest, and it happens to be the last harvest that we're gonna do before the famine. So everything from here on out is going to be what we have. Oh boy, Frederick has... How can you even feel that way? You guys literally woohoo every day, and she's been pregnant 9 times. What? Anyways, yeah, so whatever we harvest will be all we have going into the famine. And after that, all we can do to try and get more food is going to be forage, fish, and hunt. If our situation gets really bad, I'm thinking I might send Frederick to go poaching. And depending on what he catches, I might also roll to see if he gets arrested. So we're going to see. Hopefully things don't get that bad, but I don't know. Our fridge isn't all that full. We have a lot of mushrooms and onions and apples, and that's pretty much it. Oh, we've got a bunch of carrots. Okay, we're not too bad. But, you know, we've got a lot of people to feed. All right, so we are now in the Revere's household to do Amos's birthday roll. He is over here chilling in the kitchen. I'm gonna have him have a bite to eat first. You know, everybody's allowed a last meal. Oh, we've got plates floating. All right, well, there's no use putting it off. We are gonna go ahead and roll for Sir Amos. To survive another 10 years, he needs to roll above 9. Anything under, and Sir Amos will unfortunately pass away. 10. So he just makes it for another 10 years. That is probably going to be quite a disappointment for Gemma, who was hoping to inherit soon, but it is what it is. While we're here, there is also another role to do. It is Julien's birthday, and we are going to roll to see if he makes it to the toddler stage. Here is little baby Julien with his pretty pink bow. He cannot roll a 4, 8, or 12. And he's fine. Wow, I feel like we had a lot of deaths in the first years, and it's been really smooth sailing for these past few years. I feel like the famine is going to come back to get me, though. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and... Oh, here comes Miriam to take care of the little baby. Tummy time together. Okay, well, I'll let her finish that interaction and I'll age up Julien after. Outshined. There we go, sibling jealousy again. And Tobias is here to chat with his pops. What is Gemma doing? Okay, she's down here conspiring with Lucan. Yeah, they're probably just saying like, yeah, your dad is really healthy, isn't he? Yeah, he's really healthy. Sure wish he wasn't. Alright, and Julien is always sleepy and bossy. Okay, he looks like a boy now. Oh, he looks like a chunky little boy now. Oh, and he has freckles. That's funny. I don't know who he got the freckles from because Gemma doesn't really have any. It might be a CC item issue. Aw, Gemma came to look in on her kids. Should I have her hug him lovingly? Yeah, maybe. You know, she might not enjoy having children around her that much, but maybe she does love her kids anyway. You know, like you can want children and not necessarily enjoy actually raising them. Why is everybody congregating in the children's room? You have a perfectly fine dining room downstairs, Amos. You really don't need to be eating up here. So Tobias wants to be friendly with Miriam, so they might as well have a little discussion. Express admiration. Sure, maybe he really admires her hard work, especially taking care of the children. And he can compliment her like a breath of fresh air. Likes nature enthusiasts. Yeah, sure. And she likes romance enthusiasts. Okay. These two, it's getting kind of dangerous between these two. Lucan here, butting in. Growing so fast. So she's kind of proud of her kids. And she's sitting alone here with Kamal and her son. It's a good excuse for her to get to know him. I just clicked on him and the first thing I have here is flirt. Oops. Oh my. I'm not really sure. Ask about woohoo? I'm not sure that's appropriate. I'm not sure why their conversation is going so badly. This is strange. They barely have a good relationship and I can just click mess around immediately. I don't know if that would... What? What? No, I didn't even click it. I didn't click it. She went in for it and he refused her? That's so... What? I am kind of confused. So that's interesting. He's kind of immune to her charms. Oh, and she doesn't like him either. So I'm not sure what her thing is. She wanted to mess around with him, but she didn't want anything else. Awkward encounter. Yeah, you bet. These two really don't get along. Okay, well, their relationship is not going very well. So they are just going to leave each other's company, and I am going to have Gemma take care of her little boy. Look at Gemma trying to be a good mom. I don't know if I can send her out like to therapy or something to think about how maybe she might actually want to have kids after all. Alright, so it is 11 p.m. Gemma just put the kids to bed and she is feeling flirty. Oh, nope, she's angry. And she's flirty again. Seeing an irresistible sim. Compliment appearance. These guys don't even need me to do anything. Alright, so I guess these two are gonna go for it. Alright, so as usual, I am going to have her go to Sir Lucan now. It would be really awkward if he refused. Then if she was pregnant, it might be hard to explain. Alright, so the deed is done, and I am going to have Gemma go and take a pregnancy test. Or maybe not. You know, maybe I'll just leave it as a surprise. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to check if she's pregnant. We are going to learn that some other day. We're going to have to come back next year to check in on them anyways, because it's going to be Lucan's birthday. Before we head on back to the Barrow household, I just wanted to stop by the bakers. Okay. Because we do have one role to do in this family this year, and that is Vincenzo's child role. Vincenzo being the only little kid here who doesn't have his father's clownish red hair. He just needs to avoid a 9 or a 19. And he's fine. I am going to give this little guy a makeover, since as a child we might be seeing him around town, so I'm going to go do that. And we will also check out what his traits are. Alright, so for his traits we have fretful. These gloomy children find joy in skillful musical play. They can fret studiously on a piano or violin and play a party fun time ditty on the piano when skilled enough. Child of spring. These sims are happier and more productive during the spring season. And stone-hearted. These sims are very indifferent and lack understanding of the other sims' emotions. Huh. Alright. This might be a good friend for Kaylin. Alright, I'm gonna give him a quick makeover, and I will be right back. Alright, so here is little Vincenzo after his little makeover. He is the only child that Cecilia and Jeffrey have that doesn't have Jeffrey's orange hair, and he actually looks a lot like his mom. Huh, so as a stone-hearted sim, Vincenzo apparently has a constant +1 focus mood. Oh, Andreo's emotional control is in range to learn the uncontrolled emotional trait, uncontrolled emotions. Which one is Andrio? There are too many kids here. This one. Empathy. Why is the empathy going down when they're hugging? This makes no sense to me. Oh my. Every time they hug, his empathy and emotional control are going down. This... Oh. Okay, yeah, that... Yeah, okay. I understand why empathy went down on that, but, oh boy, here they are. They're just hugging it out constantly. And... biting. Okay. So, I am going to have to separate these two kids. Well, at least these kids are getting along. Alright, so I am back in the Barrow household, and I have sent everybody out to go volunteering again. The only people left in the house at the moment is Rosemary, Adriana, and Esther. Rosemary is currently in her second trimester, so she is probably going to be having her baby by the end of the year. Noah lost a tooth while he was volunteering. Everything seems pretty much under control in this family at the moment, so I am just going to play through the day and speed things along until Rosemary is either ready to give birth or, well, if something exciting happens. But right now, I feel like everything is kind of just on hold until the famine happens. Oh, and here we have the Princess of the Realm just taking a walk in the snow. Right, so I just kind of feel like everything is on hold while we wait for the famine to start and to know who makes it and who doesn't, because I'm kind of reluctant to come up with any character stories at the moment in case they all pass away within the next 3 or 4 years. Gabriella is walking by a fellow participant when she notices they look pretty winded and can't finish on their own. Oh, she's gonna lend a hand. She's a super nice little gal. Gabriella walked right up and gently placed her hand on the elderly Sim's back. You will finish this race. We will do this together. The Sim looked energized by Gabriella's words, and they completed the walk side by side. Aww. Little Gabriella. She's so nice. Alright, what can we do with little baby Esther? Maybe we can do a bit of tummy time. Oh, practice crawling. There, let's do that. Oops. Oh. Oh, that's the best interaction. It's kind of relaxing to just have these 3 Sims to take care of while everyone's away. Maybe I should try and get these Sims out a bit more, you know, send them foraging and stuff so that I'll have less to manage and I can spend a bit more time increasing their skills or getting their aspirations done. Brayden's empathy. Oh, great, and all the kids are becoming friends. All right. I wish there were different types of volunteering that we could do that could increase the other character values as well. All right. So today is night on the town. I expect Rosemary to give birth at any moment now. So maybe after she gives birth, if everything goes well, we are going to go celebrate at the local tavern. I have no idea if kids are allowed in taverns, but we are going to take them along, I think, or maybe just a few of them. Oh, being a child ignores this tradition. No, scratch that. So we are only going to go with the adults. And I discovered the play with emotion interaction on the violin, so I am actually managing to get Noah's character values under control. Not all of them, but through volunteering and taking care of the animals, I did manage to fix 2 of his character values. So if he does end up getting the emotional, the uncontrolled emotions trait, I mean, it's fine. I'll live with it. Oh, and Reginald McCrook is here to steal our money. Poor Stephanie, still here with her everyone hates me moodlet. It was mentioned in the comments that Stephanie doesn't really strike us as an insecure Sim. She was so good taking care of her younger siblings, and as the oldest sister, I kind of agree that she doesn't really give me an insecure vibe. So depending on how the rest of her childhood goes, because she is going to be aging up to a teen soon, I think I might be changing that trait for something a bit more appropriate for her. I'm thinking family oriented, since she was always the one trying to... So many hens, so many chicks. Yeah, she was always the one, you know, trying to entertain her younger siblings and trying to help out. She's still helping out the family a lot, so I just have a feeling she isn't really all that insecure. So maybe it was just a childhood thing that as she was growing up, you know, her parents kept having more children, so maybe she felt like she was sort of losing her place. Trader Jacques just became good friends with Brayden. He literally just showed up and didn't do anything yet. So, I don't know what's up with that. Aw, Gabriella and Stephanie bonding out here. Oh, oh, hello. Oops. Excuse me, Miss Cow. So this is the... Alright, so we've got the miller's daughter over here, and we have the local midwife. And yes, I know she looks like a witch. That is not a coincidence. It was also mentioned in the comments that Frederick has a bit of an evil and jealous vibe, and I originally thought he was sort of a nice guy, you know, being an animal enthusiast, but after thinking about it, I think there might be a little bit of jealousy between the twins because there isn't much of an age gap between them, and just because of about a 5-minute difference, Brayden ended up being the heir, and Frederick, even though he's the one who's best suited to taking over the farm, you know, being someone who actually enjoys taking care of animals and being outside, he might feel it's pretty unfair that Brayden is the heir, because Brayden is pretty much just interested in being the top guy, being the coolest, and being everybody's favorite, and he's not all that into taking care of the farm for the sake of taking care of the farm, you know? He's more in it for the prestige, even though there isn't much prestige in being a peasant, but you know, I think he doesn't really realize that yet because he's still a kid and he thinks they're pretty well off. He might not really be able to imagine how the noble people live and royalty and all that. All right, Noah, I can't listen to this anymore. You have to let go of the fiddle. Go and do something else. Oh, here we go. Rosemary is in labor. All right, come on over, Rosemary. It is go time. And it's another boy. So many boys in this family. Alex Barrow. Maybe Alexander? Alexander Barrow. Let's go with that. I have a very close friend named Alexander. I hope that will not bode badly for him. I'm a little superstitious. I don't really like having Sims with the same names as my friends or my family, but I kind of... Oh, okay. Grim is here for the chickens. I hope he's not here for the baby as well. We are going to do the rolls right away. But yeah, I'm a bit superstitious and I don't really like having Sims with the same names as people I know in real life. We already have like 4, but so far they're all surviving just fine, so maybe it's actually a lucky thing when I give them names of people I know. We're gonna see. Let's see if Alexander makes it. So we are going to go roll for Rosemary first. Here goes nothing. 17. Rosemary is fine, and baby Alexander. Baby Alexander makes it, and we are going to roll for the infant stage right away. And he makes it to the infant stage. All right, so my friends' names are actually lucky. Welcome to the world, little baby Alexander. We are going to give you a little cuddle, and all of your siblings are going to come say hello and be sad to meet you. Rosemary is going to go take a very well-deserved rest. Oh boy, she wants to make out with Frederick. You guys just can't stop making babies, can you? Alright, so she's going to sleep a little. How tired is he? No, he's fine. So, Kaylin has entered the picky eater phase. Okay, I don't really care. Oh no, Frederick is clingy. Oh boy. Alright, so I am going to let Rosemary rest a little, and after that, I am going to have them go out to celebrate the birth of yet another baby. Stephanie at this point is about, I'd say 12 years old, because she's going to be aging up next year, so I think she's old enough to keep an eye on all of her younger siblings while her parents are going to go out a little. So I've managed to get all of Brayden's character values really high. I've been working really hard on it because he's our heir. The only thing I absolutely cannot improve is the emotional control. I don't know what the Sims are doing autonomously, but everybody's emotional control keeps tanking. Maybe I'll be able to fix this when he's going to be a teen, because then they're going to be able to jog to clear their minds. So I don't know. I don't really know what else to do. In the regular game, I usually have them all write in a diary, and that really increases the emotional control. But in this case, since they can't write, they can't. So I'm not really sure how I'm gonna help with that. And I forgot Esther. All right, so Rosemary is going to come and feed Esther and Alexander, and after that, they are going to be going out. Noah is surprising. He is actually happy to have a new sibling, but at the same time, he just got a negative sentiment with Rosemary because he feels ignored. Noah, make your mind up. All right, so we are going to go out with Frederick and Rosemary. All right, so we are now at the Red Admiral Tavern, which I created and did not playtest. So we are going to see if it works. And we have Brainiacs. What? I love that Trader Jacques is the bartender here. Like, this poor guy does everything. He's the repo man, he is the bartender, he's the trader. This is actually also a good opportunity for Rosemary and Frederick to get to know a few of the other parents in town, because eventually they are going to want to marry off all of their kids, so they might actually be able to hear of potential spouses for their children. Let's small talk and get to know everybody. And oh, Brianna DeLacy. Okay, so this is Quentin's mother. She's a bit high class to be oh, oops. What happened there? Brianna's first impression about Rosemary is that she's annoying. Okay. Well, that's sad. Because Brayden and Quentin are kind of becoming best friends. So, here, Frederick is going to introduce himself, maybe say that, they heard about, you know, Brayden and Quentin becoming friends. They probably won't talk about how Quentin, invited Brayden out to a bar while he was supposed to be doing his chores. But they're all sitting around here getting to know each other, so that's fine. Awkward encounter, why? Wait. I just saw a heart there. Great, so Frederick's first impression of Brianna is that she's rude. I saw a heart. I hope that was between Rosemary and Frederick and not with Brianna. And Brianna actually feels good about Frederick, so perceived as extremely attractive? Oh boy, that's dangerous. You're a good sim, Frederick. Don't you dare flirt. Be jealous? Wait. What's happening? No, did she flirt with Rosemary? Is this happening again? Why? What happened? Again? Was Rosemary flirted with and now Frederick's jealous? Alright, I have no clue what happened, but I am just going to have these two come and play cards and forget about all of it. I really have no idea what happened. I may need to check that in the replay. Oh, this is Staunton. This is Quentin's dad, and I don't know why he's dressed like that. All right, that's better. And he is chatting with Lily Triplet, who is a sim the game generated. Great, so they just introduced themselves to Lily Triplet, and she already has a negative sentiment. They aren't making many friends today, are they? He's distant, and she's weird. Okay, that's an interesting icon to use for distant and inapproachable. Oh, it's our friend Greta. And she's leaving. Why is everybody so flirty? This is dangerous. Oh, and Brianna's back. And she's leaving again. I'm getting very dizzy. So, oh, Siggy's there, and why does everybody keep leaving and coming back? Okay, everybody's leaving. Staunton came back. Oh, he's the mixologist. Okay. Alright, well, I'm just gonna have these guys bond a little. Try and make some friends. Although it is getting pretty late, and it's already the last day of the year, and we have a harvest to do. So, I might just say goodbye to all of these guys and head on home. She no longer wants to make out with Frederick. She just wants to be friendly now. Jealous pangs. Okay. Oh, right, he's a loner. Oops. Be jealous again? Why? What happened? Nothing happened. Okay, you know what? We're going home. We are going home, Frederick. You are not being nice. We are back home, and none of the kids are sleeping. Stephanie, I don't know what you've been telling your siblings here, but you guys all need to go to bed. Why? Why is the infant all the way over here? Where even is she? So what happened? The siblings thought it would be funny to take their baby sister out in the snow? What happened? Look at them. So many kids. A horde of children getting out of bed. Alright, so these two are due for another little woohoo. Alright, it is the end of the day. I am aging up little baby Alexander, and he is a sunny infant. Oh, the hair. I love it. Right, it also happens to be baby Esther's birthday today, so we are going to do the roll before we get started on the day. To age up into a toddler, she needs to avoid a 4, an 8, and a 12. And she's fine. Lots and lots of kids aging up right before the famine. Alright, so I am going to age Esther up. We are going to take a look at her traits, and then I am going to give both of the babies a little makeover, and we are going to proceed with the winter harvest and perhaps a little party. Noah, I can't with this fiddle anymore. Let go. Just please let go of the fiddle. Here, go eat instead. Alright, here we go. Baby Esther aging up. And she is difficult. They have faster attention need decay, negative moods, and build relationships slowly. And she's always sleepy. Okay, at least she's a happy infant. Oh, and she aged up with some cute hair. I'm still in awe that everybody seems to be getting Rosemary's hair. Alexander has her hair, Esther has her hair. It's really just Kaylin and Stephanie that look a bit more like their dad. Oh my. I had them have their daily woohoo, and Rosemary is pregnant again. Alright, so Brayden has eaten and is ready to start the day. I am going to have him started on the harvest. Frederick isn't quite filling up to it yet. Noah can come and help, but he doesn't have enough mental skills, so he can't. So we actually don't have a lot of kids with mental skills at the moment. So it's pretty much only Brayden. Even Stephanie can't help. And Frederick can't help either. So I guess Brayden is the only one who can because he went fishing and that helped the mental skill. So it's gonna be all Brayden and Daddy Frederick for this one. Alright, okay, so pregnant Rosemary is gonna go back to bed since they had a wild night out yesterday. And we are going to send Frederick to come and harvest. Alright, so since the other kids can't help with the harvest, they are going to come and take care of the animals. Aww. So even though she has... Wait, what was the trait called again? Difficult temperament. So even if she has a difficult temperament, she's actually being pretty friendly with her big brother Kaylin here. So that's interesting. Let's tell her a goofy story. Right, 13, 14. We are getting closer and closer to the famine. Alright, so the harvest is finished and I got rid of all of the plants. We are going to say that when they try to plant for the next season, they are having trouble getting their crops started. Aw, look at Stephanie being a responsible older... No! She's sick again! I swear she gets sick every single year. Oh no. Alright. Time to make a roll. Here goes nothing. And she is fine. I'm not sure if I should make that roll harder to succeed. Because so far we've done that roll quite a few times and no one has died yet. But at the same time, I also don't want to make it more difficult for my Sims to survive. I feel like we had some really rotten luck at the beginning, and that may have colored my expectations a little, because now we're starting to have a lot of kids. Everybody's surviving all of the rolls these days. I don't know. We'll see after the famine. If after the famine we have a lot of Sims left, I might make some rolls a bit more difficult to succeed. Alright, so since we're getting to the end of the day, I'm going to have Rosemary prepare some food with all of the ingredients that they just harvested, and we are going to invite a few people over to celebrate the end of the season. I started a dinner party, and Rosemary made lots of food, and, well, looks like no one showed up. Again. So it looks like we planned our little harvest party here at the same time as a snowstorm. And I guess because of that, nobody came. Oh, well, Zane is here. I'm just not sure why he's staying outside. Well, I guess we can always celebrate just with us. Oh, and we've got two guests that are here. Vasco and Zane actually made it. Our little cousins. Kaylin likes pranks. They're all going to like pranks at this rate. You know, since he's cold-blooded, I think he's one sim that I'm gonna say no to for this. Wow, okay. Oh, our guests are finally showing up. There are only kids at this dinner party. Okay, well, I'm going to be leaving this part here. Once again, we had only successful rolls, so I'm a bit nervous that everything's been going so well on the death rolls. I hope that doesn't mean that things are going to go very wrong during the famine. Next year is going to be a pretty important one. Stephanie is going to have her teen role, making her potentially the first Gen 2 teenager. We are also going to have Lucan's adult role and Adriana's child role. And of course, it will also be the last year before the dreadful famine. So once again, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Ultimate Decades Challenge. The year is 1314, and it is a big one. Not only is it the last year before the Great Famine, but we also have a few important roles to do. Stephanie will be rolling to see if she becomes the first teen of our second generation. Sir Lucan will be doing his second young adult role, and Rosemary will be giving birth yet again. I know I keep saying this, but I promise it's for real this time. This is Rosemary's 9th and last pregnancy. And that is because I want to start concentrating on Gen 2, who will all start aging into teens and having families of their own. We have been having some incredible luck with the dice these past few years, and we actually have a streak going of 2 years without any deaths. So let's see if we can make it 3 before the famine comes knocking. This year, we are going to start off in the Verveers household, where, as you can see, we have some special guests visiting. But before we get into that, we are going to roll for Sir Lucan, because if he dies, then my storyline will go up in smoke. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. Per my revised rules, he cannot roll a 3, a 14, or a 17. 12, and he's safe. Okay, I was having some major goosebumps. Okay, so our dear evil Sir Lucan survives. So these two ladies here were created by Jaden Plays 2667. They were originally created to be the monarchs of Henford-on-Bagley, but I have given them makeovers to use them as nobles coming from Willow Creek. This young lady here, Marie, is actually Tobias's betrothed. Sir Amos and Marie's mother arranged this, and they have not yet met. So I am going to have Tobias introduce himself. Amos and Marie's mother do already know each other. Why would he court her? They have been writing to each other for a few years, so he is just going to come and say hello. You can stop talking to the horse now. Tobias, are you okay? You seem like you're having a really bad day. Oh, and why is she dazed? From the daydreamer trait, and she's confused because she's near a mischievous sim. Okay. So Tobias here is sad because he failed a holiday, but I'd like to think that he's a little sad because he isn't really excited about this engagement that his father arranged for him. I think that he is pretty much in love with Gemma at this point, and it wasn't necessarily his plan to get married just yet. Meanwhile, I was going to come and check in on Gemma and Lucan, but it seems like they've both decided to take care of the kids, which I guess is fine. What I wanted to say is that Lucan had a little look at Amos's will, and he realized that Amos intends to leave everything to Tobias and has only left the bare minimum for Gemma and her sons. And so Lucan is beginning to suspect that Amos might actually know about them and has not confronted them about it. So I'm going to have Lucan share a secret with Gemma so that he can let her know that he has a feeling his father might be onto them. And he is also going to tell her it might be a good idea if she was able to convince Tobias to... Oh, he's filthy. Yeah, I think Miriam is going to come and change his diaper. Yeah, so he's gonna ask Gemma if she thinks she can convince Tobias to break off the engagement, because if Tobias starts having children with Marie and has his own family, eventually he is going to come back to claim his father's land and they will have nowhere to go. And so Lucan wants to buy them a bit more time by ensuring that Tobias does not get married just yet to Marie. And honestly, that might be for the best. She is looking not great. All right, so there they go. Lucan and Gemma conspiring together again. So Tobias introduced himself to Marie, and his first impression of her is that she is clingy, and her first impression of him is that he is annoying. So he might really be open to the idea of breaking off this engagement, even if it would make his father upset. So I think Gemma is going to ask if she can speak to him What is happening to these guys? All right, so... Oh, and he's feeling flirty? Okay, so she is going to have a word with Tobias. I think even if she might not entirely trust Sir Lucan, she might want to break them up anyway, because she probably sees Tobias as her best chance at safety and being cared for if something happens to Amos, because I think she realizes that she might not be able to depend on Lucan. So I'm not sure where the interaction is to ask him to break things off, but just to seal the deal, I think she is going to invite him for a little woohoo. I'm going to give him a little bit of privacy, but she probably told him that she couldn't live without him, that it would break her heart to see him married to someone else. And so Tobias, being the good, kind of naive guy that he is, might actually, you know, really believe her, and you know, he's not interested in marrying Marie anyways, so I don't think he needs much convincing to talk to his father and say, you know, I don't see what the rush is, and I don't really want to move all the way to Willow Creek and be so far away from my family. Stuart Hale would like to come over to hang out. Is that okay? No, Stuart, that is not okay. Alright, so Tobias is going to go have a word with his father, and he is going to let him know that he is not interested in this match that he has arranged for him. And why is Amos flirty? Seriously? He's ready for some action because of his woohoo drive. Okay. Alright then. Maybe later, Sir Amos. Okay, so I'm not actually sure how this complaint about arrangement. Yeah, I think that might be, because I'm not sure where the interaction is to tell him that he refuses the arrangement. Amos, of course, is not going to be... Uh-oh. Tobias is sick now. Oh boy. Okay, I guess we gotta roll. Alright, so if it's a 1, he dies. 9, he's fine. Okay. Alright, so I honestly don't know how to cancel an engagement with this mod. I guess I'll just go to discuss it. So is there no way to have him refuse the engagement? Hang on, I'm gonna go talk to her. Maybe I have to interact with her instead. So I actually just went and checked where the interaction should be, and it should actually be in the friendly menu, but I can't seem to find it. So I'll just have to fix that later. So, while Tobias is talking to his father, Lucan came and introduced himself to Marie as well. And let's see. So, he has a good sentiment about her, but she feels that he's untrustworthy. How surprising. So, I think he is going to get to know her a little bit. What? Wait, what? Compliment appearance right off the bat? I mean... Alright, well, he is very flirty. Okay, I'm just gonna, let him go then. Yep, leave the horse alone. Oh gosh, mess around in the animal shed? Oh my god, these horses? Seriously? Stop interrupting us. Go do something else. Jesus. Oh no. Now Lucan is sick. Ugh, that looks terrible. Guess we gotta roll again. And he's fine. No. Oh my god, leave them alone. What the f- Alright, so these two are finally having a discussion without anyone interrupting them. Proposed scandalous question? Oh boy. Right, so while Tobias is talking to his father, Lucan is going to go behind their backs here, and he's actually going to have a little flirt with Marie and... Oh. Well, that was my plan anyway. August and Emma have a supportive family dynamic. Right, so one thing that I was thinking for Emma is that I think she may have... No, she's sick too? Oh no. There's something going around here. Oh no, not Gemma. Okay, we're gonna have to roll. Please don't be a 1. Please don't be a 1. Please don't be a 1. No! Oh no. Gemma, no! Are you freaking kidding me? Oh no. But what if she's pregnant? What if Gemma is pregnant? No. Hang on, let's go take a pregnancy test first. Oh, I was not expecting this. Oh Lord. It's a 1. I can't believe it. I am just completely shocked. And Lucan, I don't have time for your shenanigans right now. What if she's pregnant? What do we do? And she's not pregnant. Okay. Oh dear. Oh no. Of all the things I was expecting this year, of all the Sims that I was okay with losing, Gemma was not one of them. I said that was the rule that I was gonna follow because I don't want to have too many Sims, so this is just a random illness. Seriously, this is how Gemma's gonna go. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna save first. Oh boy. Alright, so there she goes. Oh, Gemma. My beautiful, beautiful Gemma. Oh, okay. So who do you think has the most chances of saving her? Could it be Lucan or Tobias or Amos? I kind of want to try with Tobias because he's good, so I do think he... Oh no, and he was out on the horse. Oh god. Oh no, and her son with the poopy diaper is here crying. Tobias, what on earth are you doing? Dismount. Hurry and dismount so that you can come and save... Woo! So that you can come and save Gemma. And I'm also going to get Luke in here just in case Tobias doesn't make it in time. So where's the Grim Reaper? Don't tell me the Grim Reaper is bugged again and he's not showing up. Oh, there he is. Okay. Alright, so we're going to try to plead Tobias. Don't see what's happening. You have got to plead for your love's life. Come on, Tobias. Please, 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 please save her. Gemma is honestly one of my favorites. Oh no, Tobias, you're useless. This was not what I was planning. Not at all. Well, you know, I guess Tobias doesn't have a reason to break off his engagement anymore. Can someone else come and plead? No. Same, Amos. Same. Alright, so... Oh, my heart. Okay, well, the only thing we have left of Gemma is her two sons, Auguste and Julien. This is so not how I was expecting this year to start. I guess Tobias is going to be moving to Willow Creek after all. I'm honestly shocked by this. Yeah, Grim, thanks. If she had been pregnant, I think I would have actually let her give birth and killed her after, just because I did want more children from Gemma's line. Now, we only have 2 little babies left, and I really hope they make it through the famine. Marie, you didn't even know her. Alright, so I am going to keep the urn here. I think I might actually give it to her oldest son, just so that he can hang on to it. Oh, you poor little babies. You lost your mom, and we don't even know who your real dad is. I kind of think this is Lucan's son, and I think Julien is Amos's son, but I am not going to check just yet. I am going to leave that as a mystery. Maybe we'll figure it out as they age up. Alright, so... Oh, and now you're taking my rooster? I really have no luck pleading with the Grim Reaper. Okay, so... Well, I guess we're done in this family now. Tobias is probably going to go see his dad and say, well, you know what? I've been thinking about this, and you know, life is so short. I think, I am going to marry Marie because he doesn't really have anything else going for him here, you know? He was attracted to Miriam, and my original plan was that he might actually end up with her eventually. But, well, Gemma's death has, really thrown a stick into things. Right, so I did still let Lucan have a little woohoo with Marie, so she might actually be pregnant, and if she is, then, well, Tobias's first son will actually be his nephew. But in any case, we are going to go see our main household, and I am going to manage these guys off screen. We are, of course, going to come back to see Gemma's children and see how they are doing, and hopefully they will make something of themselves someday. Oh god, I am really sad about this. Okay, let's go back to our main household, and if Stephanie dies, then I'm just done. I can't. Alright, we are back in the Barrow household, and I am still mourning Gemma. You know, my original plan for their story was actually to have Lucan marry Marie, and have Lucan stay with Gemma until Amos's death, and then Lucan would have married Gemma if they had all made it through the famine, while Lucan would have moved to Willow Creek and had some children with Marie, leaving Gemma heartbroken. But that did not come to pass, so alright, now we still have Rosemary. She is in her 2nd trimester. I am a bit scared because now that the bad luck has started, I just hope it won't be claiming anyone else. We are currently Sunday. The birthdays are actually going to be tomorrow, so I am going to have these guys take care of the farm a little. It is the first day of spring, but I will not be planting anything since the famine is coming and we're not supposed to have any plants. I could have them take care of the flowers though, because they can't eat those. Oh, I can't believe we lost Gemma. It's too much, guys. It's just too much. I was expecting to maybe lose her in the famine, but losing her now just to like a silly sickness of like a rule that I improvised and made up just because I was worried that the birthday rolls were too easy now. And of course it had to kill my favorite sim. Of course it had to. That's just my luck. Alright, so let's get things washed up around here. I am just going to have them spend some regular time, and I think I'm going to try and enjoy a bit of time with Stephanie while I can. Lost in the family, right? So I guess Trader Jacques or Gemma's friend Staunton may have come around to see the family and let them know that Gemma has passed away from an illness that was going through the whole family, because Tobias and Lucan did also get sick, but they actually survived. They are now sad because they have lost. Adriana's emotional control is enraged, uncontrolled emotion. Ugh, God, leave me alone with these things. Actually, it might be fine for Adriana because the way I see her is that she is a spoiled little girl, and I think she's also been picked on quite a bit by her older brothers, so uncontrolled emotions might be on track for her. All right, Stephanie, I hope you are feeling well because it is the end of the day. You're going to go to bed, and tomorrow morning when you wake up, you are going to be a teen or you are going to be dead. And why is the infant outside next to the chickens? All right, it is the next morning and we have Stephanie here who is having a spot of breakfast. We are going to go ahead and do her death roll. To age up into a teen, she cannot roll a 7. So just one number that she can't roll. Let's do it. And she is fine. Stephanie becomes our first teen of Gen 2. You know, I was kind of on the fence about organizing a birthday party because I kind of felt like it was cursed with Shanna dying at her own birthday party, but since Stephanie is our first teen, I think I am going to organize a little party before aging her up. We do have another role to do though before I get into that, and that is a role to see if baby Adriana here ages up into a child, and she only needs to avoid 2 numbers. So I am going to let her finish her business before we do that. Rolling on the floor laughing. Okay, Stephanie likes comedy. Alright, so here we are. Adriana has done her business and she is ready to be aged up into a child if she succeeds her role, of course. So let's take a look if Adriana becomes a child. And she does! And oh boy, good thing this is not what I rolled for Stephanie. I am going to have Rosemary come and prepare a cake so that we can celebrate our 2 ladies who are aging up. And we have our virtuoso Noah here, still obsessively playing his violin for Adriana, apparently. Playing a sad song for her birthday. That's really nice. I still can't stop thinking about poor Gemma. You know, I really had a lot of ideas for her storyline. My plan after getting Lucan married in Willow Creek was actually to have her come back and visit Windenburg so that she could have a chance meeting with Stuart, her first husband, and I guess kind of get closure over that period of her life because, you know, she did leave him to grieve on his own, and I think she did carry that as a bit of regret. But unfortunately, we have lost Gemma, and none of that will come to pass. It just feels kind of anticlimactic, you know? Like, everything was being set up fine, and then all of a sudden she just dies from a random illness. Anyways, I will get over it someday, but not today. Alright, so the birthday cake is ready. We are going to have Stephanie invite a few of her friends over. So the awkward thing is that children can't plan social events, but if I get Rosemary to plan the event, well, I can't invite Stephanie's friends because she doesn't know them. I guess I could always do a club gathering instead. I started the event. There seems to be something wrong whenever I make an event or invite people over. I don't know where they spawn, but they do not spawn in front of the house, and it takes them forever to walk over to us. Oh dear. Okay, I am going to have Frederick come and take care of the animals while we wait for all of our guests to arrive. Great. So we've got one of our guests here just doing sit-ups. Alexander has another milestone. Alright, so I am going to have Stephanie come and blow out the candles right away. Or maybe she will make a wish instead. And here we go. Stephanie aged up. So she was an insecure sim, and she is now absent-minded, mean, and timid. I honestly don't like any of these for her. I mean, absent-minded, okay, maybe. Mean, I don't know. She did get a bit of a mean streak as a child, but I don't think it was really part of her personality. Because I was planning to remove the insecure trait because I don't think it really matches with her. Well, timid, lacks courage, and is easily frightened. You know, I think I might actually replace insecure with timid because she could be timid. Maybe she's not courageous, but I don't feel like she's mean. And absent-minded is maybe okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave those there for now. I am going to roll to see what her aspiration is, if she's going to get married, how many pregnancy attempts she has, and then I am going to either randomize the remaining traits again, or I might pick and choose a few that I think fit with how she's been acting throughout her life so far. Like, for example, I think she might be family oriented because she took such good care of her younger siblings. But yeah, so we're gonna do a few rolls first. For her teen aspiration, I think I would like to go and only roll between these four. And when she ages up into a young adult, then I'm gonna go with rolling between all of the aspirations that we have. So I am gonna roll a d4 real quick. 4, all right. That means she is goal-oriented. Grades, sports, money. Well, that's not exactly what she's gonna do since we don't have school, but I'm sure we're gonna be able to find something that matches with that as a theme. And so, all right. So, ooh, that's interesting hair that you've got there, Stephanie. She's so pretty. Okay, so before I go and give her a makeover and change up her traits, we are going to roll to see if she gets married because that could change which traits that I'm gonna give her. All right, so per Morbid's rules, we are going to roll a d20 to see if she gets married or not. 1 to 3 is never married, 4 to 20 is she gets married. And then we are also going to do a roll to see how many baby attempts she gets. So rolling to see if she gets married, and she does, and rolling to see how many pregnancy attempts she gets. 4. Okay, so I am going to write that down real quick. And we are going to age up Adriana as well. All right, we are going to put back some birthday candles before anybody takes a piece. And we are going to call Adriana to the floor to blow out the candles, and we are going to get Rosemary to come help her out. So none of our guests showed up once again. I was kind of hoping that Stephanie would celebrate her birthday with her friends, especially because she does have 2 candidates for marriage, and those would be Corey and Brandon, who are her 2 main friends as children. But of course, it's not a guarantee that her or her 2 friends are going to survive the famine. And so, you do you, Gabriella. Okay, Noah, I can't take it anymore. Please stop playing. For the love of all that is holy, just stop playing the violin. Thank you very much. All right, here comes Frederick with baby Adriana. Oh no, where's the infant? He's very hungry. Oh! Rosemary, come and feed your poor little baby before he gets taken away. Okay, here we go. Aging Adriana into a child. Did I do the death roll? Yes, I did. Oh, our single guest is singing. Brayden and Gabriella, jokesters. That's fine. And Adriana just walk in to the farthest place she can find before aging up. Take your time. All right, here we go. Adriana. And she was spoiled. She is now impulsive. Okay, I can see that for her. Moody. Yeah, well, she was spoiled and has poor emotional control and an animal enthusiast. Okay, I think this is the first time that I randomized the traits recently where I think it fits perfectly. And she also has the happy toddler trait. That is great. Okay, so for an aspiration, we are going to roll again. Rolling a d6 and 5, which is multi-skill. So we're going to roll another d4. 1. One is a playtime captain, and I think that fits perfectly for her. And oh, she aged up with long hair. I might change that back to short hair just because I think that was sort of a defining feature compared to her older sister, Stephanie. So, I am going to go give these two girls a makeover, and I am going to be selecting some traits for Stephanie, and I will see you on the other side. All right, here is our dear Stephanie after her makeover. I have given her long hair as she has always had, and as for her traits, I have decided to keep timid and absent-minded. Family-oriented isn't a possible trait before the young adult stage, so for now I gave her the generous trait, and I am going to keep this one free. I know that when she ages up to a young adult, she is going to get some more slots, but I kind of feel like 4 traits is a lot already, so I'm going to leave that one empty, and we will populate it at a later time. And now here is Adriana. So I kept the same short hair for her. I gave her a slightly shorter dress because I think she's going to be running around quite a lot with her brothers. My headcanon as to why she still has short hair is that her brothers probably teased her by pulling her hair, and so she has decided to simply cut it short, much to Rosemary's dismay. All right, so Cecilia is here. I wonder if she might be here to see her brother since they are still mourning the loss of their sister Gemma, as am I. I am going to have these two comfort each other. So Stephanie, this is her here. This is her winter wear. She still has 3 years to go before she can get married. What is happening? What is happening here? Why is his emotional control so low? I mean, I don't want him to be perfect, so I'm not gonna play around with that too much, but still, I was kind of expecting him to be better than that. Alright, okay, so Rosemary is confront about bullying. Yeah, you go, girl. I wish the kids would actually learn when that happens, though. They don't really seem to. She looks like she's lecturing her younger brother. Show off outfit. That's so cute. Check out my new threads now that I've grown. Mom made me a new dress. Oh yeah. Alright, and this is Adriana's winter wear. I did decide to give her pants because I think it's her style. She probably... Rosemary might not like her not wearing long dresses, but she probably made this herself using, maybe Frederick's old clothes. I don't know. Alright, so everybody's a little hungry. I'm gonna have them dig into that cake. I can't wait to see what the twins are gonna look like when they age up. Alright, so these two are still chatting out here. Console about death. I think he will. They're probably saying, you know, I don't think Gemma's coming back from the dead this time. Although you never know. You know, Lucan is her soulmate and he is evil. He might decide to dabble in the dark arts and see if he can get his soulmate back. Oh, hang on, phone ringing. Congratulations on your recent birthday. Thank you, creepy trader. No, I can't take it anymore. I just can't, you know. Oh, that actually helps his emotional control. Oops, maybe I should have let him do that. I am going to move the violin over into Wendell's old house just so that I don't have to listen to it all the time. So I think Rosemary is going to be giving birth probably around the end of tomorrow, which will be Tuesday. So before we get too close to the birth, I am going to go visit the Baker household because, oh, so many hens passing away. Okay, I'm gonna go visit the Baker household because we do have one role to do there. All right, we are now in the Baker household where we have a ton of kids. You know, I really am not worried for these guys. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have quite a few of them surviving through the famine. You know, I think they might be due for a little bit of culling because I don't want to end up with too many Sims in my side households. The one birthday that we have here is Lucia's birthday, so I am going to go ahead and roll right away. We are rolling to see if she makes it to the child stage, so she cannot roll a 9 or a 19. and she barely makes it, but she's fine. All right, so we are going to get this little girl aged up. All right, and she was a quick learner. She is now mean, bold. I don't even know where this trait is from, but that's really cool. I like it. And open-minded. I am going to give her a quick makeover, and I will see you on the other side again. Here is Lucia after her little makeover. Of course, she also has the same orange clown hair as the rest of her family. It actually doesn't look too bad in this lighting. Oh, there we go. There's the clown hair. But it's so bright in the UI. I kind of wish we could customize the colors so that I could go for maybe a slightly less bright red, but it is what it is. So I'm gonna go back to the barrow house right away because I do not want to miss Rosemary giving birth, as this is probably going to be her last labor. Goodness, I just loaded in and everybody's complaining as soon as I get here. Aw, Gabriella wants to hug Noah. So I'm happy that their feuds seem to be kind of over. The only one that's left, I think, is Brayden, who doesn't get along with Noah, but that's fine. We can keep that as a story. Oh, great. Somebody left Alexander out in the street again. This poor child. So we are currently at the end of day 2 out of 4 for the year, and as I was editing the footage, I realized there are so many things happening this year, I actually have to split it into 2 parts. So this is going to be the end of the first half of 1314, which I have to say did not go well at all. I was hoping to tell a fun little story about Sir Lucan running off with Tobias's fiancée, but it ended in death. We do have Stephanie and Adriana who managed to age up safely, but in the second half of the year, we still have Rosemary who will be giving birth. So let's hope all the tragedy and misfortune is out of the way and things will go better for her than for poor Gemma. Speaking of Gemma, do let me know what you think about the possibility of Sir Lucan trying to bring her back to life using dark magic. I feel like there's still a story to be told with her, but maybe you'd rather I let her rest in peace and concentrate on the next generation. Whichever is the case, let me know what you guys think. Thank you so much once again for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Ultimate Decades Challenge. We are starting the second half of 1314. The first half of the year was much more eventful than I expected it to be, so I ended up dividing the year in 2. In the first half of the year, Sir Amos arranged for his son Tobias to be betrothed to an heiress from Willow Creek named Marie Moreau. Sir Lucan planned to come between them and elope with her first, but a sudden illness swept through the house and took Gemma's life, leaving everyone flabbergasted, myself most of all. Tobias ultimately went through with the marriage and moved to Willow Creek, oblivious to the fact that Sir Lucan had already seduced Marie and had had a little woohoo with her. In our main household, Stephanie aged up and became our first teenager of Gen 2, and Adriana successfully aged up into a child. Stephanie also did her rolls to see if she would be getting married. She will, and she will be allowed 4 pregnancy chances. We ended the first half of the year with our infant Alexander being left out in the street, and while I was editing, I noticed that this is becoming something of a trend with him, so I'm looking forward to seeing what his traits are going to be when he grows up. If he ends up with some really bad ones, I'll have no choice but to leave them like that because honestly, it's a wonder the game hasn't taken him away yet. Alright, so Stephanie is going to make her first attempt at preparing breakfast for everyone. Let's hope she doesn't burn the house down. Oh, Death is here. Oh, claiming one of our chickens. They'll be strolling around those rolling green hills in the sky. Oh, and Rosemary has gone into labor. Uh-oh, while Death is here. I hope that's not a sign. All right, let's do this. 9th labor, and possibly the last one, unless an accident happens. And it's a baby girl! Sally Barrow? No, I don't think so. So the first name that I saw on my list is Allison, so that's what we're going to go with, Allison Barrow. And And it's a single, so that's great. Oh, Rosemary's last little baby. All right, so we are going to do the death rolls right away. Rolling for Rosemary first. And she's fine. And now rolling for baby. Baby makes it. And we are going to roll for infant right away. And baby makes it to infancy. All right. The Barrow household really has a lot of luck with their rolls and with all of the children. And it just makes me so sad knowing that the famine is here in 1 year, or actually like in 6 months at this point. And they will probably be living through some tragedy for the first time. I mean, of course, they did lose Wendell and Shanna lost some children, and Rosemary lost too. But I mean, apart from that, they've had a pretty peaceful little family farm life. Oh, and we've got Alexander screaming. What is wrong? Oh, he's playful. Okay, I don't know why he was screaming. Super efficient newborn care. All right, what's that do? She's gonna be such a great grandmother someday. Okay, so she just takes care of all the needs in one swoop. That's great. Okay. What? Can I help you, sir? What are you doing here? Well, Frederick, if you're hungry, there is some breakfast right there. Oh, another chicken. Oh, wow, these chickens are filthy. Trader Jacques has heard some stellar things about Rosemary and wants her to become an astronaut. You know, I don't think that's an option in the 1300s. Good thing no one is allergic to bees, because I swear all of these Sims would be dead. They're just constantly being stung by the bees. All Fool's Day starts tomorrow. Okay, we're gonna have a little party before the famine begins. Alright, so since winter is over, I am going to have Noah's emotional control is in the range to earn the emotional control trait? What? What happened? What? Since when? Why? Okay. I don't know. Oh no, Noah's fighting a battle of the belly and losing epically. No. No. Don't tell me that we have a disease running through this family too. I cannot take another sudden death. I just can't. No. I don't wanna. Okay, he just got stung by a bee. She's tired. Oh no. Stephanie is sick. Stephanie and Noah are sick. Oh no. Misunderstood. Adriana is feeling misunderstood because she's moody. And we've got a child freezing outside. Okay, well, I really don't want to do this, but I said I would, so I'm going to. Oh gosh, I really don't want to lose Stephanie now that she's just aged up into a teen. Okay, let's just go ahead and do it. Rip the band-aid off. Rolling to see if Stephanie dies from a mysterious illness. And Stephanie is fine. And now rolling to see if Noah dies from the illness, and he doesn't. Okay, we're safe. Alright. Oh, Noah's going to meet his new sibling. Are you happy? Yeah, he is. He's happy. Alright. Okay, so it looks like this time the Sims are actually... Nope. No, scratch that. Brayden is sad. A gift of love. Alexander learned to blow a kiss. Really? Oh, that's the first time I see that one. Noah, didn't I tell you to take a shower? Aw, Brayden and Gabriella getting to know each other. His fun is low, so I think I'm going to get them to play a little. You might... Oh, let's send them to go swing together. So you might have noticed that my performance that my game's performance today is a bit off, it's because I've been playing around with the graphics options to try and resolve some of the CC bugs that I've been having. And it did resolve all of the bugs, it's just that now I have slightly slower performance. So I'm not sure if I prefer the bugs or the performance. This is actually Brayden and Frederick's last year as children, so I think I'm going to have them go to the park, maybe with Quentin, and have them play around a little for the last time before they become teens, and start to concentrate on meeting potential love interests. And the famine, of course. Who could forget the famine? All right, so here we are at the park. I've brought Brayden, Frederick, Noah, and our latest child, Adriana. And they are here with Quentin, Fatima, and Corey, and of course, the king. Because we can never come to this park without the king. And he's talking to Frederick. Huh. It's almost as if Frederick was jealous that Brayden met the king once, and now Frederick is the one trying to talk to him. Oh, it's their Aunt Cecilia here. Right, so I added a bunch of the for rent activities in this park. I also added a pirate ship here so that the kids can play. So Brayden's fun is pretty low, so he is going to come and play. Cecilia teaching her nephew how to play hopscotch. And of course the king is napping here again. Huh. So this is Brayden trying to befriend Fatima and Quentin, of course. And beside them, we have Frederick watching. Is he jealous? Is he plotting something? Does he just want to join them? I'm not sure. Aw, this is kind of wholesome. You guys don't know what's coming for you next year. And why does Adriana walk that way? Is it because she's moody? Oh, she's just here stepping on their game. Thanks, Adriana. Thanks a lot. It's nice to just have a moment of peace watching our kids interact before we lose probably a fourth of them. At least that's what should happen. But sometimes I get really lucky with the dice, and then sometimes I get really unlucky. So we're gonna have to watch and see what happens. Oh, look at Adriana here playing with Corey. You know, since she's a tomboy, she's a bit braver than her siblings, so maybe Corey is going to be a good candidate for her, depending on how the famine goes and if Corey and his family, well, not really, his found family, end up robbing the Barrow household or not. Oh, and we got our bills. Wonderful. And the king is here playing with the kids? Huh. Well, I guess we could say that the king is really sympathetic to peasants. He is erratic, so maybe he, oh, and he's sad. Aww. Brayden is gonna try and comfort him by mocking his sadness. No, he's gonna exclaim his adoration first. And is there anything he can do to be nice? No, he can't. And the king has left again. Alright, it's starting to get dark, so I think I'm going to bring these kids home. They had a pretty nice afternoon getting to know all of the other kids in town, but it is time to go to bed. Oh, and I accidentally brought all of the kids here. Well, why not? I don't think Quentin has been here before. Or has he? Maybe he has, I don't remember. But yeah, Quentin is, of course, Brayden's friend here. I kind of want them to become best friends so that as teens they can maybe get up to a bit of mischief together. You're my favorite. Yeah, why not? Brayden, I think, is going to be easily impressed by money, and he's going to want to keep a great relationship with this little kid. Whereas Quentin, I think, is very adventurous, and I think he doesn't mind mingling with peasants as long as they can keep things interesting and join him in his adventuring. Aww. Oh, was he sad? Oh, he's... Oh. Oh. Hi, Grim. I see you're here again. Is that blood? Is that blood? There. I'm gonna have Brayden comfort him. I don't know why he's sad. Oh, and he's suddenly happy. Oh well. Corey, looking a little sus over here. Oh, it's Stephanie. So Stephanie was kind of friends. Oh, she's embarrassed because she's timid. Right, so Stephanie was friends with Corey, but he is a little younger than she is. I kind of imagine him to be around Noah or Kaylin's age. So she's about 3 or 4 years older than he is. Oh, offer listening ear, bestow empathy. Yeah, why not? I kind of imagine that Stephanie thinks that he's an orphan who is perhaps poor and living rough, so she befriended him probably a bit out of pity, I guess, not knowing that he's actually he is an orphan, but he's living with outlaws. Oh, and they gained a sentiment, and she likes higher energy sims. Okay, yeah, why not? So yeah, so I don't know. He could be a future candidate for her. I was thinking about maybe matching her with Brandon, but we can see who makes it through the famine. And, you kind of missed him by a foot there. Yeah, so he could be a candidate for her, or maybe for Adriana, or maybe not at all. We'll see how their relationship progresses during the famine, because he is actually a pickpocket, and we might encounter him in less than friendly circumstances. Parenting? Put to bed. She can put her friend to bed. Yeah, there's kind of like a giant leap between childhood and teenhood. It's like they go from being 6 or 7 years old to being like 20. Yeah, so it makes it kind of difficult to keep relationships going when they don't age up at the same time. I don't just mean romantic relationships, I just mean friendly relationships. Everybody's hungry, but it is really late, so I'm just gonna send them all to bed and they can have breakfast tomorrow. I actually put Adriana's bed up here in the attic because we need more space, but also to start trying to give them a bit more privacy, so I am going to move a few Sims up here. It's just kind of difficult with the pathing. I didn't have much success setting anything up here. But yeah, eventually I am going to be furnishing the attic a little bit more, maybe have the younger kids up here, or it might actually make more sense having the older kids up here and then the younger kids down here with the parents. Just something that I've been thinking about. Of course, we might lose a bunch of these guys in the famine, so we might not need that much space. I really have no idea how it's gonna go. Based on the odds, we're supposed to lose about a fourth, since it's 2 numbers out of 8 that are deadly. We currently have 12 Sims, so we should lose 2 or 3 Sims if, the ghost of Gemma is here. And she is doing our laundry. Thank you, Gemma. You know, I might just go and spend the last day of the year in the Revere's household just to see what Lucan is up to with Sir Amos and the 2 children. Before I do that, I am going to age up little baby Allison, since she did succeed her infant role. I'm sorry to interrupt your sleep, Rosemary, but I want to see what this little girl is going to look like. Will she have black hair, or will she have auburn hair like her mama? And she is, oh, sensitive. Okay, and we have another auburn-haired baby. Oh, is it auburn or just brown? I'm not sure. It looks kind of auburn on here. Oh, she's so cute. Little baby Allison. Alright, so I am going to head on to the Revere's household to take a look at how poor Gemma's children are holding up now that they have lost their mother. Alright, we're here in the Revere's house, and I just noticed that they have an industrial eco footprint, and I'm not really sure why. I'm guessing it might be because of the fireplace, but I mean, one fireplace has tanked the eco footprint, and oh gosh, there's smog? Is that what it is? So I wonder if that's why everybody got sick at the beginning of the year, if that could be the reason. So I'm not sure what I can do to try to improve the eco footprint now. I put out the fire, but it still has an arrow showing that it's getting worse. I don't know, could it really just be the cow? Gamal, you are not doing your job. You have to clean that shed. Maybe I'm going to plant a few more trees around just to see if it changes anything. I wish there was a way to filter build and buy so that I could see, you know, what is positive for the eco footprint. But no, I just have to go through them and see. I mean, I guess I'll put a peepee bush somewhere. Yeah, we might as well. All right, so here's a little peepee bush for you guys. And what else can I put around here to increase the eco footprint? What do you guys do? You guys have some staples to try and improve the eco footprint? They do have quite a bit of greenery here already, you know? They've got a bunch of trees. They've got... Could there be, like, debug items that are tanking the... Oh, this looks like a nice little spot, either for a graveyard or a garden. It would probably help if I populated the other lots in this town, but I haven't yet. I have begun building a village that you can see in the smoggy distance over there. It is far from being finished. I only do it when I have a bit of time to play when I'm not recording. So it's probably going to take me a few years. I mean, in-game years to complete that. But my plan is to eventually have some of our non-heir children move into the village with some romance candidates and have them as rental lots. And have a little lord up there so that we can have several families living in a single lot to keep populating the world, hopefully with new marriage candidates. And yeah, so I haven't really been populating Henford yet. I was kind of hoping that Gemma's children and Tobias's children would be populating this world, but Tobias has now moved to Willow Creek. Right, so I didn't mention that, but you might have noticed that Tobias is no longer in this household, so he did move to Willow Creek with his future wife, Marie Moreau. I think I will be renaming Tobias to use his wife's name. I don't think that family names were much of a thing back then, so it's more just to keep things organized, and I want to keep the Verveer's name for Gemma's family, so Tobias will have children with a different name to keep them from being mixed up. So now Lucan is here, and Lucan is sick again. Or no, I think it's the same illness that he had last time. I don't know, I can't tell. But in any case, I'm not going to roll several times in a single year for the same sim, especially because I think this is because of the industrial footprint, which doesn't really make sense. And I do want some sims to survive, you know? I started rolling for the diseases to make things a little harder, but I didn't want them to be too hard. Everybody's gone to bed and they forgot the baby outside, so I'm actually going to have Lucan go and read Auguste to sleep. Oh, he's so cute going up the stairs. Alright, so here's Lucan reading his nephew or son to bed. We're not sure, but it would be an interesting twist if all three of Gemma's children actually ended up, well, I mean, only two left now, but including Julien, if all of them were really Amos's children. So Sir Amos, of course, does not have the sad moodlet anymore. He is already over Gemma's death. I think he does have some regrets about that. He probably feels like he wasn't there for her enough. He maybe took her for granted. And I think he probably regrets not being excited about the two children, especially now that Julien's growing up. He might have some facial features that really resemble Amos, and I didn't really plan him to know for sure that Gemma had cheated on him. I thought that he maybe suspected something because he does have the paranoid trait. So I think he suspected something, and that's why he was going to provide for Gemma if he passed away, but he wasn't necessarily going to leave her with a third of the manor. Same thing for Lucan. But now that he sees that Julien does resemble him, he might actually be regretting that, and he might regret that he didn't trust her. I mean, he was right not to trust her, but he doesn't know that. So yeah, so I think Sir Amos is perhaps going to make a bit of an effort to care for Gemma's two surviving children. I think he is going to amend his will to provide for them. And now that Tobias has been taken care of, he's gone to Willow Creek and he's married an heiress and everything is settled for him. I think he may concentrate on Lucan to try and get him married as well. And Gemma's death may have made him realize that he cannot take people around him for granted, and he does have a bad relationship with Lucan, but he's still his son, and life is short, and so he might try to mend things between them. And if something happens to Amos, then maybe he expects Tobias and Lucan to care for Gemma's children. Now, I think he knows his son's general personality, so he might not necessarily trust him with these two. He might want to send them off to Willow Creek with Tobias, but we're going to see how the famine affects all of them. Amos might actually be the one who survives and his two sons could pass away, so we don't know. We're going to have to see. Tobias might also come back here to raise Gemma's children. I don't know. At the same time, I was kind of thinking that we could use Willow Creek as a separate kingdom. I'm thinking France. And when the war comes around, then it might be interesting to have Gemma's children actually be in Willow Creek and have their children there, while we are going to have our main family here in Henford and in Windenburg. It could just make for some interesting, So Tobias, we'll say Tobias wrote to Miriam. I don't know if Miriam actually knows how to read, but he did have a good relationship with her, so maybe they stayed friends and they write to each other every now and then, or maybe Miriam has someone write her letters and read her letters for her. I don't know. It's kind of refreshing to play in a household that doesn't have like 1,000 Sims in it. It's just simple and easy. Oh, it is All Fool's Day. I did want to play this holiday with our main family, so I might actually go back to the Barrow household soon. One thing that I did want to ask you guys about though, you know, I record my videos on about 3 separate days. So Gemma passed away in fire. Oh, she's on fire. Oh no. Oh, everybody's sleeping. Fires can be a vital source of heat or a calming warmth on a cold night. Great. So Sir Amos is afraid of fire. Does that mean he can't come and put her out? Oh, yes, he can. Okay, so Sir Amos is actually in the house, so he's gonna go ahead and try to put her out. And Gamal might see the smoke coming from where he is, so he's gonna try and come save his sister. Oh. Death is just here like, yeah, I'm here for it. Oh. Nope, Death is afraid as well. Poor Miriam. Oh, wait, what was that? She got a sentiment? Awed by life-saving hero. He's perceived as basic looking. Huh. That might actually be interesting. Maybe at some point, Sir Amos is going to need a wife to take care of his 2 surviving children, so maybe he might actually marry his servant again? Or did he might have just learned his lesson and he doesn't want to go through that again after what happened with Gemma. You know, Amos probably expected Gemma to survive him, and it must be kind of shocking that your much younger wife died before you did. We are back in the Barrow household for All Fool's Day. We have 2 activities to do. One is to go to the circus and have some fun, and the other one is to do mischief. Now, as you've probably noticed, I am not a big fan of mischief, but I will do my best. And they also want to go to the circus, so I might start off by sending them to the circus. I think that is under the social activities mod. Alright, so I am sending absolutely everybody except Stephanie. Stephanie will be staying back to take care of our 2 infants here. And everybody became friends, I guess, from going to the circus together. Esther trying to follow them all to the circus. Poor stinky Esther. Where are our infants? No, not again. Oh no, and I can't interact with him because he's too close to the other house. Are you kidding me? Oh no. I don't know what causes this. Help. Just help. There, that's it. That's the interaction. Great, and where's the other one? Oh, the other one. What? I can't even see her. She's under the ground? Well, now what am I supposed to do? Alright, there Stephanie goes. Don't run or anything. Yeah, just take your time, Stephanie. And Alexander just fell asleep. And she just walked right past her brother. Oh, it's Corey. Hey, Corey. What? All the money. It looks as though he pickpocketed her. Oh! Oh, and she is no longer under the ground. Oh, she wasn't under the ground. She was just too far or something. So my camera can't actually go on her. Everybody is back from the circus, so they've managed to complete that step of the holiday. Before it gets too late, I am going to have the family go and visit a community lot. I don't really have a good festival lot. I've been looking for one on the gallery, but the gallery is a bit janky, so I haven't really managed it. Right, of course Noah would love Mischief Spirit. I'm only gonna grab the Sims that actually have the holiday notification, and that's really just Gabriella, Noah, and Rosemary. That's not a lot of Sims. I think I am going to bring Stephanie so that she can meet a few of the townsfolk. And just as we get here, it's the happiest hour of all for Cheapskate Sims. So that's great. Alright, so he's autonomously being mischievous, so that's fine. Adriana is getting a bit hungry, so I am going to have Rosemary come and order some food for them. This is our mailman, and there's nothing to be done. He does not ever keep the outfits that I make for him. I don't know why. Alright, that's better. Well, he does seem kind of nice, and he is a young adult. Maybe I could have Stephanie get to know him. Right, so this is actually Brandon's father. Wait, wasn't that the mailman? I'm confused about these NPCs that I didn't create. Oh, he looks kind of cool though. So I'm gonna have Stephanie come in, not order food because apparently I can't. And while she's here, she is going to introduce herself to the Sims that are chilling at the bar. So why can't we order food? Is it because the bartender left? Why did he leave? Can I tend the bar myself? And then order food from myself? I can! Okay, so we're gonna get cheese and meat so that our kids can have a bite to eat. And right, so I want to do a bit of mischief to get their holiday objectives done, so count on Noah to do it autonomously. Oh, tease about crush. Huh. I wonder who is her crush. Okay, so there's the food. Let's have the kids come and have a bite to eat. And why are they not hungry anymore? And why is her grandfather's ghost at the bar with them? Oh, Gemma's here too? So after 8 p.m. apparently everybody leaves and the place becomes haunted? Is that what this is? Chatting with her grandfather's ghost. Can I get you anything to drink, Grandpa? Oh, Wendell, have you come to warn us about the famine? Is that why you're here? Oh, Gemma, you're beautiful, even as a ghost. Alright, it is getting late, so I'm gonna bring these guys back home because it is going to be the famine in a matter of hours. Alright, we are back in the Barrow household to end the year. I was kind of hoping everyone would be in bed, but I guess they aren't. Alright, so I've managed to get all of the kids to go to sleep, and Rosemary and Frederick are here alone, and I think the two of them are just going to settle in for the night, and I think Frederick might be a little worried that what they've attempted to... What? Okay, gossip, okay. Yeah, I think he might be getting worried that what he attempted to plant has not been growing, and they may have issues with the next harvest. And they're probably also discussing that they've heard around town that they are not the only ones having issues because of all of the rain that they've been having, and they are not looking forward to the next year without realizing just how bad things might be. Alright, so we're actually the next day, so I am going to be leaving this part here. I am still not over losing Gemma, especially in such a random and anticlimactic way. But at least we have Stephanie, who made it to being our first teen for Gen 2. And of course, we have Adriana, who made it to being a child. And Rosemary survived the birth of her last child, Allison. Next year is going to be the start of the Great Famine, and as I mentioned in a previous video, I will be doing the death rolls at the beginning of the famine as opposed to the end, just so that I can work the results in a bit more organically into the gameplay. I also have a few extra rolls prepared just to spice things up. We've already started seeing my household of outlaws around town, but we will begin encountering them in slightly less friendly circumstances based on what we roll. Next year, we will also have some important birthdays to do. Rosemary will be doing her second young adult roll, and our twins, Braden and Frederick Jr., will be rolling to see if they make it to the teen life stage. So we actually have quite a few ways that our Sims might kick the bucket next year. Let me know what your predictions are. Who do you think will make it? Better yet, who do you hope will make it? Gemma was actually at the top of my list of Sims that I didn't want to die, so it's really starting off on the wrong foot for me. Once again, thank you very much for watching, and thank you to everyone who has liked, commented, and subscribed. I can't begin to tell you how motivating it is to read the comments. You've all been so nice, so please keep it up. It really brightens my day every single time. So with that, take care, and I will see you in the next one. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Ultimate Decades Challenge. The year is 1315, and it is the beginning of the dreaded Great Famine. Last year, we unexpectedly lost Gemma to a random illness running through the Verveers household. Stephanie successfully aged up to become our first teen, and Adriana aged up into a child. Rosemary also gave birth to baby Allison, and both mother and child are alive and well. This year, we are going to start off with the dreaded rolls. I ran a poll several weeks back to see if you guys wanted to see the results with me or not. The majority said yes, but there were a few who said they would prefer to learn of the deaths as they happen. So for you folks, there is a timestamp on screen. You can go ahead and skip there, and I will try to be careful not to spoil any of the results as I'm playing. Alright, so for those of you sticking around to suffer with me, grab a tissue and some ice cream, and let's get started. I am going to start off with the unplayed townie households, followed by our side households, and I am going to end with our main household. So as you can see, I am currently on the world map, so I am going to be traveling starting here. So this here is the Mannering household. They are the innkeepers, so we have Reginald, his wife Melina, their son and heir Jordan. They have a daughter called Merida, and this is Darnell. He is a bard currently residing there. He's not part of the family. These two are teens that could have potentially been romantic interests for our Sims, but we will see if they make it. So we are gonna go ahead and get started. We are going to be rolling a d8. 3 and 7 mean death. All right, so Reginald makes it. His wife does not. Their son makes it. The bard makes it. And their daughter Merida makes it. So there is only one death in this household. Next up is the Blackmore family. In case you don't recognize him, this here is actually Shanna's brother Lionel with his wife Siggy, and they have 5 children. I believe these two are twins, and then they have Gerald, Joran, and Randall. So they have 4 sons and 1 daughter. So let's get started with them. Rolling for Lionel first. Lionel makes it. His wife Siggy. Siggy dies. I will not be doing any pleading for the townie households, but I will be pleading for our side households and our main household. So Siggy unfortunately dies. We're starting off with wives dying, which is kind of scary. So their first son makes it. Their daughter makes it. Gerald makes it. Joran makes it? Yeah, Joran makes it, and Randall makes it. Okay, so far it is the ladies who are unlucky. The next house is the Hale household. All right, okay, so I was wrong. In the Blackmore... Oops, I skipped a house. In the Blackmore residence, there are no twins. It's in the Hale household that we have twins. I was mistaken. All right, so the next house that we have is the Ravenlock family, and these are actually our spellcasters. This is not generally known, but there are some rumors about them. So this is Cordelia. She is Esme's mother, and Esme has a daughter of her own. This is actually the woman who helped Gemma escape. And if we decide to have Lucan try and save Gemma, then she is also the person that Lucan is going to go to for help. So we are going to roll for Cordelia first. She makes it. Next up is her daughter. She does not make it. And her granddaughter, Mayra. Mayra makes it. Okay. And now the next household. So this is the Hale household. This was Gemma's first husband who remarried Cersei, and they have twins who are Orion and Alton, and then they have Constance, Ida, Morgan, and the latest little baby, Trevor. Someone actually commented a while back that I should have had Stuart pass away from a broken heart, and that would have been a really sad but fitting end for him, because I did imagine him to be very sensitive, but we'll see. Maybe it's not too late to have him pass away. Cersei makes it. Stuart makes it. Our first child makes it. Oh, the second one dies. All right, that is Alton. Oh, and the next child, Constance, also passes away. Oh no. This is exactly what I'm afraid will happen in our main household. So I believe that was Ida or Ida. And then, okay, so the toddler makes it, and Trevor, the latest baby, makes it. All right, so I am going to be skipping our main household for now. The next household is the Miller family. So this is Greta Miller and her teen daughter, Eleonora. Eleonora, I was planning to have as a potential romance candidate for one of our sons. So let's see if she is going to make it. Greta makes it. And Eleonora makes it. Okay, so these two are fine. I am not going to roll for our outlaws because they are going to be stealing to survive, but I might actually roll for them at the end of the famine just in case, just to see, not necessarily if they die from the famine, but they may have gotten caught and went to jail. So I'm going to roll for them at a later time, also depending on what happens if we do encounter them. And if they steal from us, then maybe we can have them arrested. So I am going to skip right over to the Fisher family. So we have Robert Fisher, his wife Lorena, their oldest son Nicholas. They have a daughter Alyssa. So these two I was planning to have age up with our heirs. So they are actually romance candidates for Stephanie, Brayden, and Frederick. And then we have Abigail and we have Cedric. We are going to roll for Robert. Robert makes it. His wife makes it. Nicholas makes it. Daughter makes it. Toddler makes it. Wow, okay. This is the luckiest family so far. They are completely unscathed. So they are actually fishermen, so I guess they weren't as affected by the famine because I guess the fish were still fine. So this is our royal household. I know I probably shouldn't roll for the famine itself because as royals, they're probably fine. Like they're probably just going to get food from their subjects anyways. But I haven't been rolling to see if they pass away during their birthdays or births. So I am going to roll to see if any of these guys pass away. So we have Sir Pelham here. He is actually the king's advisor. Amara is the queen or the queen consort. Charles is the king. We have Sir Archer Hudson here, who is a knight. And then we have Emery, who is the princess. We have Ramon, who is the current heir to the throne. And I did not give him a makeover, as you can see. Oh no, actually, oh, they're not in order. So Charles II of Windenburg is actually the heir, and Ramon is the spare. And then they have Roland, who is a little fussy demon. So we are going to start with Sir Pelham. Sir Pelham is fine, and the queen passes away. So she might have actually died during childbirth at some point, is the explanation we can go with. The king is fine, our erratic king who keeps sleeping on the benches. Sir Archer is fine. The princess is fine. Oh, the spare passes away. What about the heir to the throne? The heir is fine. And Roland is now the second spare and second in line for the throne. All right, next up are the Townsends. This is the blacksmith family. So we have Cordell with his wife Sheila. They have a teen daughter, Jeanette. And of course, Brandon, who is actually Stephanie's friend. He's actually Stephanie's good friend and one of the two potential marriage candidates that I had in mind for her, either Brandon or Corey, who's the pickpocket here. Those are my main ideas. So we will see if that is still a possibility or not. So we're going to roll for the dad first. The dad doesn't make it. And what about the mom? The mom makes it, the daughter makes it, and Brandon makes it. So Brandon actually becomes the new owner of the blacksmith shop, which is interesting. I am going to be aging him up to a teen now that I know that he's surviving, and I'm not going to give him a makeover for nothing. So it's really interesting that as soon as Brandon ages up into a teen, so he's basically 13 or 14 years old at this point, he is already taking over the blacksmith shop. The next home that we have here is the Taylor family. They are slightly higher up. So we have Benjamin, who is the patriarch, Amandine, his wife, Damien, their oldest son, Juliana, and Osbert. They are a slightly richer family that I did have planned to have as some potential marriage candidates for some of our Sims eventually. So, okay, Daddy doesn't make it. What about Amandine? Amandine doesn't make it. Okay. Oh, goodness, their son dies too? What about the daughter? The daughter makes it. Okay, so the two youngest children make it, but everybody else dies. Okay, so I did actually add an abbey in case this happened, where all of the orphans are going to be sent. So these two don't have any family in Windenburg, so they're going to end up at the abbey. And as orphans, well, I guess they're still going to have their money and their property, but this could be interesting if perhaps the daughter or the son could become a potential romance candidate for our younger children someday. All right, so the last townie household that we have is the De Lacy family. You might actually recognize Staunton, who is actually the merchant who travels between Henford and Windenburg. He is the one who helped Gemma meet Sir Amos. This is his wife, Brianna, that we once met at the tavern and who was not very friendly. This is Quentin, our heir Brayden's best friend. This is Fatima, the potentially illegitimate daughter of Staunton. This is Rosa, who might actually be an interesting candidate eventually. And their youngest child, Rowan. Rolling for Staunton first. Staunton makes it. His wife passes away. We are having very bad luck with the wives. Quentin. Quentin! Oh no, Brayden loses his best friend. Fatima makes it. Rosa makes it. And the last little baby also makes it. Okay. Oh, that's sad. I really wanted Brayden and Quentin to get up to some mischief together. You know, I'm kind of tempted to plead for Quentin. You know, I think I'll specifically have Brayden plead for Quentin. All right, so we are done with the townie households in Windenburg. I am going to move on to Willow Creek, where we have the Moreau family. So I am not going to roll for the horse because I cannot kill animals. It's just not possible for me. Okay, so we've got Sophie, who is Marie's mother. We have Tobias, of course, and Marie herself. Rolling for Sophie first. Sophie is fine. Rolling for Tobias. Tobias is fine. And rolling for Marie. Marie passes away. Okay. So Tobias married Marie only to have her pass away and leave him with a fortune. Okay. Well, I mean, like I said, I'm going to be killing off all of these Sims as the famine years take place, so I'm not going to kill her off right away. She might actually have time to have one child, and then perhaps there's going to be a sickness going around Willow Creek and she might pass away from that, or she might actually pass away from malnutrition after having given birth and breastfeeding. So we will see. So that sums it up for all of our unplayed townie households. Now I am going to move on to our side households. And that means the Verveers. All right, so I loaded into the family before doing these rolls, so let's get to it. We are going to start with Sir Amos, who is already looking pretty sad because he misses his family. Sir Amos does not make it. Okay. Uh-oh. All right, what about... Oh boy. Okay, well, we've got these two who are back to back for some reason. So we're gonna do both of these at the same time. So on the left, we've got Sir Lucan. Sir Lucan makes it. We've got Miriam. Miriam makes it. All right, so what about Gamal? Gamal makes it. And now the Hour of Truth. Gemma's first surviving child out of 2, Auguste. Auguste makes it. What about her second child, Julien? Julien makes it. Thank goodness. Oh, so this is interesting. If Sir Amos passes away, then Lucan is going to be here with the children. We can either send the children to live with Tobias, or we can keep them with Lucan and Miriam. That will be interesting to see. Let me know what you guys think, what you think they would decide to do with Gemma's 2 surviving children. Man, I am like genuinely excited and stressed out by this. Okay, so the very populous family of the Bakers here. So we're going to start with our sister, Cecilia. Cecilia does not make it. All right, okay. That, I mean, all right, I won't say anything. Let's wait until the other ones to see what the other ones are going to get as results. So, Cecilia's husband, Jeffrey. Jeffrey does not make it either. Okay, so the Baker children are officially orphans, or at least they will be at the end of the famine. So Catherine, who is going to be aging up to a teen soon, is going to be the one left to take care of everybody if she survives. Catherine doesn't make it either. I am so happy that these are the results for the Baker household and not the Barrows. All right, so Vasco here, who is the Baker household's main heir. Vasco makes it. All right, so now checking to see if Mateo makes it. Mateo makes it. Next up is the kid with the coolest name in town, Zane. Zane makes it. The one child who doesn't have the clown hair, this is Vincenzo. Vincenzo doesn't make it. Next up is their second daughter, Lucia. Lucia makes it. And lastly, we have Andrio. Andrio makes it. Okay. I'm actually tempted not to plead for these guys because they are very numerous in this family and they could do with a bit of culling. So out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, out of 9 Sims, we lost 4. So that's like 1 and 2. It's supposed to be 1 out of 4. Hopefully our main household is going to have better odds. But yeah, so I'm kind of on the fence about pleading for them or not. I guess it'll depend on how I work these deaths into the gameplay. Alright, this is it guys. The moment of truth is upon us. We have made it to our main family. They are the last ones left to roll for the famine. So I am just going to jump right into it. We are going to be rolling for Frederick first, our main sim. And Frederick dies. Okay, so this is starting off great. Next up is Rosemary. Rosemary makes it. I know it's kind of strange doing this like at midnight while everybody's in their PJs, but it is what it is. I'm gonna need as much time as possible to kill off all of these Sims, so we're starting early. Alright, Stephanie, our firstborn and only teen. Stephanie makes it. Okay. What about our twins? Rolling for our heir, Brayden first. Brayden makes it. All right, what about Frederick, his brother? Frederick makes it. And what about everybody's favorite sim, Noah? Noah dies. Oh no. Oh, Noah. I was kidding when I said I hoped you died in the famine. It was a joke, little brother. Oh no. He was becoming a bit of a character. I knew I was mean to him, but I didn't mean it. Oh boy. I wonder if Noah's gonna get himself into some sort of trouble and that's how he's gonna meet his demise. Okay. So, our insane, dazed little Gabriella, Wendell and Shanna's only surviving child. Gabriella makes it. What about my personal favorite child, Noah the psychopath? Did I say Noah? Sorry, I meant to say Kaylin. My favorite psychopath, Kaylin. Kaylin makes it. Yeah, okay, so there's a ladder in the way here, but... Okay, so what about our little tomboy, Adriana? Adriana makes it. What about little girl here? Our pretty little Esther. Esther makes it. And Alexander, whose makeover I completely forgot about. That's really interesting color coordination. Alexander makes it. So what about our last born here, Allison? Allison makes it. We were so lucky. So lucky. I mean, this is what the odds should be. We lost 2 Sims out of 12, so it was somewhere between 2 or 3 Sims that we would be losing. I am sad to be losing Noah because on his own, he sort of created a lot of drama. But I am going to try pleading for him and we'll see what happens. Of course, I am also kind of upset that we're going to be losing our main sim, Frederick, but I don't feel too bad about it because Brayden and Frederick are going to be aging up into teens and I am going to be able to get Brayden married in about 3 years. Of course, that doesn't mean smooth sailing from here because we still have to do the birthday rolls for all these guys. And then we're also going to have some encounter rolls as the famine wears on to see if we might get robbed or injured or murdered. So we're not quite out of the woods yet, but this went a lot better than it could have gone. I was really expecting luck more along the lines of what happened in the Baker household, so this is fine. I can live with this. So I am going to have to start thinking up of ways that I am going to kill off all of the Sims who rolled the die. Since there aren't a lot of them in our main household, I'm not too worried about that. I'm thinking I might have Frederick die sort of organically by giving his food portions to his children to make sure that his children survive. Meanwhile, Noah, I have a feeling he's a bit of a troublemaker, so he might actually get himself into some serious trouble at some point, and there might be an accident where Noah sadly passes away. So yeah. So that actually concludes the rolls for the famine, and we are going to be able to start playing. Now, we are also going to have to get rid of these animals, unfortunately. So I am going to start trading them in. I don't think it makes sense to have all of them be sold all at once, since this is like a 2-year thing. So I did a bit of an oopsie. I thought I was recording, and I wasn't. And I hit the recording button thinking that I was stopping my recording, and I instead got 7 hours of background noise. So, thankfully, nothing important happened. I did the birthday rolls for Rosemary and for Alexander, and both of them were fine. I'm sorry if my voice sounds a bit off. I am currently combating a small cold. So we are going to go ahead and age baby Alexander up. I also began trading in some animals. So you might notice that we are going to have a lot less chickens, and I also traded in our goats, or 1 goat and 1 sheep, something like that, and I traded in one of our cows. So I'm going to be doing that gradually as the famine wears on, and let's take a look at this little guy aging up. Okay, Alexander aged up. He was sunny, and he is now difficult and imaginative. All right, so I am going to go give this little guy a makeover, and I will be right back. All right, so here is little Alexander Barrow after his makeover. He has Rosemary's hair and eyes, like most of his siblings. I particularly like his mushroom hair or bowl cut. I think it actually fits for the time, so I think this is going to be his look going forward so that we always recognize him. So there we go. Another one of Rosemary and Frederick's children makes it to the toddler age. All right, so I had Stephanie make some pottage for everybody. How I'm going to be managing this for the famine is that I am going to make as many servings as there are Sims in the family, and whoever is hungry is going to come get their portion, and hopefully that will tide them over until the next day. I can have some Sims sacrifice themselves to let others eat, and hopefully Brayden is not going to take extra portions. Right, Brayden? I've done a lot of thinking about the traits, especially because of Gabriella's constantly dazed situation, and I came to the conclusion that I would like to have a bit more leeway in modifying Sims's traits, but at the same time, I don't want to just be able to change them willy-nilly whenever I want to. So I was going to start making some rules for myself. So my current thought is that I will still randomize traits. All right, I'm going to pause this because it's distracting me. The rule that I want to make for myself is I'm not going to touch toddler and infant traits because they change when they age up to children anyways. But starting from the children life stage, I'm going to allow myself to change 1 trait every time they age up. So once when they become children, once when they become teens, and once when they become young adults, and potentially when they age up to adult. And this would be explained by them aging and perhaps maturing and changing as they get older. Now, this of course is aside from traits that are conflicting. So if, let's say, a sim rolls pessimistic and optimistic, well, I am going to re-roll those traits. Or I might just re-roll one of the two depending on whichever it fits better for the child. I don't know. We'll see if that happens. And of course, I'll also re-roll traits that are illegal. Someone did mention a while back that Gabriella has the lactose intolerant trait, but it is not permitted by the rules, which I sort of skipped over. So when she ages up into a teen, if she survives, of course, I am going to be changing. I'm going to re-roll lactose intolerant, and I will allow myself to change 1 or 2 of her traits since I didn't change any when she was a child. So insane would probably be changed to something that I find is a bit more fitting, because I think, oh goodness, look at her. I see Gabriella as sort of a very earthy sim. You know, her father was always in the garden and he often brought her to play out on the farm, so I think she might have started to enjoy working outside on the plants. So I might go for a trait that's either more of a daydreamer or green thumb, child of nature, that sort of thing. I'm not going to touch this now. I'm going to wait until she ages up. As I'm saying that, I'm kind of doubting myself because I see that she's only going to age up in 13-18. So it's still a while to go with the lactose intolerant and insane traits. All right, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and re-roll them now. I'm going to re-roll lactose intolerant, and I am going to allow myself to change the insane trait to something that I think fits better with her personality. So I'm going to do this for every sim that ages up. And if there are traits that I think should be changed, but it's not their birthday, or I already changed my 1 trait, in game, someone suggested that we could perhaps have the church or a witch help us to change the traits. And I did place down an abbey that had the meditation stools in front of statues to sort of mimic praying, which I thought was really a good idea. So I might actually have Sims start meditating, and once they get to, let's say, wellness skill 5, well, then I will allow myself to change all of their traits once. So through prayer to the watcher and meditation and contemplation, Sims can really change what they're like. Of course, I'm not going to be giving them traits that have nothing to do with what their personality has been thus far. I'm going to change them to traits that make better sense for them. Or, you know, I might not change them all. I'll just change the ones that I think they sort of grew out of. And the other exception would be if Sims go through something really harrowing. Like, for example, if we bring Gemma back to life, I think I will change her traits, because especially the hates children trait, I might actually change that one to something else, because I think the death experience may have made her more aware of her mortality and perhaps cherish her family and her children more. So Gemma is going to be one exception to that rule, and she did age up and I didn't change her traits, so Gemma might be the exception. So those were my thoughts about the traits and how I might go about changing them in the future. Let me know if you guys agree, or if you think you have a better idea of how I can go about it. I am always open to suggestions. All right, so all of our servings for the day are now on the table. So I am going to have everybody come and eat, and then they will not be able to eat anything for the rest of the day. The rules do state that they can drink water, and they don't really say anything about gatherables, so I might let them go foraging, you know, for fruit and stuff like that, and let them eat that just to top up their hunger every now and then. I think I did see other people do that, so I think it's fine with the rules. And wow, pottage really gets their hunger up all the way, so that is a good recipe to do. And Quentin de Lacy is wondering if I want to go over to his house and hang out. You know what? We're gonna say yes. It's funny that he's inviting Frederick instead of Brayden, so I'm also going to have Brayden tag along. And I think Noah might be a nosy little kid that wants to follow his older brothers all the time and wants to be part of things, especially because he thinks Quentin might bring them on some fun adventures. So I'm gonna have Noah tag along, and we are going to go see what is up at Quentin's house. All right. Oh, that reminds me. I prepared some rolls when we travel to see if we get robbed or murdered or kidnapped. So I guess we're gonna have to do those rolls now. I had forgotten about that. Okay, so before we do anything here, Wow, the whole family really came out to welcome us, eh? I am going to explain what I've prepared for the travel rolls during the famine. So, since crime is quite high and resources are limited, I have prepared a table of rolls. Whenever we travel during the famine, I'm going to roll to see if we get an encounter. And if we do, I am going to roll to see who we encounter. So, as I've mentioned before, I prepared a household of 4 outlaws. One of them is friendly. One of them is Corey, who we've met before. He can be friendly or he can pickpocket us. And then we have 2 other outlaws that are a bit more dangerous, and they have several options as well. So let's flip a coin first to see if we encounter someone or not. This doesn't count. This is what it was generated on, so I am going to flip. Okay, so heads means that we do encounter someone. So the way that I set this up is that we are going to roll a d10. So 1 is a surprise encounter that I hope we will not get. And all of the other numbers are going to be a particular character from the outlaw household. And we got a 4, who is Lavender, that we have not met yet. So there are a few possibilities of what can happen when we encounter this particular sim, and she is actually the one outlaw who can actually murder us. So we've been very lucky, of course, for our first roll. So we're going to roll a d6 to see what the result is. And we are robbed, which is fine. I'm fine with that. I much prefer that to having our kids kidnapped or murdered. Each character also has a different role for how much money that they get. So Corey, being a pickpocket, will always rob us for less money than Lavender. And then the other character, who is actually the leader, he is the one who can rob the most money from us because he doesn't actually attack us on the road. He goes directly to our house. So that's another possibility, depending on which character. It can be the characters who are traveling that get in trouble, or it can be the ones left behind at home. So we are going to roll a d20 to see which percentage of funds, and it would have been horrible if I would have rolled a 20. Okay, so 5% of our current household funds. So that's about 809 simoleons, which is kind of substantial. I would explain this by having the 3 Sims go into town. Maybe Rosemary and Frederick had given them some money to also go to the market while they were there, and Lavender found them and threatened them and ran off with all the money that Rosemary had given them. So I am going to deduct that right away. And there we go, the money is gone, but honestly, I am fine with that. So we are here with the DeLacy family, and we've got, of course, Quentin, who is out here, Fatima, and oh boy, there's an outlaw over there, and Brianna, who is their mean mother who hates children, and Staunton, who I don't remember if I mentioned this before, but Staunton is the merchant that helped Gemma find her way in Henford. He is adventurous like his son Quentin, so I am going to have all of them play a little, and they just became good friends. Aww. So I did not build this. I got this off the gallery, and I didn't even go inside to see if what they have fits the period or not. Oh, it doesn't look too bad actually. And they've only got 2 beds for 4 kids, but we are going to ignore that. So Quentin has a younger sister here named Rosa. I am gradually going to be, what was she doing? I'm going to gradually be aging all of them up to fit with the ages they should be, because Quentin, of course, is the same age as Brayden, and he's going to be a teen tomorrow. I'm going to have Frederick maybe come and introduce himself to the rest of the family. Or not. Brianna decided she doesn't want her kids meeting these filthy peasants. So Brianna is definitely a higher class sim who is not really a fan of her son Quentin becoming friends with these peasants. But there isn't much that she can do about it because I think Staunton is a lot more open to this, to their friendship. You know, I think Staunton, being an adventurous sim, is himself friends with people from all walks of life and in the neighboring countries. So he probably doesn't have as much of a problem seeing his children interact with peasant children. Why is everybody so... Return to active law. Yeah, so Noah's leaving because he is just too tired. And I think Frederick is also going to leave because he is also tired. So Brayden is really the only one who's going to stay. So I'm going to have Brayden come and introduce himself to the whole family. I swear, Brianna keeps picking up the toddler. She's like, this is my cherished daughter. I do not want her being exposed to stinky peasants. Alright then, Brayden is going to come talk to Fatima, who Brianna doesn't really like anyways, so she's probably fine and hopes that Fatima is going to get along with the peasants and will go marry them and get out of her hair. There, he's going to ask about... Oh, he can't ask about Brianna. Okay, he's gonna ask about Quentin, so maybe he's going to ask Fatima, you know, how are things here? Do you get along with your brother? Well, do you get along with Quentin, my best friend? There, discuss interests, and he's a glutton, so I might have him enthuse about candy. What are his wants? Sing to birds, and he wants ice cream. I don't know if that's a thing. Okay, so Brianna left, so I'm gonna have Brayden come and talk to Rosa again. Oh, can he give her a gift? Oh, you know, he is. He's going to give a dragon to baby Rosa here. You know, they don't have much as peasants, but he is going to be super nice to Quentin's family. And he's going to give one of his toys to little baby Rosa. And Noah, weren't you gone home? What are you still doing here? Oh my gosh, you're gonna pass out. Go home, little guy. Aw, I missed the gift giving. And I just realized it's 9 p.m. So I am going to be sending Brayden home. Goodness, this image is so crowded. So I see Rosemary's hunger is getting low very fast while she's breastfeeding, so that is kind of scary. Oh, and Cecilia came here for a visit. I guess she might be looking in to see how everybody's doing during the famine. She probably is having some issues since they are bakers, and if they don't have any flour to be able to make their bread and other goods, they are probably starting to struggle. Dynamic jokesters. I swear it's always jokesters are difficult. There's like no other family dynamic. I know there aren't many options, but nobody seems to be getting the close dynamic. Alexander and Kaylin jokesters as well. Okay. It's currently the end of the first day of 1315, but the Famine Rolls took a fair bit of time at the beginning of the video, so I'm going to be leaving this part here just so that the episode doesn't go on too long. In the next episode, we'll finally have Brayden and Frederick's teen birthday, and I cannot wait to see what they'll look like when they grow up. We will also have a few birthdays in our side households, including Gemma's oldest son, August's child role. So once again, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Ultimate Decades Challenge. We ended the last episode at the end of day 1 of 1315 after doing the Famine Rolls, so we are now officially cursed with the knowledge of who is destined to die and who will survive. During the first day of the famine, we also had Rosemary and Alexander successfully survive their birthdays, and we briefly visited Quentin's house with Brayden, Frederick, and Noah, who, on their way there, were robbed. I realized as I was editing that I didn't actually bring the robber to the lot, which I should have done so that they could all meet and become enemies, so if we roll another encounter, I will keep that in mind, and I'll actually have our Sims interact with the outlaws so that we can later either get revenge or try to warn the guards about them. We'll see how things go. Alright, it is now the next day. We have cold-blooded Kaylin out here practicing archery. I have a feeling Kaylin might eventually want to join the army or the King's Guard or something, so I think it does make sense to have him start practicing some more martial hobbies. Stephanie is up and preparing breakfast for everybody so that she can practice her cooking a little. And for real, she is the only sim taking care of the kids at this point because Rosemary has been busy and Frederick as well. And we have Adriana already having her breakfast out here. And then she wants to talk to the stuffed animal, so I am going to have her do that. There, she can go cheer him up because even he's sad that it's the famine. And she didn't finish her bowl, which is fine because her hunger was getting pretty high anyways. So if we could just have some... Uh-oh. No. You're not sick, are you? No, okay. She's not sick, or at least not yet. I don't know if I can preemptively try to get rid of a cold or something, but I am going to have her... And she can't get water. I'm going to wait for Brayden to wake up, and then we're actually going to do a roll to see if him and his brother Frederick make it to becoming teens. So this is going to be an important roll since Brayden is our current heir. Aw, Stephanie is coming to watch the birds. She is so bored. I'm gonna have to find her a hobby. I would expect her to like cooking since it's a very homely thing to do. Alright, so our twins have eaten and it is time to see if our heir makes it to being 18. So we're gonna do Brayden first since he is the firstborn and he cannot roll a 7. And he gets 17, which is fine. And now let's take a look at his brother Frederick Jr. And he is also fine, so our twins both make it to being teens. Since we are now in the famine, I am not going to organize a birthday party because it might be a bit too dangerous to ask people to come here, so I am just going to go ahead and age them up. Alright, so Brayden has aged up. He was a glutton, and he is now high maintenance, cheerful, and paranoid. Now, like I mentioned earlier, I reserve the right to change one trait when he ages up. High maintenance, I think, might actually make sense because I've mentioned before that he is pretty proud to be the heir and he might want to live a slightly more luxurious life, and so he might be affected by very trivial things. But I don't think paranoid fits, so I am going to remove paranoid, and oops, the entire slot just disappeared. Okay, I am going to fix that in cast later. So for the aspiration, I am going to go for a teen aspiration, and I normally would roll, but I feel like Brayden is clearly an admired icon. He wants to be popular, I think, or he could be goal-oriented. No, I think admired icon fits best. I think he wants everybody to like him and he wants to be popular. He would probably also want to impress the girls and everything. So he has high self-esteem. That is great. And he aged up with some fabulous hair. And he looks okay. He's not very handsome. He's just okay. So, what about Frederick? Alright, so Frederick was an animal enthusiast. He is now stone-hearted, unflirty, insider. Okay. Stone-hearted. This is the one I disagree with the most. And I was thinking of giving him like the envious trait instead, since I think that would fit better. As for his aspiration, I think he might be a drama llama, but I'm gonna roll for him. 1. Live fast. This sim aims to get the most out of life by living carefree and rules free. Well, I can't see carefree, I don't know if he would be... Oh boy, the hair. Rebellious teen phase or something? What? Blue? Okay. We're going to change that. And I think he might actually be a bit more handsome than his twin. But we're gonna take them into cast and take a look. Okay, so Brayden looks a bit weird. He seems very thin to me. And, why is his chest, like, bulging out on the sides? What about Frederick? Oh god, what is wrong with their chests? Oh, okay, so both of them are really, really thin at the moment, which I guess sort of makes sense because it's the famine. I'm just not sure. Their hips just seem to be, like, to have really weird proportions. Anyways, I'll see what they look like when they become adults, if they become adults. Okay, so what can be done with this? Yeah, Frederick is definitely the more handsome of the two. That's a shame. All right, so this is our heir Brayden after his makeover. I kept him with a little headband so that we keep recognizing him. He did have slightly longer hair when he aged up, but I thought this was fairly similar to what he had before and is a bit less over the top. So I did give him the self-assured trait because the ambitious trait is not allowed per the rules. I'm not really sure why, maybe because it has more to do with a career. So I thought self-assured would be a fair replacement. And this is his brother, Frederick Jr. I gave him the envious trait because I agreed with one of the comments that said a long while back that Frederick might be a little bit evil. I didn't go specifically with evil because I think his negative feelings are specifically against Brayden because Brayden was born barely a few minutes before he was and ended up being the heir, while Frederick, who is arguably the better suited of the two to take over the farm, is not going to inherit. So we do have 2 roles left to do, and those would be to know if Frederick is going to get married and if he is going to have children. So to know if he's going to marry, we have to roll a d20. If he gets 1 to 3, he does not get married. If he rolls 4 to 20, he gets married. And he does get married. And now we're going to roll a d12 to see how many pregnancy attempts that he's going to get. 1 is no children. Huh. Okay. So that's interesting. Frederick Jr. is going to get married, but he is not going to have any children. So either his wife might be barren or he might have a bad relationship with her. So this is interesting. We're going to see how things play out. Who is he going to meet? Who is he going to marry? And why are they not going to have children? It could also just be a situation where his wife or him is going to pass away before they ever really get a chance to have children. We're going to have to see. Okay, so Trader Jacques is here. I'm gonna have Rosemary come and speak to him. Is he speaking to the mailbox? So I don't think he's going to have any food to trade since it is the famine. He might even be here to ask if they have food that they might be able to trade. And he's probably going to tell them about how bad things are around the kingdom. And he's doing his best to try and supply food to people who really need it, but so far things have not been going well. Excuse me? What? Okay, so it just immediately canceled. What the hell was that? She got propositioned by Trader Jacques? Get out of here. Send home. Goodbye, Trader Jacques. You're done being a creep. Man, she probably thought it was really awkward and she's like, yeah, so thanks for the news. See you later. Bye. Aw, look at Frederick trying to impress his parents by cleaning up. And little Alex in the back. He needs to be potty trained. So you know what, Frederick? You want to be helpful? You are going to potty train your little brother. Sad to see you go from seeing a beloved cow get sold away. Oh, what have I done? From loyal sim cheating on partner. No, not this again. You were flirted with, Rosemary. It's not the same thing. All right, well, at least we made back all of the money that was stolen from us. I don't even know if the kids would have told Rosemary. You know, I think Brayden might actually be a bit too enraged. Worst day ever. Oh, no. What? 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 No, 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 no. What? He got killed by his high maintenance trait. Are you freaking kidding me? As soon as he aged up to a teen, he got killed by the How dumb is this? Oh no. Well, this famine is really starting off well. Oh no. Okay, who are we going to have plead for him? Probably not his brother, because his brother is probably going to be pretty happy about this. Very confident. I kind of do want, I mean, he's still his twin brother, you know? There must be a piece of you that kind of dies with him when you lose a twin. I guess? I don't know. Sort of like with any family member who dies. So I don't think he would be, like, I think he wants the farm, but I don't think he necessarily wants his brother to die for it. I can't believe it. Oh no, and Rosemary, who was cheerful, is now gloomy. She lost her oldest son. Oh, Rosemary is affected by the famine and losing her oh gosh. That's so sad. Witness death. Oh my god. Oh no, Frederick is there. Oh, this is so sad. He lost his sister suddenly and now his son. Oh no. The whole family is here. Even Noah is freaking shocked. I can't believe this. There's Frederick Jr. realizing, you know what? I think I am going to save my brother. This is too sad. I don't want my parents to deal with this. I am going to tell the Grim Reaper what's what, and he is going to demand that his twin brother be spared. See, he was even crying there. Come on, Frederick. I believe in you. Here we go. Let me just grab a quick picture of this. You know, Brayden is the courageous one. Brayden is the self-assured one, but Frederick is still going to do what he can for his twin brother, and he is going to tell the Grim Reaper, you are not taking my brother today if you know what's good for you. Oh, Frederick in the back. Oh, the parents in the back. How did the Barrow family get so unlucky so quickly? Come on. Come on, Frederick. Yes! Yes! You literally just saved my life. Words can't even begin to describe how grateful I am. Really, I won't forget this. Yes! Our first successful plea. Oh, thank goodness. Thank you, Grim Reaper. And like nobody else cares. They're just like, well, okay then. Yeah, Brayden is back. And he feels good about himself. And oh my god, we have to get you calmed down as soon as possible because this is probably going to be a regular occurrence. Why did they make a trait that could instantly kill you like this? I'm regretting which trait that I changed now. See, he has so many positive moodlets and he's still enraged. Man, I am in shock, honestly. So I think Brayden is going to be our first sim who is going to find religion to try and get rid of that dangerous trait. So I've purchased a stool here so that Brayden can start meditating to try and get his wellness skill up. And we should definitely think about getting him married sooner rather than later. He's 13 now, so he's still got 3 years to go before he can get married. And Frederick rolling not to have any kids is a bit scary to me because if something happens to Brayden, then Frederick becomes the heir, and if he hasn't had any kids, he might have to have them late in life if he becomes our main sim. So I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna play out. So I'm gonna have Brayden come and meditate right away. Oh, he wants to be friendly with his twin. So Death is here, just chilling. I think Kaylin might actually try to talk to him. Oh, we can't. Okay then. Oh, the Grim Reaper is a young adult. Oh, what is this now? Stephanie is hysterical. No, 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 no. No, I don't want any of that. We already lost one kid today. Well, almost. Okay, she wants to have fun and her hunger is low. Did they already eat? Yeah, they already ate for the day. Well, it is 7 p.m., so she should survive. What can I have her do that won't kill her? Oh, maybe she can come and fish. Maybe that's gonna relax her a little and get rid of the hysterical mood. Look at Grim just following her around. It's like he knows she's gonna die. There. Brayden praying by the pond. Where does the headband go? We lost the headband. Discovered thyself. She's happy that she discovered that she's gloomy. That's nice. Oh boy, what have I done from cheating for 2 days? Honestly. Oh, look at poor Esther napping on the ground. Oh, she passed out. Oh, poor baby. Yeah, so even if Brayden came back from the dead, I will still leave her with the gloomy trait because with the famine and the anxiety that it brings, it's a hard time to live through and it might have made her a bit stressed out for the future. So for now, I am going to leave it. All right, so it is the end of the day. Everybody is going to bed. So we have a few roles to do in the side household, so I am going to go do that. Alright, so I am here in the Baker household to do the birthday roll for baby Andrio here, who is Cecilia's last born. That means all 7 of her children, assuming he survives of course, will now be at the child life stage. So he cannot roll a 9 or a 19. 14, and he is fine. We are going to get this little guy aged up, and then I am going to give him a quick makeover. So let's see, he's creepy, optimistic, kleptomaniac. All right, that's interesting. And what's that on his cheek? Huh, he aged up with a scar. Alright, so here is our young Andrio Baker after his makeover. I decided to keep the scar because I think it does give him a little bit of character. Being a creepy kleptomaniac, we could always say that he got into some sort of trouble. Maybe he tried pickpocketing someone and fell down as he was running away. I think he may have developed that personality because of the famine growing up during those hard times, maybe gave him an attitude that he's going to do whatever it takes to survive. So this is Andrio, Cecilia's youngest child. And of course, he has the orange clown hair. Oh, what are you guys eating? Where did that come from? I was just about to say that when we started the challenge, Cecilia, Andrio likes fitness. Okay. Cecilia was the one in the best financial position, you know? Her brother and sister, Frederick and Gemma, were both peasants living on small farms, while Cecilia married up, you know, she married Jeffrey, who already had a commerce. And now, during the famine, this family is actually the one that finds itself in the worst position because, yeah, let's just ignore all of bread here. There we go. Right, so with their profession being related to food, I'm assuming that they have the most issues. Oops. So they probably have issues sourcing. Oh my god, so many pop-ups. Yeah, so they probably have a lot of issues sourcing grain and flour and everything to be able to keep the bakery running. And so the famine is probably hitting them really hard. And, you know, having 7 children to provide for is pretty intense. And Andrio, what are you doing? Oh, well, at least I got rid of it. So compared to Gemma and Frederick's families, they are probably struggling a lot more. Can Andrio pickpocket his own dad? No. No, he can't. Oh, it would have been a good occasion to practice before I send him out into the wild. Fear of being inferior, really? What's wrong with that sim from being near a creepy sim? This sim gets embarrassed. This sim gets embarrassed for the behavior of their creepy friends or loved ones. So he probably wouldn't have any qualms about going out to steal food or go poaching. But I think his parents are more upstanding than that, and they will not be going out poaching. They are going to try to survive with what they have and what they're able to get from Trader Jacques. And I think Frederick might also take a bit of pity on them and try to help them out by giving them some of his own food. So all in all, it is not really looking good for the Baker family that has so many children during the famine. At least they don't have any young children anymore. I mean, like toddlers and infants. So I am now going to move on to the Revere's family. All right, here we are in the Revere's family, and it is now baby Auguste's birthday. So we're going to be rolling to see if he becomes a child. All right, rolling to see if Gemma's oldest son makes it. And he does. All right, I'm happy because Gemma does not have many children and they are still very young and very much in danger. Right, so let's get this little guy aged up and see what his traits are going to be. And while we're here, I'm also going to give a bit of a makeover to Julien because it kind of annoys me that he has this graying hair. What? Oh, okay, that's fine. Why is Sir Lucan cooking? It's a famine. It's you shouldn't be cooking. Okay, so he was a quick learner and he is heroic, insane, and perky. Well, I said I could change one trait and I am going to get rid of the insane trait. So Auguste is now heroic and perky. So what other trait could we give him that would make sense? I could always leave it blank and choose later because there are some more traits that become available when they age up into teens and then more again when they age up into adults. Because the mod that I have that adds 100 traits has a bunch of physical traits that aren't available to younger kids. Like there's yeah, there are a bunch of traits like ugly or plain looking or attractive and that sort of thing. Well, he was a quick learner, so maybe we should go with something that has to do with the mental skill. Rocket? Oh, loves to run around, get hype, fight themselves, and carry around a secret sugar stash. Actually, that would kind of make sense with him being perky and heroic. So I think this is specifically a child trait, so I'm gonna give him this one, and then when he ages up again, then we can try and find something that has to do with him being a quick learner. He has the same haircut as Kaylin, but I think he might look a little bit like Lucan. It's hard to tell. Alright, so I am going to go give this little guy a makeover, and also I will give one to Julien since I'm there. Alright, so here is our little Auguste. I realized by looking at the color swatches for the hairs that he actually has the same hair color as Lucan, and so does Julien. So I thought that they all had Amos's hair color, but Amos's hair is actually CC, and he doesn't have the same swatches as everyone else. So I'm not actually sure whose hair color all of the kids have now, because in fact Lucan also has CC hair, so his hair is this one. Oh, so the kids don't even have his hair color at all. So yeah, so I thought they had the sort of graying hair that Amos has, but they don't, so I have no clue whose sons these two are. The game really wants me to know that all the chickens are dying, but you know, that's fine. I am not going to get rid of the horse just because, well, the horse doesn't produce anything, so I am going to keep it as a sim and not as a pet. Okay? Run around? Is that because he's perky? Oh no, it must be because he's a rocket. Okay, so I'm actually going to have Lucan come and interact. I think Lucan is still trying to figure out if these kids are his or not. Yeah, I really have no clue if there's a resemblance between these two. He wants to hug Sir Lucan. That's so cute. I will do that. And you know, I think Amos, he's playing in the pond. So I think Amos might see Lucan interacting with Auguste and Julien and start thinking, you know, that maybe Lucan isn't as bad as he thought. He may have gotten the wrong impression about him and Gemma after all. And he might be thinking he should give another chance to his son Lucan. You know, with Tobias now living in Willow Creek, Sir Amos might be considering leaving the estate to Sir Lucan after all, and he might actually consider sending the children to Tobias, because if Sir Lucan takes over the manor, he's going to get married, he's going to have kids of his own, and Sir Amos probably believes that Tobias is going to be a better influence on the kids than Sir Lucan, and with Amos sensing, you know, he's getting older, and with the famine and more bandits, he might not feel like he can protect them enough, and he doesn't trust that Lucan is going to be able to protect them. So I think he's going to be planning to send the kids off to Willow Creek. And of course, when Lucan learns about this, he probably isn't very happy because although he won't say it, he wonders if these kids might be his. So I think he is going to have a discussion with his father, argue about house rules. Yeah, okay, why not? I think he's going to have a discussion with him, you know, saying, well, I could take one of the kids to be my squire, you know, you don't need to send them so far away. Well, that might be a bit too violent, but okay. So they might be getting into a bit of an argument over what is going to happen to Gemma's kids. Amos is probably just telling him, you know, these are my kids, I can do whatever I want with them. And Lucan is just going to say, yeah, but is that really what is the best for them? You know, these kids were born here, they're Gemma's kids, and I can give them a home and I can raise them to be knights, you know, especially because Auguste does seem to want to be a knight, whereas Tobias wasn't really a knight. He was just a nobleman, you know, he didn't train as Sir Lucan did. So Sir Lucan thinks that he would be better suited to teach the kids how to become knights, whereas Sir Amos just doesn't really trust Lucan's nature. So I think that might leave them with a bit of a sour taste in their mouth. He wants to prepare watermelon salad. That's oddly specific. So that is going to be a situation to be continued. I don't know how badly the famine affected people of higher class. I'm guessing their issues might have had more to do with thievery and outlaws more than the actual supply, but then again, I don't know. I mean, even if they receive taxes from the peasants, if the peasants don't have any food anymore and can't pay, well, I guess the higher ups don't get any food either, but I don't know. I'd have to go look that up. All right, so it looks like all of these guys are sleeping during the daytime, so I am going to head on back to our main household. All right, we are back in our main household and everybody is just sort of standing around next to the beds. Frederick, what are you wearing? Gabriella is going through a phase. Oh, right. So, Gabriella, it's your turn. I think I am going to take you into cast and I am going to play around with your traits because we are not allowed to have lactose intolerant and I think nobody likes the insane trait. So, why not? Let's go and see what we can do with Gabriella's traits. Oh, and look at Frederick here taking care of his poopy little sister. And he's putting her down without changing the diaper. Thanks, Frederick. That was really useful. Alright, so it is time to change up these traits. Delightful, I feel, is fine, but... Okay. We are going to remove insane and we are going to remove lactose intolerant. So I am going to re-roll. Okay, so she's a genius now instead. Self-assured, child of summer, happier and more productive during summer season. Well, I'm not really sure about this either. Hang on. Here's how I see this. So delightful was fine. And instead of child of summer, I feel like she should get the child of nature trait. These are Sims who excel at fishing, gardening, herbalism, and flower arrangement because she spent so much time outside with her dad and watching him work on the farm, and I just feel like it would make more sense to have her have this trait instead. So I am going to give her Child of Nature, or of the Nature. I mean, Child of Summer isn't exactly the same. They occasionally receive confident buffs in summer and become energized when there are thunderstorms or heavy rain. Oh, this is kind of interesting. Alright, you know what? I am going to give her both of them. So she is a Child of Nature and a Child of Summer. Oh no, the other thing is that... no, okay, no Child of Summer, sorry. I don't want the insane trait, but I would be fine with something that's more like absent-minded. They occasionally forget what they were doing. Yeah, I think I'm gonna give her absent-minded. So it's not that she's insane, she just has her head in the clouds, and you know, I can see her wanting to go hiking and collecting flowers and herbs, and she might just not be super attentive to what's going on around her, or she might be a bit forgetful. So I think absent-minded would be just fine with Child of Nature and delightful. So that's what we're going to go with for Gabriella from now on. Oh, right. Okay, so Stephanie is absent-minded as well? Oh, she is. She's timid and absent-minded. Oh, I forgot about that. Well, it seems like her and Gabriella have things in common. Shades of Schadenfreude. It can be gratifying to see someone suffering depending on the someone. Who's suffering though? Oh, does he have negative sentiments with his little brother and sister? Oh, look at him go. Oh, he's going to mourn his aunt that he has never known. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to move our graveyard to somewhere else because this is a strange autonomous action where they just go and mourn people that they've never known. So I can imagine like 3 generations down the line, they're going to be mourning people that they barely even heard about. Aww, I'm going to miss hearing that sound when you guys are all gone. It's okay, we'll buy you back in a few years. Oh, bye. Okay, so everybody's getting pretty hungry. I am going to do their daily meal, and you know what? Raiden is feeling confident. I think he's going to say, Ma, sit down, put your feet up. I am going to make supper. He's gonna make potato and onion soup, even if I don't think they know what potatoes are yet. It's time for prom. No thanks. Although, you know, if I went and edited the prom location, we could have it just be like a dance for teens where they could meet potential future spouses. So I might actually do that next week, which, well, it's still gonna be the famine, but so he's 13 and he's gonna be 14. So the next prom, he would be about 15, so he would be pretty close to being able to get married. So I might do that in between episodes. I'll check if I can edit the prom location and have it look a bit more medieval, and we could always use that as a way to get teen sims to meet and potentially get married. Oh boy, very playful. Brayden, don't you frickin' dare. Uh-oh, I think she has acne. Oh, that is some weird looking... Oh no. No. Is she sick? She's sick. Why are all of our sims getting so sick so often? Oh no. Okay, well, we gotta do it. Let's roll. Yeah, I'm not happy about this either, Stephanie. I'm honestly beginning to regret the rule that I invented. Alright, here we go. Rolling a d20. Ooh, shoo. Okay. And she's fine. Okay, so Stephanie, you are going to come get a glass of water before you infect other people. Adriana and Esther are jokesters. Yeah, sure, everybody's a jokester. Okay, so I am going to be sending all of these guys to bed, and we are going to be starting the last day of the year. Great, Gemma's ghost is here to let us know how filthy the place is. So, Gabriella woke up at 5 a.m. to go mourn Gemma. I'm not even sure if she's met Gemma before. So, the Sims really have a strange obsession with the dead. I took a look at how much food that we have left in our pantry, or at least how many ingredients that we still have, and I was expecting us to have quite a bit left, but I am surprised and a little scared to see that we actually don't have that much food left at the moment. It is currently the last day of the year, so I think I'm going to have a few of our Sims go out foraging to get some ingredients. Maybe we can make some flour and some bread. Noah, you really don't get the message, do you? I brought the violin in another house because I didn't want to listen to you. Alright, so the kids can't go foraging, so I'm gonna send Gabriella to go pick flowers. I think the reasoning behind this is that she thinks maybe she can trade in the flowers or sell them to be able to get food. Since it's a famine, I'm not sure how well that's gonna work, but she can always try. And of course, Rosemary is tense from having... No. Okay, just a really weird dream. Okay, you'd better not be sick, Brayden. I can only save you once a year, okay? I mean, not that it's really a rule, but I can't deal with him dying again in a single year. It's just too much. Why is everybody... they're all coming down with something. I'm sure they are. I just don't have the mood yet. Poor Brayden. He needs some fun and social. We need a girlfriend. Oh, and the trader is here. Oh boy, Brayden. Really weird dream, crying toddler, he needs amusement. We are going to have to find something fun to do for Brayden, and I think even Stephanie, yeah, Stephanie's fun is low as well. So I'm gonna have her take a quick shower, and I think I'm gonna send them to the tavern to go play cards, maybe meet up with a few other teens. And of course that means we're gonna have to roll to see if they get attacked on the way. And with the way this episode has been going, I'm not sure how lucky we're gonna be, but we're going to take that chance because it looks like they just don't have anything fun enough here. Right, I don't remember if I mentioned I decided not to get the mod that reduces the value of nectar simply because it also changed the recipe to make nectar and it used way too many ingredients that I find just isn't... It would make it too difficult because we don't harvest more often than once a season, so it would be too difficult at that point. And it does take 7 years to get aged nectar, so I mean 7 in-game days, which is almost 2 years. So I feel like it's kind of fair. All right, so we are going to take our 3 teens out to the tavern or the inn. We could go either way. Oh, poor Frederick. He has a sad moodlet saying missing furry friends. Well, it's gonna take a few years before we can get more furry friends for you. Poor Frederick. All right, so here we are at the local tavern, and he's feeling tense about someone nearby, and you know what? I really am not sure who it is. I thought he only had bad sentiments with Noah. Oh, it's Stephanie? He has a deep-seated grudge against Stephanie? Why, they're best friends. They're the only ones with a close dynamic. Okay, I guess at some point when she was having a mean streak, they had a disagreement. That's so sad. Okay, so I invited to come with us our old friend Quentin here. And this here is Brandon. So he is now the blacksmith. If you remember, he was Stephanie's friend. No, Brayden. No, don't you dare. Don't you dare be sick. Oh, goodness. Okay, we're gonna have quite a few rolls to do now. Okay, so we're gonna roll to see if Brayden passes away again for a second time in the same year because of a mysterious illness. He's fine. And the other roll that we need to do is to see if we have an encounter because we're traveling. So we are gonna start by flipping a coin. And tails means we do not meet anyone. So we are lucky for now. Okay, so far so good. So Brayden wants to have a little bit of fun. So I am going to have him come and play cards with his good friend Quentin and his brother. And I am going to let Stephanie and Brandon. Right, okay, Brayden and Brandon. This is going to get a little bit confusing. So I'm gonna let these two chat a little. Reveal crush. What? Since when does she have a crush on him? This is literally the first time that they've seen each other as teens. Right, so let's just take a look at how well these two... Okay, so she perceives him as basic looking. Well, okay, so she might not really be attracted to him. Right, so I created a household of guards. Oh, and it seems like this guard is also a mixologist. Well, why not? Alright, okay, so this is good. It is bringing Brayden's fun and social up. Goodbye. Why? Where's he going? Oh. Bye, Quentin. That was sudden. Huh, everyone we came with just left. Okay, well, I created a club of teens in case this happened. So we are going to start a gathering. There seems to be something wrong with getting people to a community lot. I just started a club gathering. Where is everyone? Oh, all right. Okay, so here they are. So I am going to have Stephanie come and play horseshoes with Brandon, her good old friend. All right. Okay. So this here is Fatima. So she is the illegitimate daughter of Staunton and so half sister to Quentin. So I randomized her traits and she ended up with a barfly trait. And so I gave her a outfit that is a little more suited to a peasant. I would assume that she is a little adventurous like her brother Quentin. And so it seems like she tagged along while they're here. I am going to have Brayden chat with her a little. Rave about growing up. Yeah, sure. Why not? Oh, and he wants to be friendly with Fatima. Okay. All right. Okay, and we have the local bard who is here as well. I am going to have Stephanie introduce herself to him. Invite to play. No, we're gonna do a friendly introduction. And I don't know why Cecilia is here hanging out with the teens. Maybe she's acting as a bit of a chaperone. And Frederick is watching TV, so he is going to come and also introduce himself to everyone. Aha! Okay, and now we have Jeanette who's here. So Jeanette is actually Brandon's sister. Oh, and we've got Eleonora, the miller's daughter. So we are also going to introduce ourselves to her. Oh, Brayden. Hysterical. Alright, so Brayden has now met Eleonora, Fatima, and Jeanette. So let's take a look at if he has any... Oh, he has amazing compatibility with Eleonora. Perceived as very attractive. Right, so I don't remember if I properly introduced Eleonora or not, but she is the daughter of Greta, who, I don't know if you remember, but she once showed up at our door to fix our well. It looks like she and Brayden might be very compatible. I was really planning for him to perhaps woo Fatima since she comes from a richer family, but if he really has better chemistry with Eleonora, then she is always an option as well. And what about Jeanette? So he literally just feels nothing about her. Okay. Maybe he hasn't really spoken to her, so let's go talk about grilled cheese. So what about Stephanie? How does she feel about Darnell the Bard? So he is basic looking, and their first sentiments, they both feel like the other is interesting. Okay, so the reason I thought Stephanie might be interested in a bard is that when she was younger, she very much enjoyed stories and creativity. So she can go ahead and speak to him for a little. And the only other teen that's here at the moment is Brandon, and we already established that she perceives him to be basic looking. Alright, and what about Frederick? Does he have any sentiments about anyone? Oh boy, okay. So he thinks Jeanette is immature, and she thinks he's annoying, and she is unattractive. Okay then, so he is not going to be interested in Jeanette. And what about Eleonora? Reasonable, interesting, good compatibility. Okay. And what about Fatima? Oh, he sees her as very attractive, but she thinks that he is distant. And he thinks she's interesting. Okay. Well, let's get Frederick to speak a bit more to Fatima then. Oh, invite Fatima to dance. Sure, why not? Who are you and why are you dressed that way? I don't remember if I checked how Brayden feels about Fatima. Oh, so he thinks Fatima is extremely attractive. Okay. Alright, so of course he doesn't have any first impressions with her because he already knew her, but currently Brayden finds Eleonora and Fatima both very attractive. Yeah, let's just pretend it's medieval music that's playing here. Alright, so it is getting late, so I think I'm going to send these guys home. Since I don't think Stephanie has actually eaten today, I'm gonna have her grab a bite to eat before she goes to bed, but it's very interesting to see how they feel about the local teens. These aren't all the teens, that's just as many as I could fit into a single club, so if they get enough points, I'm gonna keep adding more. Alright, so we are now back in our main household, and I accidentally brought everyone with us. I did notice that we got this notification. Frederick Jr. stopped what they were thinking about for a moment and found themselves staring at Eleonora, and Brayden found himself staring at Fatima. So we've got something started here. Alright, so it is the end of the day and also the end of the year, so I am going to leave this part here. And where are you guys going? The first year of the famine has certainly been an interesting one, with our heir Brayden dying of a cardiac explosion, but thankfully he is our first successful plea with the Grim Reaper. Next year we only have one birthday, and that will be Allison's toddler roll. We will also see the deaths of a few of the Sims who failed their famine rolls, and we will be pleading to see if we can perhaps save some of them. So once again, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Ultimate Decades Challenge. The year is now 1316, and the Great Famine is in full swing. Last year, we saw our twins, Brayden and Frederick Jr., age up into teens, after which our heir Brayden died of a cardiac explosion. Thankfully, Frederick Jr. managed to save him by demanding that the Grim Reaper spare him, and Brayden is now working on his wellness skill to get his emotions under control and perhaps earn a trait change to make sure this doesn't happen again. This year, we are starting off in the Verveers household. As you saw in the intro, Sir Amos Verveers was attacked and killed while on the road to the market. Sir Lucan is the one who found his father's body, and he is just now delivering the news to Miriam and Gamal. Miriam definitely suspects something is off with Lucan's story because it wasn't the first time the two of them went to the market, and the one time Lucan forgot his coin purse and turned back, Amos was attacked and killed, so it's a bit of a strange coincidence. Obviously, she would never question him openly, and right now I think she might even be a little bit afraid of him. She and her brother don't really have many options at the moment, so she is just going to be biding her time and trying her best to keep caring for the children, especially now that both Gemma and Amos are gone. Everybody is feeling quite upset about the situation, and no one more than little August, who believes that he is now an orphan because he has lost Gemma 2 years ago and now his father. So I think I'm going to have Lucan come and try to comfort him, but Lucan is also in mourning, so I'm not sure if I can. Oh yeah, okay, so Lucan is gonna come and comfort him. Obviously, I think oh gosh, he scared me. What? Okay. I think everybody has figured out that the person who paid to have Amos assassinated is clearly Lucan. There's no doubt about that. It was Lucan. And he is somehow sad now, which I would explain. What? He's scolding him? Well, maybe he's scolding him, telling him that he should be stronger than this, and, you know, telling him, well, I'm going to be taking care of you from now on. Amos wasn't really up to the task anyway, and maybe Lucan is a bit upset that August was attached to Sir Amos, thinking he was his father. So maybe Lucan is having a bit of an issue because he doesn't want to tell the kids that they're his, but he also doesn't like that they thought Sir Amos was their father. Lucan being sad over his father's death, I think, even if it was his fault, is probably because even though he felt like he had to off him to keep the kids, he probably wished there was another solution to the issue. You know, if Sir Amos had just listened to him and not planned to send the kids to Willow Creek, then everything would have been fine. But I think Lucan feels like his father forced his hand, and now it just wasn't his fault. You know, he just had to have his father killed. I think it's more important for Lucan to have his way than to keep the people that he loves. And now they got a bad sentiment. Where is he? Yeah, Auguste feels hurt. So it's sad, but it's also interesting. He wants to be mischievous. Oh boy. So Lucan did all this to keep the kids, and now oh no. Lucan did all this to keep the kids, and he might actually come to regret this because it looks like he might not have the best relationship with them. They might not be all that open to having him as their guardian. Of course, they don't know that he's potentially their father, but August might actually be disappointed if Lucan was his real father, because so far I feel like August has these traits where he would like to be a hero. He's perky, so he's like always too happy. He's a rocket, so he's like super energetic, and he's heroic. So I think August might have been the type of kid to really look up to his what? Yeah, I think August would have been the type to look up to Sir Amos and want to continue his legacy of being a knight, and he probably sees it in a very romanticized way. Oh, there we go. Now they have some good sentiments. I think. Nope. Okay, all the good sentiments are Lucan's side, and August only has a negative sentiment. So that's kind of interesting. That means that it looks like Lucan is like super into having a relationship with these kids, and the kids aren't really reciprocating. Right, so Julien is up here. Oh, he's looking at his dad's bed and he's all sad. Yeah, why not talk to your older brother? I think the two brothers are going to probably lean on each other in this time of grief. Grim, do you mind? Okay, thank you. Goodbye. See you later. I'm sure I'm gonna see you later. Yeah, so I think the brothers are probably going to lean on each other. They've now lost Gemma and Sir Amos. You are my favorite. Yeah, why not? Oh, they really have a great relationship, these two. So I think they are not going to have the same type of relationship as Lucan and Tobias. I think these two, after losing their parents, might bond over their troubles. Why is their relationship going down when they're hugging? That makes no sense to me. All right, so call Julien a worm kisser? No, I don't think so. Talk about sibling. I'm gonna talk to you about yourself. There aren't many interactions that they can do, but he's going to try and comfort his little brother. And his brother does not want to be comforted. Aw, that's kind of sad. Oh, his empathy went up too. Oh, okay. Well, poor August is probably going to go and practice archery. There's an idea. So his father was... It's not working. So August's father was killed by, allegedly, an outlaw. And so him being heroic, I think he is going to start trying to train to become a knight to make sure that this never happens to anyone else again. So he is probably going to start working on becoming stronger, and he is going to want to become a squire as soon as possible so that he can protect the innocent. Meanwhile, poor little Julien here, who didn't want to be comforted by his brother, might want to be comforted by Miriam or not. Why does she have the option to apologize? Well, it doesn't matter. She is going to try to comfort him. Oh, there we go. All right, so maybe Julien is going to be a bit more attached to Miriam. I wasn't able to get the archery working for some reason, so he is now, August is now going to practice horse riding. Someone's calling. Oh, his brother heard about the passing of someone special to you. Well, he was special to you too, Tobias. So I'm assuming that it might be difficult getting letters back and forth between Willow Creek and Henford at the moment. I think Tobias is probably trying to get letters through, and Lucan is either ignoring them or they have not gotten to him yet. And of course, Lucan is just not going to write to Tobias to let him know that their father passed away. He's just going to conveniently forget or say that he was so troubled with his death and he was, busy taking care of the kids, so he just didn't have time to write to Tobias yet. Oh, and August wants to console Lucan about death. That's interesting. And he wants to make a friend. Yeah, that's good. Level up in social skill. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to let August practice writing a little bit. There wasn't anything else I had planned for the Verveers this year, so we are going to move on to the Baker household now. We are now in the Baker household, and the famine has not been kind to them. They have been struggling to find enough food to feed all of the children, and they have basically been depending on Frederick's generosity. He's been giving them what little his family can spare, hoping the famine would end soon, but unfortunately things are only getting worse. Frederick and Frederick the Younger are here right now to deliver some food. Several of their neighbors have already succumbed to starvation, and many of those who are still hanging on are now suffering from malnutrition. Because of their weakened state, disease has begun taking lives as well, and unfortunately, several members of the Baker household have come down with a bad case of the flu that has turned into pneumonia. Those of you who watched the rolls in the last episode already know where this is going. Frederick has come to deliver food to them, but what he finds is his sister, her husband, and 2 of their children on their deathbeds, and I just realized they are not currently in their deathbeds. They are just hanging out in front of the house. But that's fine because they need to be out of bed so that I can kill them anyway, so we're gonna leave them here. I've been deliberating whether or not I should plead for them since this is a pretty populous household and none of the Sims here have a story yet, but I decided that I would plead for Cecilia. First of all, because she is one of our Gen 1 Sims, she's Frederick's sister, and also because I want to give the kids a chance to avoid becoming orphans. I did very little research on this, so please do let me know if you have more information, but my understanding is that orphans would be taken in by the church and then placed in homes in the community, where they would sometimes become part of the family, or they could become servants or apprentices. So if Cecilia doesn't make it, then that could be an interesting way of creating different stories for the various baker children. I'm not sure what would happen to their house in this case. Maybe it would get sold and the profits would be split between the kids. I'm not sure. Let me know if you have any ideas or if you know how this worked back then. If they do end up scattered in different households, I won't be closely following all of them, but I could check in now and then and have a little summary of what's happening with the orphans at the end of each episode or something. I'm not sure. Let's see first what is going to happen. So I'm going to go ahead and have Cecilia pass away, and we are going to try to plead for her. I'm going to select hunger, but technically she died from vengeful deity. Kill off 10 of your Sims via unnatural causes. Oops. Yeah, so she's dying from starvation, but it wasn't actually meant to be starvation. It's more a disease that got worse because of malnutrition, but you know, we're gonna play with the options that we have. This is really sad. Jeez, they have so many children. And of course, the only one who isn't really reacting is Andrio here. He aged up. Is he a klepto or is he evil? Something like that. Oh, he's a kleptomaniac and he's creepy. Yeah, so our creepy little Andrio here just isn't really crying over the loss of his mom, which I guess it tracks. There, right in the doorway to make sure everybody would notice. I'm taking a screenshot of this, but she probably didn't just collapse in the door. Or maybe she did. Maybe Frederick saw that everybody was sick and he was like, we have to get you to the almshouse or to the physician or whatever type of doctor, the witch doctor, I don't know. Or maybe the witch, maybe he wanted to try and save her and she collapsed as they were leaving the house. So, all right, let's try and plead. Wail about Cecilia's demise. Sure, why not? It would have been better if he were feeling confident, but we're going to do this with what we have. Go for it, Frederick. You already lost one sister. Are you going to be able to save the second one? Oh, yeah, Grim really doesn't care. Yeah, I've heard it all before. Oh, no. Okay, well, these are all orphans now, because their dad is going to be following her into the grave in a few minutes. There are so many of them, they're actually blocking Grim's path. Well, while Grim is here, we might as well have him get the other ones too. I'm kind of tempted to plead for all of them. I mean, it almost never succeeds anyways. Look at Jeffrey, it's like he knows he's next, with Grim just standing behind him. New personality trait. As she's passing away, Cecilia realized that she's actually gloomy. You are lucky that you were the first one to go and you didn't have to see your kids pass away as well. Alright, well, we tried. It looks like the Baker kids are now officially orphans. I am not going to kill Jeffrey just yet because I don't want the kids to be taken in by social services. So I'm gonna send them all to the Abbey first while I figure out what to do with them, and then I'll come back and take care of Jeffrey off screen. For all intents and purposes, for now, we are going to consider poor old Jeffrey, the origin of the bright red hair of the Baker line, to have passed away, along with Catherine and Vincenzo, who are here as well, being reaped. Oh, and you know what? We're gonna... I can't. I have to do it. I have to try pleading. Or, you know, let's get someone else. Andrio. There. Our creepy sim. He's going to plead. Oh. Oh. Oops. Oh, well, Frederick did it anyways. Oh. So, okay. So Andrio can't plead now because Frederick did it preemptively. Okay. Well, he can always try pleading for Vincenzo instead. Or you know what? I'm gonna temporarily move Frederick the Younger into this household, and I am going to kill off Jeffrey right away just so that we can try pleading for him. I really wasn't planning on pleading for all of them, but I always feel bad watching them all cry as Sims pass away. So I'm gonna try, you know, because I almost never succeed anyways. Okay, so here. Andrio right now is the only one who isn't sad. He's feeling energized from being creepy. And yeah, it says down here, creepy Sims have behavior that deviates from what is expected and normal. So he's just feeling energized by all of his family dying. Oh, poor Jeffrey. He lost his true love. It's okay. You're going to join her soon. And here goes another of the bakers. Man, Vincenzo was such a cutie too. Oh well. We're going to have 5 kids left in the Baker line. So out of 10 pregnancies, 5 made it out alive. Alright, here's creepy Andrio trying to save his dad. Nope. Okay, so 4 out of 4. None of them succeeded. I'm just now realizing how lucky I was to have Frederick be confident in the moment where his twin brother Brayden died, and he actually succeeded in saving him. Oh. Yeah, so, that was really lucky. And Sir Archer Hudson is here. He is one of the King's Knights. I'm not really sure why he decided to show up here. Maybe he's making rounds trying to see what's going on around the realm while the famine is on. Yeah, he doesn't have much good news for his king. Okay, well, that's it. Our 4 deaths in our side household are done. Vasco is the heir, so I am going to have him pick up all of the tombstones. I don't really have a graveyard set up yet. I'm going to have to work on that. I might actually set up the graveyard in the Abbey where I'm going to be sending them while I figure out where to send them. I don't know if... I think I'm not going to keep them together. I might split them up and send them each in a different type of household, and maybe eventually when he grows up, Vasco can try and take back his father's bakery and sort of try to rebuild what his parents had built, because I really don't know what happened when a store owner would pass away and leave the kids orphans. I saw more information about nobility and serfs, but not really, I guess we'd say middle class people. So I don't know. Let me know if you guys know what I should do with these guys. For now, I am going to send them to the Abbey. All right, we are now back with our main household, and since Frederick and Frederick Jr. traveled to visit Cecilia, I am going to roll to see if they had a special encounter. So in case you missed the last episode, this is a house rule that I created. It's kind of similar to what Plumbobs and the Past was doing. Basically, I am going to flip a coin to see if we encounter someone or not. Heads means we do, tails means we don't. Tails, nothing happens. Okay, well, things might be going badly, but at least we're not getting murdered. While I was playing off camera, one thing that happened, which I thought was kind of interesting, is that Gabriella got a supportive dynamic with Noah. So Noah, even though he doesn't really get along with all of his siblings, has a really good relationship with his, well, I guess it's his aunt, Gabriella. So right now everybody is kind of mourning the loss of Cecilia, Jeffrey, Catherine, and Vincenzo. So maybe these two, oh, bye Noah. I was going to say that these two are sort of talking through their grief and, you know, bonding, and they're probably all afraid of how the famine has been going so far and how long it might still last. So maybe everybody is just trying to, you know, keep their spirits up and, aw. See, the family is just sort of hanging out together. I think they're all leaning on each other in these hard times, and why? Why when I'm saying that everything is going well, would you have a difficult dynamic? Stephanie and Esther. Well, this is what the game wants. Esther has a difficult temperament, if I remember correctly. Yeah, she's difficult. So maybe, you know, Stephanie has been helping out with the kids a lot. Maybe she is just finding Esther a bit harder to take care of than the others. In fact, while we're here, today is actually Allison's birthday. We need to roll to see if she makes it to the toddler life stage. So to become a toddler, she needs to avoid 4, 8, and 12. And she just barely makes it. Congratulations, Allison. We are going to get you aged up. Here, why not have Stephanie do it? Oh, icky feeling from generous sim being mean. If you don't like being mean, then why were you mean? And look at Noah here playing a super sad song. Oh, well, it's not that sad. Yeah, it's kind of sad. Okay, here we go. Allison aged up. She was sensitive. She is now difficult. Because of course she is. And she's silly. Okay, well, it's fine. We can live with it. Oh, that's some cute hair. Okay, we can leave that. Look at Stephanie with baby Allison. She's gonna make such a great mom someday. All right, so it is getting pretty late. I'm going to be sending everybody to bed. These poor teens, all sleeping in the same room as their parents and their kid siblings. I should probably start moving beds upstairs, but... Hot and heavy dreaming. Brayden's dreams bring him to a state of nirvana as they recollect their cherished moments with Fatima Cervantes. It's almost surreal, this ravishing creature that stalks him as he slumbers. How could someone so perfect for them actually exist? What? Though still unsure, there is one proof that soon sheds light to the truth for Brayden. The manifestation of Fatima that dances gracefully within his mind is still but a pale comparison to the true thing. What? Well, okay, that's interesting. So Brayden is really into Fatima from what I can see. Okay, well, I mean, she is a pretty gal. I just wasn't entirely sure. Like, she's definitely a candidate, but since she is from a better off family, I'm not sure her guardian Staunton, who, well, as the rumor goes, is potentially her father. I'm not sure he's going to be a big fan of Brayden being a potential spouse for her. Of course, Quentin could probably vouch for Brayden and convince his dad to give him a chance. So we'll think about it. It does say that we're part of the gentry class, though, because we're stinking rich. But that is not going to hold for very long because eventually we're going to do a renovation, or rather I'm going to replace this lot with a lot that my friend made, and we are going to be poor again. Look at the ghost of Wendell practicing archery. You don't need archery anymore, Wendell. Your job is finished. He's here maybe practicing to protect his family from bandits. I don't know. Frederick woke up at 2 a.m. and he's doing some cleaning. I would take this as him not really being able to sleep with everything that's been happening. You know, he did see his aunt and uncle pass away and 2 of their children. So he might be a little restless. You know, he's stressed out about the farm not succeeding, you know, that he's not getting any crops going. And I mean Frederick Jr. at the moment, you know, he was pretty invested in helping his father on the farm, and he probably feels a little helpless, or, well, probably a bit useless. You know, he wishes he could help, but he can't. So he is going to help in any way that he can find. So Brayden is up too. I guess the twins are going to be helping out around the house while their parents are sleeping. They know everybody is sad with everything that's been happening, so maybe they're just trying to make things a little better for everyone. Right, so Brayden wants to be friendly. I am going to have him come and chat with his brother here. Console about death. Yeah, why not? The twins are going to lean on each other for support. You know, these two probably grew a lot closer after Frederick saved him. Oh, friends in a time of loss. And of course, he is still awed by a life-saving hero. Ask for advice. You know what? Why not? Brayden is going to ask his brother Frederick for advice. You know, he's a bit more into the whole farming thing. Maybe Brayden is realizing that he should have helped his father more. He might feel a little responsible about everything that's happening, even if he really isn't. And have a deep conversation. So I think these two are starting to have a much better relationship. There is, of course, some envy between them. Close. Okay, why not? So Frederick is going to remain envious, of course, but he probably can't help loving his brother. You know, they are twins. They probably have a pretty special bond. Okay, well, it's early morning, and I think I'm going to have the two brothers go and fish to try and help with the food supply. Let's look for a fishing spot. Oh yeah, right, here it is. Okay, so hook, line, and sinker. Frederick Jr. feels at home by the water with his fishing line cast. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. The fish in this area are too crafty for Frederick. Well, the fish in all areas are too crafty for you, man. Aw, look at these two. Trying to help their family in any way they can by fishing, hoping to bring back some food. Brayden just caught a plumbing upgrade part. You know, Brayden, I'm really glad you're catching stuff, but I wish you would catch fish that we can actually eat. Brayden just caught a socialite. Really, Brayden? Alright, so I am going to have these guys head back home to have some breakfast. So, Frederick, a few days after coming home, of course, comes down with the flu. He is going to spend a few days in bed to try and recover, but I think these past 2 years have been very hard on poor Frederick, and he is having a hard time getting through it. His sister Gemma passed away suddenly, and then he almost lost his son Brayden. Then the famine began. He didn't manage to get any crops growing, so of course he feels responsible for his family's hunger and suffering. And now his older sister Cecilia, who he basically relied on for emotional support, has just passed away, and he has 5 nieces and nephews left as orphans that he wishes he could take in, but with 9 kids in his house right now, he just can't. And so he probably feels like he failed them too. It's also an interesting coincidence that he's sleeping and thinking about death. He might be wondering if he's next, and if he is probably very worried about leaving Rosemary alone with their 8 children and Gabriella left to take care of. But at least Brayden, Frederick, and Stephanie are now teens, so they're going to be able to help out. And of course, Noah is going to play the fiddle all day because that's all he knows how to do. So with Frederick out of sorts, Brayden is clearly going to try and step up, and this means it is time for him to make a bad decision. His good old pal Quentin is going to come over and have a little discussion with him. He has heard from other folks in town that there is a spot in the forest where a few people have managed to go poaching without getting caught. And so they decide the obvious best course of action to help out Brayden's family is to go poaching. Now, Brayden has probably never hunted anything before. He's a decent archer, but he's never actually shot anything other than a hay target. I mean, he's been fishing, but he hasn't been very good at it either. So I bet he's putting on a strong face just to impress Quentin, but in reality, he probably isn't all that crazy about his friend's plan. But you know who wouldn't have qualms about poaching? That's right, cold-blooded Kalen. In all his wisdom, Brayden is going to ask his 10-year-old psychopath of a brother to help them. Hang on, where are you going? Come back here, Kalen. You need to be asked to join a very stupid idea. Here, tell unbelievable story. That's perfect. Okay, so... Oh, he's very confident right now. Of course, because he's a knows a little twerp, I am also going to have Noah come over because he is going to threaten to tell their parents if they don't take him with them. And Frederick, you're not part of the story, and he's sick. Oh, well, this is an interesting coincidence since he happened to go to Cecilia's house. Oh boy. Should I roll now or should I roll later? Let's roll now. Let's just get it out of the way. Another house rule designed to kill Sims off that had very dire consequences 2 episodes ago. And he's fine. All right, it's all good. So, Frederick, you are going to go drink some water while these guys plan something bad. Right, so Noah is probably going to hear about their plans to go poaching, and he is going to threaten to tell their parents if they don't take him with them. So our 4 little poachers are going to set off without telling anyone, and if you've seen the results of the Famine Rolls, you know this can only end in tears. And off they go. What is this? Are you kidding me? This game sometimes. What are you doing? You're... What? Stephanie. Stephanie, stop it. Oh no. She's sick now. She's sick, isn't she? Yeah, she's sick. Oh no. Well, it fits with the story of them catching it from the bakers, but please, not Stephanie. Please. Rolling to see if she dies from her fever. 9 again. Okay, no, she's fine. Thank goodness. All right, so our poachers are back. And it turns out they were completely unprepared to face a wild boar. Both Quentin and Noah have been gravely injured, even though you can't tell they had to be carried back unconscious by Brayden and Kalen. I know that's not actually what they're doing, but just pretend with me, okay? We are going to have both of them be victims of a killer rabbit. I am going to plead for both of them because I feel like Quentin was destined to be Brayden's BFF, and I can't not try to save our little troublemaker Noah. Who knows? Maybe after a brush with death, he'll have earned a trait change and we can remove the bad-natured trait. Oh no! It just immediately killed them. Oh, because they weren't on the lot. Oh no! What have I done? Okay, so after having a little bit of a panic, I realized I could just bring them back using, I think it's Lumpino's Sim Manager mod. So they are now back. Everything is fine. Everything is under control. All right, here we go. So we're going to get everybody over here. Wow, and Grim actually made it instantly. Well, Brayden was feeling very confident right up until his best friend and his brother died. So now I am not sure how this is going to go. Do I have anyone else who's confident? Frederick Jr. is confident again. You know what? I think it's gonna be Frederick. I wanted to have Brayden plead for his best friend, and then I wanted to have Gabriella plead for Noah, but I think our chances will be better if I get Confident Sims to come and do it. Oh, you know what? Maybe Kaylin should do it. Yeah, Kaylin was actually with them, so I'm gonna have Kaylin come and demand that Noah, his brother, be spared. Any day now. Any day now. Alright, he was sick before now, and it seems to have disappeared, but we're still gonna do the roll. Yeah, just doing his confident walk on his way to the Grim Reaper. Don't worry, guys. Cold-blooded Kaylin is on the way. He is going to get us all sorted. Here we go. Alright. Noah is saved by cold-blooded Kaylin. Incredible. And now we are going to have to plead for poor Quentin. And ooh, Noah brought back to life. Oop. Yeah. You guys can stop crying now. Alright, so he is now very confident because he commanded death. But we still have poor Quentin here. Oh, Brayden is now very confident. Alright, so I guess Noah coming back to life removed his sad buff. So now he is going to be able to plead for Noah? No, I want him to plead for Quentin. You okay there, Grim? So Grim appears to be bugged. So I don't know if I should be resetting Grim or what? Or should I just demand again? Will this unbug him? Okay. So Noah was saved twice? Should I count this as Quentin being saved as well? I'm not sure what's happening to Grim here. He's just sort of hanging out. Okay, well he's been reset and nothing happened except that they all agree that Allison is a stinky little toddler. Okay, well you know what? We had 2 Sims plead and both of them succeeded, so I am just going to reset Quentin again and I am going to bring him back. Alright, here we are. So Quentin is now back and he is feeling confident. We are just going to have to pretend that Brayden saved Quentin's life. I mean, he did successfully plead, which is really surprising. So we got 2 successful pleads in the same episode and oh, nice, Alexander. Right, so we got 2 successful pleads. This means that Brayden and Quentin get to go on to be best friends. If this had been our main family, I think I may have redone it just to actually have him plead for the right sim. But since Quentin is part of the side household, I don't think it really matters. He isn't part of our family tree. So I'm just gonna let them have their friendship go on because I do quite like Quentin and his bad influence on Brayden. See, these 2 are just great friends. I love them. I don't even know what their impressions are or their archetypes are. Let's go take a look. So Brayden is a hero and a jester. Yeah, I definitely see that for him. What about Stephanie? She's an everyman. Yeah, that's fine. She doesn't want to stand out. That makes sense for her. Oh, wait, I was forgetting. Oh no, we have to roll for Kaylin. So he doesn't look sick anymore, but this is going to be the last sickness roll that I'm going to do because I decided to install the healthcare redux mod and I'm going to let that manage sicknesses and if anyone dies from a sickness because it's been happening so often. I'd rather have something a bit more organic happen in-game than constantly be rolling to see if anyone dies from sickness. So I think that should be a good addition. I didn't put all of the modules in because I saw in other people's games that the pregnancy complications happened really often, and I kind of don't want to make it too hard for myself since we're also rolling to see if mothers and babies pass away. So I feel like those roles sort of already encompass what would have been complications. So I'm not doing that, and I'm not doing the chronic conditions either because from what I've seen in other people's games, it seems like everybody gets a chronic condition. So we're just not going to be using that module. So our last sickness roll before we let the healthcare redux mod take over. If it's a 1, I just can't. Okay, everything's fine. Cold-blooded Kalen, who saved his brother Noah's life, goes on to be his cold-blooded self. So I don't remember if the Sims had their daily meal. I'm gonna assume they did. And I am going to start sending everybody to bed since it is 8 p.m. And in the morning, we are going to see what other tragedies are going to happen to us. Quentin just hanging out around here. I wonder what Rosemary and Frederick think about Brayden's friendship with him. Okay, Quentin, I think you can go home now. So I just checked, and Noah is going to be aging up to a teen next year in 1317. And I've just been thinking a little bit about his life so far, and he hasn't really had it easy, this poor little guy, because he grew up into a child when his grandfather Wendell passed away, and I feel like that sort of defined a good part of him growing up. You know, he would often be around the graveyard, well, the graves of his family, you know, like Shanna, and there was also Shanna's daughter Amy, who had passed away, and I think Noah, that really seemed to hit him hard. So there was a lot of death around him as he was growing up, and maybe that's why he became bad-natured. And now he was attacked by a boar. He almost died and was miraculously saved by Kaylin. So maybe Noah grew up with a bit of a gloomy disposition. He was maybe acting out because he thought, you know, we're all gonna die anyway, and nothing is really worth living for, and I'll just do whatever I want. And maybe being saved from death is going to have changed his outlook a little. This seems like a good place to end the episode. Even though the year isn't quite finished yet, there's already quite a lot that's happened, so we're going to keep the rest for the next episode. 1316 so far has been our deadliest year to date, with 5 Sims passing away. We had Amos, who was assassinated, and 4 members of the Baker household who succumbed to the famine. I did try to plead for all 4 of them, and as you saw, none of them made it, but I am really glad that we managed to save Noah in our main household. Even if I was kind of mean to him in the past, he's kind of a staple of our main family now, so I am glad that he is the one Sim that Grimm allowed us to save. So thank you very much for watching, and thank you to everybody who has been liking and commenting and subscribing. It really is appreciated. I will be seeing you all in the next one. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Ultimate Decades Challenge. We are currently in the second half of 1316. In the first half, we saw Sir Amos being assassinated while on the road to the market, and we also had several Sims in our side household pass away from the famine. In our main household, Noah and Quentin, who is Brayden's best friend, were killed in a hunting accident, but thankfully, Kaylin and Brayden successfully commanded Grimm to spare them. Today, we are starting off in the Mourning Inn because while I was playing off camera, Brayden received a call from his good friend Quentin, and I also got the notification that today is May Day. So I decided to take that as Quentin showing up at the Barrow Farm to let Brayden know that there is a May Day gathering happening at the inn, and he would not take no for an answer. He absolutely wanted them to go there together. Brayden, of course, was unable to refuse and also dragged along his brother Frederick Jr. and his sister Stephanie. I expect they weren't very enthusiastic about tagging along since the famine is still ongoing, their father is sick, their brother Noah just died and came back to life, and it just overall seems like a poor time to be celebrating. But Brayden being Brayden, he probably told them that it's because of times like these that they need to keep on going and live life to the fullest, and he managed to rope Frederick and Stephanie into going with him. I feel like Stephanie is probably just tagging along to make sure her brother doesn't get into too much trouble though. Now, this is actually my second attempt at recording this because my game crashed on the first recording immediately after I did the encounter rolls, but as I was loading back into the game, I realized it might actually make more sense to do the encounter roll on our way home, just so that it doesn't distract us from the main action. So we're gonna go ahead with the May Day celebration at the inn, and I'll show you the clip with the results of the encounter roll once we head back home. You might recall this is actually the inn where Wendell and Shanna met for the first time, so maybe our teens will have similar luck finding love on May Day. As we got to the Mannering Inn, I did get an attractiveness alert for Frederick Jr. It says here that he just stopped what he was thinking about and found himself staring at Daisy Wright. So I don't know why everybody is just sort of gathered outside the inn here. This here is Daisy Wright. She was created by one of you guys, so thank you very much, Daniela Zoller. I'm sorry for the pronunciation. I added 2 more Sims that were added on the gallery under the CitrineDecades hashtag. So this here is Agnes Banner. And over here we have Jeffrey Barlow. So I added these 3 Sims into the inn at the moment. I sort of imagine that they all come from a different village and perhaps the famine hit that village very hard and they have now tried moving to Windenburg, maybe for more work opportunities and hoping to make a better life for themselves. And so they are currently here at the inn, and so we will be celebrating May Day with them. I did have to change their hair because they were bald when I loaded them in. So I'm not sure if it was a pack that I don't have yet, or perhaps it was Cece. I'm especially disappointed about Jeffrey's hair because Jeffrey's hair on the gallery looked absolutely perfect, but I don't have it. I know Frederick rolled not to marry, and he does actually have the unflirty trait, but he is feeling very flirty now that he saw Daisy. And he is calling this a breathtaking encounter. So I am going to have him do an unflirty introduction. Why not? Let's see what that looks like. Since this is a sim that was made by you guys, I kind of don't really want her to marry Frederick because if he's not going to have kids, right? So he rolled to get married, but he rolled not to have kids. So I want your Sims to be part of the family and to be married to someone who will have kids. So for now, I'm just going to have them meet. We can still have them socialize, but blow horns? No, you can, never mind that, Frederick. Come in, meet some Sims. So we can still have them, you know, maybe become friends, and who knows, maybe he'll eventually invite her over. She'll meet one of the younger siblings. Did she just try to flirt? So yeah, so maybe he'll invite her over someday, and she might meet Kaylin or Noah when they're going to be teens, and maybe, you know, something will come of that. So did he introduce himself or not? Oh, he did. There, they can share in the May Day excitement. So, fire, party spirit, and art and music spirit. All right, let's see what we can... What is wrong with these two? Mess around in bush? No, I don't think so. All right, here's Daisy. So I am going to have Brayden... Oh, attractiveness alert. Oh, okay. So Brayden is also very attracted to Daisy. Okay. Let's give her a May Day gift. I bought some roses for Brayden to give out. So let's see if she's receptive. Aw, and she is. So did that introduce them? That's a really charming introduction there, Brayden. Oh, and now he's flirty. Of course he is. There, give props. Why not? And we also need to tell jokes. Oh, sing. There, we can sing with her. Yeah, he's feeling really smooth, eh? Where are they going? They're not going to woohoo, are they? No, okay, they're just going to chat. Outside? Where are you guys going? Really? You guys are going all the way out here to chat? Why is there... You know, there's a perfectly good inn in there, you know? Oh, Frederick just comforted... Right, so this is Brandon. This is, of course, Stephanie's friend, and his father recently passed away because he rolled to die in the famine. And so at the very young age of, I think he's 14 at the moment, he has taken over his father's smithy. And I think his mother is probably pressuring him to get married as soon as possible. And even though I don't think there's much attraction between him and Stephanie, with them being old friends, I think she might be the person that he trusts and would feel the most comfortable with. So he may soon be proposing to her when they turn 16. Oh, she perceives him as attractive, so it's not so bad. It's okay. So yeah, meanwhile, I think Stephanie isn't really in a rush to get married or anything. She's probably just here to make sure her brothers don't get into any trouble, and she isn't all that interested in finding love yet. I think she intends to stay with Rosemary and her father and help them take care of the kids. But we'll see, who knows? Maybe if she meets someone who's really charming, she may actually change her mind. And why are there just mean interactions here? I'm just gonna have her be friendly. Oh, she sings pretty well. Complain about parents. Why? Why would you? No, just get to know him. Let's just be nice. Can I bring all of these guys back inside? Why is everybody just chilling out here? Come on, guys. So I am going to have him introduce himself to the new Sims that we have here. And he is going to do that as well. Let's see if we get any sentiments or any attractiveness alerts. Right, and he is also going to give a Mayday gift to Agnes here. What are they all doing? They're just waving at each other. Okay, why not? If you guys want to celebrate May Day in the street, then that is your choice. Okay, she was sort of receptive. I'm not sure how to read that. So, oh, empathy is in range to earn the compassionate trait. So let's see. First impressions. Interesting sim. Okay, so he has a good first impression of Agnes. What about Jeffrey? Jeffrey thinks Brayden is annoying. All right, and what about Daisy? They don't have any first impressions, but she is perceived as very attractive by everyone, apparently. Oh, right, so I'm going to have Stephanie come and meet Jeffrey here. Just a friendly introduction, and she's probably going to come greet her good friend Brandon. Maybe she can greet him with yeah, kind words. Why not? She knows that his father passed away recently, so she's going to be very nice to him. What are you guys all drinking? I don't even know where that came from. Okay, he has to tell a few jokes to complete the event objective, so let's talk about fertility. No, it's too soon, Brayden. Too soon. We are going to say a few jokes instead. Tell a joke about engineers. Why not? Those engineers with their siege engines, am I right? Okay, so did she introduce herself to Jeffrey? She did, so let's go see if they have a sentiment. She thinks he's interesting. Well, everybody thinks he's interesting, apparently. And he thinks she's interesting too, and he is perceived as very attractive. Okay, so that's interesting. She's got Brandon here that she perceives only as attractive, and Jeffrey, who is very attractive. Did they just become... Yeah, they instantly became friends. Okay, that's interesting. So her choice might actually come down to someone she perceives as very attractive, or her good old friend that she might marry just for security and oh no, she's hysterical. Uh-oh, we gotta change that. I do not need another sim dying from these extreme emotions. I'm kind of at a loss. I don't know what to do to make her change her mood. I don't want her to be hysterical. This is just... Oh, here, hang on. Brayden is gonna come give her a flower. Maybe that's gonna change her mood to something else. I saw Daisy became inspired after getting the rose, so come on, Brayden, go give your sister a rose. There you go. His sister, the prettiest girl in town. Did that? Nope, that just made it worse. So what is Wagga 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 from being silly? Haha, the world is so funny. It's not gonna be funny for long if you die laughing, Stephanie. I really don't need that right now. All right, so this is another teen that I created. He's just sort of a townie to populate the town. He could be another potential candidate for Stephanie, or perhaps another one of our daughters like Esther or Allison or Adriana. I will have Stephanie come and introduce herself once she's done jogging. I was hoping jogging would reduce the length of these moodlets, but apparently it isn't. That is causing me some anxiety. Great with kids. Looks like Brayden just befriended a family motivated sim. Does he like family motivated sims? Of course he does. So who did he befriend? That was Daisy. Okay, that's interesting. These two are really getting along. I wish I could have them dance even if there's no music, because the mod that I had to have medieval music instead of modern music come out of the radio seems not to be working anymore, I think since the last update. So I just can't have them dance. Oh great, so she is sweating profusely and really has to pee, which makes her now not be hysterical, which is great. Hey Brayden, it's Fatima. Do you want to hang out tonight? Huh, that's interesting. And she is inviting Brayden to go hang out at the ancient ruins. Why not? You know, maybe Fatima came over and asked him if he wanted to sneak away while everybody is celebrating May Day, and he decided to say yes. Oh, she doesn't seem like she's in a great mood. Can Brayden do anything about that? Partying with club friends. Oh, I think he thought this was a bit of a date, and it turns out it's with club friends. Oh, she's very sad. All right, so we're gonna start off by trying to comfort her, and then he is going to give her a little Mayday gift. I don't know why she's so sad. And they just became good friends. You know, maybe I'm going to have him compliment her appearance. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to have him compliment her appearance. It is May Day. They're supposed to be flirting, so... What? What? No! He complimented her appearance, and then she just decided, let's go, woohoo. Oh, of course, and now Quentin shows up. I'm not sure how to tell you, Quentin, but your good friend here just woohooed with your illegitimate half-sister. This is Brandon's sister, balancing a glass. Oh, okay, that's interesting. And this is the captain of the guard that I added in. We didn't do roles for the guards because I added them in after, and they're just there to sort of keep the peace and perhaps help out if we ever roll to meet outlaws that... Okay. Blow a kiss. Okay, so these two are starting to fall in love. They're lovebirds. Okay, that's cute. So it is 9 p.m. I am going to bring our Sims back home, and I am going to show you guys the results of the encounter roll. All right, so we are back at our main house. I'm not sure why Eleonora and Jeanette followed us here, but whatever. So I am going to play the clip where I did the encounter roll. We are going to start by flipping a coin. Tails, nothing happens. And heads, we meet someone. Heads. Okay, so we meet someone. We are going to roll a d10 to see who it is we meet. 5. So once again, we roll to meet the least friendly of the possible encounters. So we are going to roll a d6 to see what happens. No. You're freaking kidding me. 1 is murder. And I decided to take all 3 of our teens. Oh no. Okay. Well, this is turning out to be a deadly year. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna roll another d6. 1 and 2 is going to be Brayden. 3 and 4 is going to be Frederick. 5 and 6 is going to be Stephanie. Brayden. It had to be Brayden. Are you freaking kidding me? So, as you have seen, Brayden has rolled to be murdered. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the murderer here. All right, so here she is. This is Lavender Graves. She is also the person who assassinated Sir Amos. And she is also the person who previously robbed Brayden when he visited Quentin at the beginning of the famine. So I had actually forgotten to give them a bad relationship. So I am going to control her and I am going to have her come and do a rude introduction to the three Sims that were traveling together. So I am actually going to make her enemies with all three of them because I then want her to get into a fight with Brayden. So how I see this is that Brayden had already been robbed by her, and maybe she tried to rob him again, and this time he decided to fight back. That's dramatic. Okay. Can they fight? Oh, they can't fight. Oh, maybe it's because he's a teen. I'm just gonna have her shove him. There we go. Okay, and that was murder. So, vampires, witches, aliens, it's all too much for Brayden? Fear of the occult? Where's that coming from? There aren't even any occults here. That's... Well, you know what? It doesn't matter, Brayden, because you were fated to die. I mean, he had a cardiac explosion at the beginning of the famine right after aging up into a teen, and now he got murdered. So I don't know if he was just destined to die during the famine, but it sure seems like it. So I am going to have to kill him. Oh, hang on. I'm just going to make sure that he isn't like standing in the road or anything, and he's not going to just instantly die. So I'm going to move him over closer onto the lot. Over here. Okay. And he was going to yell at Lavender. Okay, and now I am going to have him, unfortunately, die. I think I'm going to go for the killer rabbit again. That's pretty much... I mean, in this case, the killer rabbit is Lavender. There we go. I am really disappointed. Like, you were supposed to be our heir. You're supposed to be our main sim going forward. Well, who knows? Maybe there's gonna... Oh, and nobody's confident except Brayden. Hang on, Kaylin, can I get somebody confident? Kaylin would be the best bet, I think. What could I do to make him confident? Maybe I can have Frederick come and praise him for something. Express admiration, maybe? What else could get Kaylin in a good mood? Can't I like tell him he's our favorite or something? Maybe that would make him confident. Oh dear. Okay, everybody is here witnessing Brandon's second death. He made it through the famine because he had not rolled to die in the famine. He survived a first death by cardiac explosion, and now he dies randomly from murder, which is a house rule, and maybe I'm going to learn my lesson that house rules are not a good idea. Look at him, my poor Brayden. You were supposed to be the one, Brayden. My ambitious, cheerful, glutton Brayden. Okay, so she's very sad. Kaylin is feeling inspired. Is anyone confident? No, they're just happy. Lavender, I am going to invite you to leave. Now that you have done your job, you don't want to have too many witnesses, so you are going to sneakily leave. Tell a joke about ducks. Yeah, no, you don't want to be telling jokes to the woman who killed your brother. Okay, hang on. Who am I going to have plead here? I'm kind of tempted to use Kaylin again. Should I just have Kaylin do it? For some reason, he can't interact with Grim. Oh, nobody can interact with Grim. Are you freaking kidding me? Why? Why can't anybody interact with him? Did I wait too long? No. You don't understand. I have to plead. I have to plead for my heir. I can't just let him die. Literally no one can plead for him. Why? I don't even have like the pop-up that says it's too early to plead or something. Oh, look at her. What is she doing? Confront about bullying? Yeah, that's she's confronting Lavender about bullying. Actually, it seems like pleading for Noah was what bugged it, because then I couldn't plead for Quentin either. Okay, so what we're gonna do is that we're gonna flip a coin. Oh! A last exception. What? He just autonomously revived Brayden. What? It's as if Grimm kept the memory of Brayden successfully pleading, and then it was bugged, so I brought Quentin back to life. And since I did that, it's as though Grimm was going to save the next sim no matter what, because he had like preemptively been pleaded for. I think the one who had pleaded for Quentin was actually Brayden himself. So Brayden is so confident that he somehow pleaded for himself, which is a very Brayden thing to do. You guys, I was like so upset after rolling that. I was sure Brayden was dying. I was sure he wouldn't be spared a second time. And I was just sort of going with the idea that Frederick was going to become our main sim and Frederick was going to marry Daisy. And I mean, that's the name of the game, right? That's the challenge. But I think I'm going to leave it like this because Brayden did successfully plead and it just bugged out. And I mean, Quentin is just a side sim, so I don't really want to waste a successful plead on Quentin. I really want to keep it this way. I mean, let me know what you guys think. Do you think it's cheating if I consider that Brayden somehow pleaded for himself successfully? I feel it's kind of fair because this is a house rule as well, so I don't know. I kind of want to leave him alive. I feel like he deserves to live after this. I don't know. It's just so bizarre. And I mean, I had him woohoo with Fatima because I thought he would be dying. So I thought it would be interesting to have his illegitimate child somewhere out in the world who would never become our heir. And we would just keep tabs on him. I really was not planning for him to survive. I'm really surprised. Should I roll a coin anyway? I don't know. Am I feeling lucky? I kind of am after this. You know what? Let's do it. Let's frickin' do it. Okay, heads he dies, tails he survives. And he rolled tails, so he survives. So, okay, Brayden was not fated to die after all. He was fated to be brought back to life twice. I'm just speechless. I was not expecting this. But I'm really happy because after Gemma died and rolling my house rule and having Brayden die from my house rule, I felt really bad and I was kind of upset. But this is a really funny turn of events. So I'm happy now. This is great. This is amazing. So you guys can all stop crying now. Your brother. Oh no, she's just sad because she's not the favorite. Yeah, who cares? My brother died. I'm not the favorite. Okay, well, thanks, Grimm. Thanks for bugging out and bringing Brayden back to life. We're gonna have to check to see if Fatima is pregnant, though, because if she is, we're gonna have to get him married right away. And he's too young to be getting married. He's just 14 right now. But I guess that's gonna be it. He's going to be married early and have his first kid early. That's it's an accident, really. I really thought he was going to pass away and the kid would just be an illegitimate child, a townie. But wow, okay. So I'm gonna check right away to see if Fatima is pregnant, just so that we know if we have to go ahead with a wedding right away or not. Or if we get a bit more time before getting him married, because honestly, we do not have room for another married couple. Okay, and she is not pregnant. Okay, so it's fine. She's not pregnant. So Brayden had a little extramarital woohoo, and that's it. That's where it ends for now. I am not going to have them get married or get engaged or anything. Nobody is supposed to know that that happened. Oh, Frederick is actually taking care of Alexander. He's not being left out in the road. And this is a beautiful way to end May Day. Hey, Lavender's still here after being scolded by... You can... No, you didn't lose anyone. She's ready to fight. Adriana is ready to fight. Impulsive Sims get energized by the idea of fighting angry Sims or hot-headed Sims. Oh. Lavender, I think, is hot-headed. That's really cool. So maybe... So what happened, you know? I think as they were coming home, Frederick, Stephanie, and Brayden met Lavender on the road, and perhaps a fight broke out between Brayden and Lavender, and Brayden was wounded, but Frederick and Stephanie managed to bring him back home while Lavender escaped. And they, of course, had to tell their parents what happened. They just couldn't, you know, hide the fact that Brayden had been stabbed or something. And so Adriana probably heard this story, and I think I'm actually going to have her also meet Lavender, and I'm going to have her also be an enemy, because maybe one day Adriana is the one who is going to try and get justice for Brayden, who was first mugged by Lavender and then almost killed. So that's really interesting. I should get going. Yeah, you should. It's 1 a.m., girl. And Lavender left. Okay, well, I'll try to fix that at some other point. But yeah, that's really interesting. So I think Rosemary and Frederick are definitely going to be extremely worried after hearing that. Okay, so it is the morning of the last day of the year, and let's hope this day is going to be a little less eventful than the rest of the year has been so far. So Noah this morning is feeling very happy as he's going to play with emotion. He is near a delightful sim, which I think is Gabriella. Right, so Noah and Gabriella are the best friends that I wasn't expecting. I might actually spend a bit more time with Gabriella today because it feels like we haven't seen as much of the younger kids as we have of the older ones, which is normal. They're teens. They're gonna start making a life for themselves, whereas the kids are still just slowly growing up. But I might play around with Gabriella and her new traits since she's not constantly dazed anymore. Oh, here's Gabriella. Oh, and baby Allison here is very sad. So she is gonna go and brighten her day, being the delightful sim that she is. She is near a delightful sim, but the delightful sim is herself. Oh, no, that's right. Kaylin is also delightful. So Kaylin and Gabriella are two delightful sims. Oh, she had an awful May Day, but I'm sorry. I only have a limited amount of time to play, and I cannot play with 9 sims at the same time. No, wait, we've got more than 9 sims. We've got 12 sims in this household. It's way too many, and now nobody died in the famine. I mean, the famine isn't over yet. There is still one death that we have to go through, but so far everybody has made it through unscathed despite the game and my house rules trying to kill Brayden twice. So it's not all bad news. Does anybody actually stir like this? Oh, we have bunnies. Here, I'm gonna have Gabriella come and talk to the bunnies. It's a TV season premiere. Not really, but we could pretend this is a joust, and I could send everybody to... Oh, are you kidding me? Was it Brayden or was it Stephanie? Oh, it was Stephanie. Stephanie as she was making bread. So everybody is terrified, except Brayden. Brayden is so uncomfortable from Poseidon's... Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, so that's great. We're gonna send Stephanie to have a little shower. We're gonna have to replace the oven. Do you remember some years ago, last time this happened, we didn't have enough money to replace the stove. It's not an issue anymore. I'm just saving up to go buy my friend's lot, which I think we're going to be able to do soon. Okay, so once Stephanie is out of the shower. Oh, right, she's absent-minded. So maybe the cause of the fire was that Stephanie just wasn't really paying attention. Yeah, so the famine is actually going to be ending soon, which is great. We still have a few deaths to go. We are still going to have to roll if I travel. I saw Plum Bob and the Decades kept the encounter rules an extra year because it is going to take a while for the country or the kingdom to recover from the famine. So I'm also going to be doing that, even though my house rules seem to constantly be killing people. I said that's what I was gonna do, so I'm gonna keep doing it until the bitter end. Catherine Baker, his dead cousin, is asking him to ditch school and go play hooky somewhere. If it was another child, I would have said yes, but not to ghosts. We don't play with ghosts in this household. So there's nothing else that I wanted to do specifically in this house. We're gonna have to do some laundry. So I think I am just going to play through part of the day, and I might... Oh, I was gonna say I'm gonna go out with the kids, but after what happened last time, I think Frederick and Rosemary are not going to be letting the kids go out quite as much. I'm actually going to send Frederick back to bed since he's supposed to be sick and resting. Right, so I'm not going to be sending them out to play. Instead, I might have some kids come here. Why not? Let's see, who do we have in our social panel here? So Zane and Vasco are now living at the Abbey because there are now orphans. Okay, so actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Gabriella join the peasant children group, and I'm going to invite the peasant children over to play. So, who is she not related to? Oh man, everybody's social and fun is so low. Okay, I'm gonna have Brayden come and play with his little sister, Esther. What about Alexander? Alexander somehow is the one who's the happiest right now. Maybe he learned that he has to do everything himself, so he's just keeping himself entertained. Right, so I had Gabriella join the peasant children group, and I have started a gathering, and they are now going out back to play. They are going to swing, and I might even add a little marble circle thing so that they can come play together. Actually, why don't we put down a little game table out here? You know, maybe, I mean, it's not really period appropriate, but this is the only one I have. And my thinking is that maybe the kids built their own little table and made up their own little games just so that they have a bit more things to do, because fun is really the issue right now. And normally I just had them go out to play at the park, but Rosemary and Frederick, with reason, are going to tell their kids that they are not allowed to go out. So, big barn dining chair. Oh, it's maybe a little too big. Yeah, why not? A little stool there. Let's go and give them a mix and match of chairs here that they probably just picked up and made themselves. That looks absolutely terrific. So here is the gaming table that our kids made. And we might as well get Adriana. And yeah, Adriana's tense about the fire. Here, why not play symbols with... And she doesn't know any of the other kids, so I'm gonna have her come over here. I'm gonna bring Kaylin over and Noah, even though Noah is gonna be aging up soon, so he is not going to be part of their group of friends anymore. Alright, so these guys are getting along just fine. I'm also having Gabriella go over and meet the other kids that I invited. Alright, I forgot. Corey is actually part of the peasant children group. Oh, and he's doing the dishes for us. Isn't that nice? I mean, we haven't actually encountered him as a pickpocket yet. So I don't think anybody knows that he's really a pickpocket who's living with the potential murderer of Brayden. But he probably doesn't even know that, you know? Lavender is a pretty proud lady. I don't think she told anyone that she tried to rob a bunch of 12 No, they're 14-year-olds. Yeah, so she tried to rob two 14-year-olds and a 15-year-old and failed. And so I think Corey doesn't really know that Brayden was almost murdered by his found family sister. I am going to have... I think I want Adriana to meet Corey. Oh, she already knows him. Okay. Well, in that case, I am going to stay with Gabriella here. She is getting to know... This is Orion Hale, so he is Stuart Hale's oldest son, and this is his sister Morgan. So they are not related by blood to the Barrow family anymore since Gemma's children passed away and he was remarried. So these are some potential future spouses. I'm just gonna see whoever Gabriella gets along with best. Oh, and she has a great reputation. Morgan just became good friends with Gabriella. Oh, that's fun. Oh, and they're hugging. That's great. Okay, so I'm happy Gabriella is gonna start having a bit more of a life. She is due to age up into a teen in 2 years, so that's in 13-18. I'm really looking forward to seeing her role to see if she's going to get married and have children. I hope that she does and she's going to have a happy life because her childhood was off to a very difficult start with both of her parents passing away and being taken in by her half-brother Frederick, who has many, many children of his own. So I hope everything is going to turn out well for her and that she's going to succeed her teen role and get married and just be happy. I hope she's going to have a great love story with someone. Why is he throwing a tantrum? Oh no. There, go play dolls. It's almost the end of the day, so I'm going to be leaving this part here. It is still only the afternoon, but I don't really have anything else planned for the rest of the day, and I think there were enough things that happened this year already. I do have some maintenance to do on some other households, so we are going to be leaving the Barrow family here. This year was quite an eventful one. Sir Amos was assassinated, which leaves Gemma's children at the mercy of the evil Sir Lucan, at least until Tobias learns about what happened. We had 4 Sims die in the Baker household, which leaves the remaining 5 children orphans. So they are now living at the Abbey and will eventually be sent to live with families around the community. And then, of course, we had Brayden, Quentin, Noah, and Kaylin, who went poaching only to be attacked by a wild boar, which left Noah and Quentin severely injured. Thanks to some successful pleading by Kaylin and Brayden, we did manage to save both of them, after which our teen sims celebrated May Day with some potential future spouses, only to have Brayden be murdered on his way back. He was mysteriously spared by the Grim Reaper despite no one pleading for him, so we now have a streak going of 2 consecutive years of Brayden passing away and being revived. Next year will be the last year of the famine, and we still have 1 more death that was rolled that we need to go through with. In our main household, we also have Noah, who will be doing his teen role, and Esther, who will be doing her child role. In the Verveers household, we also have Gemma's second son Julien, who will be doing his child role. So once again, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. So you know the maintenance I was talking about? Some of the maintenance that I was doing was actually going around and killing whoever was left that rolled to die, and one of the Sims who had rolled to die was Marie, and Tobias here, who you may notice had a bit of a glow up now that he's living in Willow Creek. Tobias was not feeling confident or flirty or anything, and I just decided on the off chance that he would succeed that he should just go ahead and plead for Marie because they have quite fallen in love. They don't have much of a friendship, but they are quite in love, and in fact she had just given birth to twin sons who I was in the process of aging up, and she passed away, and by some miracle Tobias managed to save her, and I am just really surprised. We had so many successes with Grim these past 2 years. We didn't manage to save a single person in the Barrow household, but we managed to save the most important Sims, basically. Not that Marie is part of our main household, she's not even part of our side households, but I quite liked her and the story with Tobias, so this is This is a really fun turn of events. Yeah. So, yeah, that was all I wanted to show. So, once again, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you next time. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Ultimate Decades Challenge. We are now in 1317, and we are in the last stretch of the Great Famine. Last year was the deadliest year we've had by far, with 5 deaths out of our 25 played sims. In the Revere's household, Sir Amos fell victim to an outlaw that crossed his path while he was on his way to the market. In the Baker household, both Cecilia and Jeffrey passed away, as did 2 of their children, which leaves us with a total of 5 orphans we are now going to have to find homes for. In our main household, we had a bit of a wild ride. Noah and Brayden's best friend Quentin died as a result of a hunting accident, but Kaylin and Brayden successfully pleaded to bring them both back. But then, on his way back from a May Day celebration, our heir Brayden got into a scuffle with the same outlaw who had once robbed him, and who also happens to be the one who assassinated Sir Amos, and Brayden was killed. But the Grim Reaper bugged out and brought him back to life with no one pleading. I'm not really sure what happened, but I did flip a coin after to confirm that Brayden was saved, and he was. So now we have a very exciting streak going of 2 years where Brayden has died and been spared by the Grim Reaper. This year, we are going to have Noah's teen role to do, Esther's child role, and in the Verveers family, we have the child role to do for Julien. Julien being Gemma's second son. We also have Stephanie, who will turn 16 this year and will be eligible to get married, but I think I've already mentioned this. She isn't really in a rush to get married since she wants to stay and help with her younger siblings, so I might hold off on getting her married since we're still kind of figuring out who we want her to marry anyways. By the way, you might notice that I've changed my G-Shade preset. I think this one is a little more atmospheric, but it's also a little darker. So let me know what you guys think. It's always an option to change back if you think this one is too dark. And I just noticed as everybody is waking up, Brayden here is already enraged. So we are going to have him go take an angry poop, and then we are going to send him to meditate, because I cannot deal with another death scare. My heart simply will not take it. Alright, so Stephanie's feeling pretty good, and she wants to argue with her sister about who's better. You can do that later, Stephanie. Everybody's starving, and you are going to come and prepare some stew. Why not? I kind of feel like everybody getting their own portion during the famine made the famine kind of easy. I didn't really struggle to get everybody fed, so I kind of feel like just doing... okay. So I'm kind of considering just doing a single serving of 8 portions and then dividing that between all of them. I feel like it would be a little more challenging. I see that he's meditating, and the moonlit for the worst day ever isn't even going down. Caitlin and Allison are jokesters. Yeah, sure, why not? Everybody's starving. They're just swarming around Stephanie while she's making breakfast. The glory of stories. Adriana likes stories. Oh, I bet she does. She must like, you know, stories about knights and princesses and that sort of thing. Pirates and whatnot. She's feeling sad because she's gloomy, and she's feeling sad because she's strict. Yeah, poor Rosemary. The famine really did a number on you, didn't it? She used to be cheerful, and now she's just sad all the time. There, go clean a toilet. That'll cheer you up. Alright, so Brayden now has controlled emotions from being emotionally mindful. That's great, and he can choose whatever emotion he wants. So, oh, and he's cold. I think I'm gonna have him channel the confident emotion. It just seems like it would be his type. Oh yeah, of course. I want to channel even more fury to make sure that I die. Oh, passion. Oh, that would be funny. Yeah, maybe at some point I'm gonna have him go and socialize with some ladies, and I can have him channel his inner Casanova or something. Okay, we're gonna go bold for now. You know, you never know. Maybe Noah's gonna die on his age up, and now I'm gonna have to get Brayden to plead for him, so we're gonna do that. Oh, someone's knocking at the door. Hey, it's Quentin! What kind of trouble are you here to get us into today? And, oh, he's feeling sad. I'm gonna have Brayden come and greet him before he eats. Why are you doing the angry walk, Brayden? You're confident now. It's not the worst day anymore. Oh, poor Quentin with his little trembling lip. So what's happened to you, guy? Have you been, betrothed to someone you're not happy about? Can I ask about his mood, maybe? Try to cheer up? Console about death. Oh, right. So Quentin is probably here to tell Brayden that his mother has actually passed away. Corey Graves is calling Kaylin to ditch school and go play hooky somewhere. I mean, he probably would, but I was talking about Quentin right now. I'm gonna say no for now, just because I want to stay with these guys and we still have to do Noah's birthday. So, I have a feeling Quentin is here to let Brayden know that his mother has actually passed away. She being a pretty rich, bold pickup line. That is not appropriate, Brayden. Yeah, Brianna, Quentin's mother, likely got robbed at some point. You know, I have a feeling she's the type of sim who would be so overconfident that she just wouldn't care about all of these rumors about outlaws and whatnot. And she would just have walked straight to the market or to go to a friend's place, not caring about that at all. She probably got robbed and fought back and ended up with the same outcome as Brayden, which is she probably got hurt and maybe the wound festered and she sadly passed away. Which is pretty sad for Quentin, but also not really. She hated children. She wasn't all that great of a mother. He's still very sad. So I'm just gonna have Brayden try and comfort his friend and... Aw, they're getting so many good sentiments. Become best friends forever. Yes, sir. These two are meant to be best friends. Oh, gossiping? Aw. There, try to cheer up. Yeah, best friends forever. These guys really like each other. Oh. Oh, and now he's very confident. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna have Brayden come and get a bite to eat while we deal with Noah here. To age up into a teen, Noah cannot roll a 7. 17. Okay, so Noah is going to survive. The next roll we're going to do is to see if he gets married. 15, so he does get married. And next we are going to roll a d12 to see how many pregnancies he gets, and he gets 6. So he and his future partner will be able to try to have a baby, or they'll be able to get pregnant 6 times. We don't know how many babies that's going to result in. So I am going to write that down real quick, and then we are going to have him age up and see what this little guy looks like. All right, so Noah was bad-natured, cheerful, and a slob, and he is now serious. Not fond of joking. The opposite of goofball. I don't know if that fits for him. I'm gonna take him into Cass and take a look at what other choices we have. And as for his aspiration, we are gonna go take a look at a teen one. And does he want... Yeah, I think he's carefree and rules free, clearly. Wow. Your hair really got long when you became a teen. And oh gosh. So many scars. Yeah, well that actually does make sense because he did get a thrashing by a boar. So I am going to take him into Cass, and I think I am going to give him a few scars. Alright, so here is our Noah after his little makeover. I gave him a bunch of scars because of his near-death experience, and I did give him some slightly longer hair because the other hair that he used to have just didn't look quite as good on a teen. As for his traits, I decided to leave the bad-natured trait because I think it's just part of him now and part of his story, so I'm going to keep that for now, and maybe when he ages up to an adult there's going to be something else that's going to be interesting. But I did remove the serious trait and I gave him nosy instead because he, as a child, was always tagging along and wanted to follow his brothers and see what they were up to, so that is his new trait. And we have another visitor, and I think this is our little cousin, Endrio, the creepy kleptomaniac. Oh no, it's not. It's not. It's, this one is Zane. And he's gonna introduce himself to his cousin. These Sims really need to calm down. Look at Stephanie being hysterical again. A pinch of salt and laughter from feeling close with somebody nearby. Cooking memories, free from the shackles of technology. This is dangerous. Oh great, and now Frederick. What's wrong with you? Having a mood swing, embarrassed plus 50. Can Sims die from embarrassment? I hope not. Oh, Noah acquired the loot skill. I had forgotten that I had a loot here, but I guess it's good that Noah's learning that. I mean, it's a welcome change from the violin that he was playing constantly. Learning from mistakes. The best way to learn is through mistakes. Huh. That's, surprisingly wholesome coming from Noah. Jeffrey Barlow is throwing a charity benefit party and has apparently invited Brayden? Well, it's not like Brayden to refuse, so I guess we're gonna go with a bunch of our teen friends. Why is Trader Jacques naked on his thumbnail? Alright, so we are here at the medieval version of the Narwhal Arms, and I have brought our... Why? I brought all of our teens and some of their friends, and their friends just instantly disappeared. Oh, and look who appeared instead. An outlaw, and I'm not sure who this is, but she seems nice enough. What? Staunton? Huh, apparently Staunton is moonlighting as a bartender again. Okay, so I am going to start a club gathering so that our friends show up and actually stay here. And I have brought Noah with us so that he can also start meeting a few people and see if he meets anyone that he might think is attractive. So he's going to do a funny introduction on a few of these guys. He is even going to introduce himself to the outlaw. I think Noah doesn't really care about that guy looking kind of scary. In fact, he is probably going to be curious about it. He is nosy, and it is Noah. And what are you wearing? Comedian. She's a comedian. This game. And I crashed my game by trying to change her outfit. Alright, we're back, and Merida, the child comedian, is now wearing appropriate clothing. So I'm gonna try again to have Noah come and introduce himself to a bunch of people here. Oh yeah, okay, so it worked. At least he did start introducing himself. He's gonna introduce himself to Jeffrey. Funny introduction, why not? Are we gonna be making a donation? I'm not sure we will. And look at Brayden busting a move out here. Right, so I kind of forgot about this, but apparently Stephanie and Jeffrey have a maxed out friendship bar, and not only that, but she actually perceives him as very attractive. And they're good friends, and their first impression was that they're both interesting, so I guess he could really be a good candidate for her. I am gonna have her come and share some kind words. And over here we have the captain of the local guard. I think she is going to introduce herself to him as well. Not as a potential suitor, but just because she might eventually want to tell him about her brother who almost died. This is kind of amusing. The captain of the guard is here talking to the leader of the outlaws. Whoops! Noah is here. I really wanted him to meet the other teen ladies, but nobody's showing. Oh, here we go. Daisy's here. So he is going to come and introduce himself to Daisy. Oh, and here's Eleonora that everybody so far has been finding very attractive. Is she leaving again? You better not be leaving. She's leaving. I'm even going to introduce him to Fatima. I know she's kind of... What? She's, I wouldn't say promised to Brayden, but they've got a little thing going on, but I'm still gonna have him introduce himself. Because it's Noah, so if he can be a troublemaker, he will be. And he wants to be friendly with Gleda. Oh, and she decided to sit at the table with the guard and the outlaw. So this is This is nice. So, I don't know. Maybe the guards are actually being bribed by the outlaws and they're not acting on some of the events that have been happening. That would explain why Brayden was robbed and then killed so easily. And Trader Jacques, are you kidding me? Oh, he doesn't even have a name anymore. Oh, that's because I uninstalled the royalty mod, isn't it? Oops. Alright, so let's see what Noah thinks about the ladies that he met. So, Eleonora is attractive. Fatima is attractive, but they do not have good impressions. Abel is admirable, but everybody so far thinks Noah's annoying, I think. What about Jeffrey? He thinks he's immature. Okay, that's kind of funny. It's like Noah has a super optimistic outlook on everybody that he meets, and then they all think he's annoying or immature. Okay, so it's midnight right now, so I'm gonna be sending these guys home and I'm gonna do the encounter roll. Alright, so we are back at our main house with our 4 teens who were out. I am going to do the encounter roll for them. So we are going to start by flipping a coin. This doesn't count, this is what it was generated on. And tails, so they are safe. They did not meet anyone on the road this time. That is fine. I don't mind a year with nothing terrible happening, you know. I can live with that. Oh, what's going on here? Baby Allison. Emotional control is in the range to earn the uncontrolled emotions trait. This seems to be a family thing. Oh, she loves her brother Brayden though. Alright, so we're the next morning. I have Rosemary making breakfast for everyone, and before we get into anything, we are going to have to do a roll to see if baby Esther here makes it to being a child. Oh, sorry, Alexander. I will give you a little bit of privacy. So here we have our cute little baby Esther. She needs to avoid rolling a 9 and a 19. 14, and she is fine. Once again, Gen 2 gets all of the luck, and I can just imagine Gen 3 will be dropping like flies. Okay, here we go. And Esther was always sleepy. She is now determined, insecure, and insecure. She is double insecure. All right, so we're gonna get rid of one of these. And how was Esther so far? I feel like she was kind of cute and warm-hearted, and they have a greater social need. All right, I think I'm gonna go with that one. As for her aspiration, I am gonna go ahead and randomize that. We are going to roll a d6. 4. So that is going to be social. Oh, and she ended up with short hair. I don't know. I don't know if I like that for her. I kind of felt like Esther was a bit of a more feminine sim compared to her older sisters. Let's take her into cast and see what we can do. Here is our little Esther Barrow after her makeover. She used to have a bun, so I switched it up for longer hair and a braid. She seems to have her father's eyes and has her mother's hair, and I think she is going to grow up to be a pretty cute little gal. While we're here, I also gave another makeover to Noah. I ended up giving him slightly shorter hair, and I just haven't been able to find any clothes that look right, so here he is in his very gray outfit. I also went and changed the absent-minded trait that Gabriella has to the daydreamer trait like Higglety suggested. Thank you very much, Higglety. Just because I think it fits a little better with the Luna Lovegood type personality that she has. So I'm not sure what's happening here, but Brayden and Frederick are having a bit of an argument. Oh, Brayden, you okay, bro? He's feeling very confident and just sort of arguing with everyone. And Stephanie's hysterical again. Well, we're gonna go and deactivate the emotional deaths. As fun as it was having Brayden die from a cardiac explosion, I really don't need this happening too often. You know, if it was such a rare occurrence, I would probably leave it, but for this challenge, I feel like it's a little bit too much. In case anybody else wants to deactivate the emotional deaths, it's on the computer. You go down to MC Tuner and we go to change interaction behavior and allow emotional deaths. We are going to disable that. It is going to require a game restart, which I will not do right away. Instead, I am just going to cheat away one of these moodlets. The only other birthdays that we have left this year are in the Verveer's household, but we still got 3 days to go. So what I'm going to be doing, since we don't have a farm to take care of at the moment, I am going to concentrate on meeting some ladies to decide who Frederick and Brayden are going to get married to. So yeah, we already have Brayden, who had a little bit of a fling with Fatima. They have a little bit of romance, but another interesting candidate could be Eleonora or Daisy. So he already is friends with Daisy. Their relationship went up really fast. And Eleonora, he has amazing compatibility with her. And his brother Frederick happens to also like her. So if we want to continue the rivalry between our twins, having Brayden seduce Eleonora right under Frederick's nose could be an interesting little twist. Alright, so Frederick wants to have fun. It seems to me like the best option would be to take them to the tavern and have them keep socializing, even though we already did that yesterday. And I kind of feel like I'm tempting fate by having them travel so much and constantly doing rolls for the encounters, but at the same time, you know, we need to get these two married. I could invite them over here, of course, but we don't really have anything fun that we can do. I mean, we have a swing, we have an archery set, and maybe it won't bug out as much if I invite them here. Okay, so for today, I'm going to invite them here, and then maybe we'll go to a community lot tomorrow or at the start of 1318, because what is that? Oh, it's a cat with a shirt. Oh, okay. All right, okay. I won't ask any questions. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. Our priority is going to be getting Brayden married. So I am going to start a club of only potential spouses for Brayden, and I'm gonna invite them over. And if they start socializing with his brothers, well, that's a thing that could happen, and maybe they will be candidates for his brothers. But at least we'll have them all in one spot. Here, this seems perfect, and we're gonna call it Brayden's Gals. All right, so let's start a gathering. All right, so Brayden's fun is pretty low. Maybe he can... Okay, so the first one here is Eleonora. So we're gonna ask Eleonora to go cloud gazing. Hopefully it'll bring his fun up, and like immediately. This is the first thing that it's suggesting. All right, and the second one here is Daisy. I think Noah did not meet Daisy when he was out yesterday, so spy on Daisy? Rude or funny? Let's be funny. Wowee, that sim is irresistible. Brayden has a major crush on Eleonora. Oh, okay. All right, we can let these two get to know each other a little. And they just became good friends. Oh, and Noah is getting to know Daisy. All right. Huh. Frederick is over here practicing archery. I feel like he's trying to be better than Brayden at whatever Brayden enjoys doing, and meanwhile, Brayden is here flirting, or at least getting to know Frederick's girl. Oh, and Daisy loves the outdoors. Okay, so Noah's really getting to know her pretty fast from what I can see. These two are getting along swimmingly. Okay, so the cloud gazing is bringing his fun up very slowly, but their relationship has just been maxed. So he has a crush on her. I feel like Noah is like a third wheel. There's just something about Agnes that seems to vibe in a way that appeals to Noah. Really? So Daisy thinks Noah's fun to be around, and Agnes? Oh, Agnes thinks Noah is annoying. And she is perceived as very unattractive. Okay. Whereas Daisy is attractive. Okay. So Noah and Daisy so far seem to be getting along very well. Oh, and Fatima just appeared. Talk about marriage. That's the first thing. I don't know. I think we're gonna be having a poll to decide who Brayden should propose to. But, you know, I think he's still going to have a conversation with Fatima, even if he doesn't end up marrying her necessarily. But she's so pretty. All of these ladies are pretty, honestly. I think I'm gonna have Frederick come and talk to Eleonora. Just because, you know. Whine about unfair life. Yeah, that might not be the best way to get a girl to look at you instead of your brother. Yeah, give props, why not? So here's Brayden being smooth. Oh, and this is interesting. Look who just showed up. This is a potential love interest for Stephanie. So I'm gonna have her come and invite him in. I got a special gift for you because you're such a good neighbor and I appreciate your kindness and friendship. Wait, what? Frederick was about to mess around with Eleonora? I think I'm gonna cancel that because Frederick isn't supposed to have any kids, although if the game does it autonomously, I think I'll leave it, but I don't know what to do. I kind of enjoy the chaos, but I also... Do you know what? Okay, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. They have the tiniest romance bar. I'm gonna leave it just because this is what the game is doing. And you know what? If Brayden ends up marrying Eleonora and she's actually pregnant with his brother's baby, that would be so shocking. Oh, Jeffrey gave a gift to Stephanie. What was it? She got a postcard. Okay. So that's kind of cute. So it really does seem like Jeffrey is into her. And he's actually being a lot more forward than Brandon is. But if I remember well, Brandon was also now attractive, wasn't he? Yeah, he's also attractive. So both of them are attractive. So that's interesting. Okay, there it is. Eleonora and Frederick. So I'm just gonna let it go and hope she isn't pregnant, because if she is, not only in their parents' bed, are you kidding me? I thought they would at least go into a shed or something, or in the woohoo bush, but no, they had to do it in their parents' bed. This is so awkward. Like, they can't hide this now. Everybody's gonna hear them. Didn't someone just come down the ladder too? And there's a baby sleeping next to them. This... you guys, honestly. Oh no, so now should I have them get married? I don't know what to do. Okay, well, let me know what you guys think. I was going to have a poll to have, to decide between Eleonora, Daisy, or Fatima for, Brayden, but now that, Frederick is kind of, publicly throwing caution to the wind, I don't know if we should have them get married or what. But he's not supposed to have any kid tries, so we're gonna have to hope she isn't pregnant. I don't know. I'm at a loss right now. Why are you crying now? All the girls are just getting along so well. Great, look who's hysterical now. Try calming them down in the mirror. Yeah, well, mirrors don't exist yet. At least, according to the rules. I didn't actually look that up to see if that was a thing or not. Look at Kaylin here, doing push-ups in the trash. What even is this? Acquire the blacksmithing skill? What? How? Okay. She just did that autonomously. Well, I guess, she discovered a new hobby, which is fine. And Noah is still... Oh, he's filthy. And he's still hysterical. Yeah, the jog to clear mind thing just isn't working. Oh, Frederick is also mining? Frederick, you're supposed to be sick and in bed. So, I don't know. I guess maybe with the famine going on, they thought we should get an alternative way to make simoleons, and they decided to get into mining? Whatever. So, he wants to embrace Fatima. Man, I feel kind of bad now, because I really wanted to let you guys decide who Brayden was going to marry, but now the game just sort of seems to be pushing for Brayden to be with Fatima and Frederick to be with Eleonora, which well, Brayden does also have a crush on Eleonora, so I just don't know. I don't know what to do with this. Talk about marriage. Maybe. Alright, we're gonna start by having them embrace, because that's what he wants. And I am going to have him talk about marriage just to see... Oh, she's into it. She seems to be open to the idea. I'm just not sure her father will. Oh, what's that sentiment? So she has a crush on Brayden. Oh man, this is a complicated situation. It's like a love square. They all have crushes on each other, but nobody has a crush. None of it is mutual. Oh, and Trader Jacques is calling us to congratulate us on our birthday. Congrats, Noah, on surviving. Alright, so it is getting quite late, so... Oh, Brandon? Now Brandon is here? Really? So, Stephanie's two main suitors have come to see her today. That's very amusing. Aw, look at these two. You guys would be a cute couple, you know that? Look at these two. And he has like the greenest eyes. I'm sure their babies would be so cute. They're 4 potential babies. Oh, look at how he looks at her. That guy's in love. He is in love with her, and she cannot see it. So I just noticed that Alexander's hunger is really, really low. I mean, so is his attention, but I just hope he makes it through the night, and he won't get taken away before we make breakfast. What? Oh, no. Stephanie is dying from embarrassment. Are you freaking kidding me? Stop looking at me from having a mood... No, no, I didn't restart the game just because it would be too long. No. Really? From a teen mood swing? Are you... You're... No, man. Frederick, get up. You're confident. He's enraged from the worst day ever, so it's gonna have to be Frederick or Noah. No, because Frederick is now feeling hurt. So Noah's gonna have to come plead for his sister's life. Are you freaking kidding me? I almost want to cheat this away. I was saying I would have left it if it wasn't this freaking common. And now, of course, Stephanie had to die. Really? Oh, oh my god. Really? Noah! Noah, you lifesaver! This is what you were spared for. You were spared so that you could save your sister, Stephanie, from dying from a teen mood swing. Alexander is very hungry. I know he is, but... Oh, God. Okay, we're the next day. What? 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 No, 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 no. No, this is... What the f... No, are you serious right now? No, 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 no. I'm gonna have to cheat this because I just can't with this. And he was very inspired. Why did he die of a... Oh, what? And now the other one's gonna get taken away. Okay, Rosemary, I'm sorry. You have to stop mourning your children. You have to go make some food and feed that baby. Pigeon stew. There. We're gonna eat some pigeon stew right after we're done saving Brayden from death for a 3rd time. This is a streak. This is the 3rd year in a row that Brayden dies. This, I can't. I just can't. No, you're not gonna witness death because it's going to make you sad. You have to stay very confident. Oh, even Brandon's there. Rosemary, I told you to go cook before your baby Alexander gets taken away. What is this chaos? Everything was going just fine. So Grim has officially bugged out. You know what? I'm just gonna cheat this. Here we go. Brayden is back. Everything's fine. Everything is under control. We are just going to forget that this ever happened. And I am going to restart my game because these emotional deaths will be the death of me. She's still mortified. That's it. I'm getting out of here. Alright, we are back. The emotional deaths are now officially deactivated. Everybody is now dying from hunger. And Alexander, oh my god, he is so going to be taken away. And he's gonna pass out as well. And he's throwing a tantrum. I'm so sorry, Alexander. You've been so terribly neglected. Everybody is just so miserable. This is a really terrible end to the famine. You know, everything was going... Did he just pour salt on Gabriella's head? Yeah, the famine was going really well so far, and now everything sort of just went to shit in the last year. Oh man, Allison, what is wrong with you, baby? Poor kid. I may have been concentrating a little too much on the teens, and I may have forgotten about the other kids. Frederick is going through a phase, a bit of a mean streak, just what we needed. This is exactly what we needed. Maybe he's being mean because he's frustrated with his girlfriend. Well, with Brayden having a crush on his girlfriend. I hope you guys don't mind that I decided to cheat away the death of our heir, but I mean, it's too much. It's just too much. Okay, so Rosemary is now going to go to bed. Everybody's going to go to bed, and we are going to hope that tomorrow is going to be better. What's that? What just happened? Oh, the toddler fell asleep. Man, poor Alexander. I feel so bad. And Allison doesn't even have a bed. Our younger children really got the short end of the stick, didn't they? We're currently halfway through the year, so this feels like a good spot to end the episode. With Brayden being on a 3-year streak of dying, I think I'm going to have to commit to not pleading for him again if he dies, just because it's getting a little ridiculous. There's a point where I need to accept that he's just fated to die, and death number 4 might be it. Which is fitting, since I think 4 is considered to be an unlucky number. Now, I think we've spent enough time with Brayden's potential spouses to make a decision, so I am going to be putting the final choice in your hands. As this video is posted, I'm going to create a poll so that you can vote for who you want him to propose to, so be sure to check the community tab if you'd like to have a say in the final decision. I am going to be giving you 3 choices. The first is going to be Fatima, who is a ward of Quentin's father and is very likely Quentin's illegitimate half-sister. She was raised as a peasant before Quentin's father took her in, so she does know what she would be getting into if she marries Brayden, but she has gotten used to living a life of comfort, so that could cause some difficulties down the line. Although Brayden does have some great ambitions himself, so her family's connections could be useful in the future as well. I think she's definitely the candidate who would be the most independent, which might also make her the least ideal wife, at least according to the standards of the time, but that might make things more exciting as well. The second choice is Eleonora, Brayden's crush and Frederick Jr.'s lover. Why would Brayden propose to her if everyone is probably talking about how she and Frederick very publicly woohooed? Well, with Frederick being unflirty and probably being reluctant to commit to getting married this young, I think Brayden might feel honor-bound to marry Eleonora. I'm assuming people at the time would have more issues with a woman woohooing outside marriage than men, but at the same time, I don't think people would be very happy about a guy getting a girl pregnant and then not taking responsibility for it. So even if we don't know if she's pregnant or not, I think Brayden might want to protect his family's reputation, and he might propose to her just to stop the rumors about her and his brother, and also prevent his youngest siblings from kind of being tainted by what Frederick has done. At the same time, he does have a crush on her and he doesn't have a history of making great decisions, so he might be so head over heels for her that he wants to be her knight in shining armor and doesn't consider what it would mean if she were pregnant with his brother's baby. Apart from her moment with Frederick though, she does have a pretty nice personality and could be a good wife, and she even has the good trait. Our third and final option is Daisy, who would likely be Brayden's safest choice, and of course the option his mother would be rooting for. Daisy loves the outdoors and has the super parent aspiration, so she would probably be a perfect addition to the family. She would thrive taking care of the farms and the animals and the kids, which could potentially make up for Brayden not being as interested in those aspects of being head of the household. In fact, I think that would have some good potential for drama down the line if she's the one basically taking on most of the work and responsibilities and having children to top that off. It could be opening the door for some interesting storylines if their relationship works well on paper but not quite as well in practice. So those are our 3 options, and I'll be selecting a spouse for Frederick Jr. based on who you decide Brayden will marry. So if Brayden marries Fatima or Daisy, I might have Frederick Jr. marry Eleonora, but since he rolled not to have kids, if she's pregnant, I might actually have her marry someone else, which could prompt him to be put off from marrying anyone else for a while. If Brayden is the one to marry Eleonora, then I think I might go with what Water Knight suggested in one of the comments, which would be to have Frederick Jr. end up in a loveless marriage and regret not proposing to Eleonora when he had the chance. And then he would basically just be waiting and hoping that Eleonora becomes a widow so that he can marry her one day. So please let me know your thoughts on our 3 options, and don't forget to vote on who you would like Brayden to propose to. Once again, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Ultimate Decades Challenge. Today, we are in the second part of 1317. The first part started well enough with Noah succeeding his teen role and Esther succeeding her child role. And we also got to spend some more time with potential spouses for our teens. Frederick Jr. in particular spent some quality time with Eleonora, but things just sort of went downhill from there, with Stephanie dying of embarrassment and then Brayden dying of yet another cardiac explosion. I ended up cheating this away because I actually meant to disable the emotional deaths, but I didn't restart my game, so of course everyone saw this coming. But in any case, it's been dealt with, and I am so sorry for cheating. I promise this is the last time I resurrect Brayden. He is now on a 3-year streak of dying, so if he dies again, there will not be any pleading. We are just going to have to let him go. The last day ended with poor Alexander passing out on the floor and Esther sleeping on a bench because I forgot to buy her a bed. So as you can see, things are really going great for our family right now. Alright, so it is the next morning and everything seems to be under control. We have very little food left for the day. This is all that's left. Since we weren't using the wicker station, I went ahead and got a saloon because another one of the items that we got from trading in our animals was a bunch of wool. So with this loom by Jane Simpson, we can actually spin the wool into thread or into yarn. So the yarn can be used for knitting and the thread can be used for cross stitching. So those are some hobbies that we might be able to get into. So everybody is slowly waking up, even though it's noon. Their schedule is completely messed up. But we do have one last death that we rolled that hasn't happened yet. And I think it's about time that we get that one out of the way. And so Frederick here, our main sim, our poor loner who has had so many children, he has been sick for a while and he has not gotten any better. And I think that it's time that he, like his sister and her family, succumbed to that illness. So, poor Frederick, I'm gonna have to get you out of bed and we are going to have to say goodbye. I deliberated for a long time whether or not I should plead for Frederick, but I ultimately decided that I won't, simply because it is now Brayden's turn to be head of our household, and we are going to be getting him married soon, and I think it's time that we said goodbye to Frederick and that we start concentrating on the next generation. Oh, look at poor Brayden. I think it's kind of sinking in that He's the next one in line to start taking care of all of his younger siblings and his mom, and he is now going to be the man of the house. Noah's the one looking a bit jealous here, but we're gonna ignore that. Oh man, I hate seeing everybody so sad. I'm sorry, Frederick, but I won't be pleading for you. I know I said I'd be doing a memorial every time one of our main Sims dies, but since it will be the end of the decade soon, I don't want to go through all, remembering all of the Sims who died. Oh. I don't want to go through all of that twice, so I think what we're going to do is that we're going to invite a few friends and family over as a sort of wake for Frederick. And we are going to have a bit of an overview of what his life has been like. And we are only going to do a slideshow of all the Sims who died at the end of the decade, just so that we don't go through it too many times. So today is going to be about Frederick. We are going to be dragging his tombstone over here next to the rest of the family. All right, so it is almost the end of the day, so we're gonna have... Oh, look at Stephanie and Frederick. Oh, the siblings supporting each other in this time of loss. I didn't even direct them to do this, but the entire family just decided to come and mourn Frederick. And of course it's raining. Poor Rosemary. She just lost her soulmate. And I think this is probably going to cement Stephanie's determination to stay with her mom, because she doesn't want her mom, to be lonely and to feel like she's been left behind by everybody who passed away. So I think Stephanie is going to stay behind to be some emotional support. And of course she's hysterical. This is a great moment to be hysterical, Stephanie. And we even have poor Gabriella here, whose parents passed away, and Frederick became her second father, even though he's her half-brother. And now she's just lost him as well. So it's a sad end to the famine, but at least we've made it through with all of our children, despite Brayden's best attempts at trying to pass away. But we entered the famine with 9 kids, and we are coming out of the famine with 9 kids. We are now at the Revere's household, and this is where we are going to be spending the last day of 1317. Gemma and Lucan have just arrived, and the children are waking up to the happy surprise that their mother is back. And I am going to have Lucan come and tell them a story. Let's say a dramatic story. So he is going to reveal that Gemma was not, in fact, dead, and she had actually been sent to a monastery to recover from her illness under the care of the clergy. According to Lucan, Sir Amos lied to everyone and told them that Gemma had passed away because he was sure that she wouldn't make it through, and he wanted to avoid giving false hope to the children. So Auguste and Julien are 7 and 4 at the moment, so they're just gonna gobble that right up, and they're gonna come and hug their mama. Hug lovingly. Yeah, that's what we're gonna go with. Meanwhile, Miriam and Gamal over here are probably gonna be a little more reluctant to believe him, but obviously they're not gonna say anything. Miriam in particular, I think, is starting to be quite fearful of Lucan because she can only imagine the lengths that Lucan has gone to, first to get rid of Sir Amos and now to resurrect Gemma. Her only consolation at this point is that Gemma might actually be the only person able to somewhat keep Lucan under control. So for the children's sake, she's probably quite happy that Gemma's back. So now that Gemma has been resurrected, I just want to... Oh yeah, they are celebrating her return. Let's take a quick look at her traits. You'll notice that she still has the hot-headed and materialistic traits, but I have replaced hates children with romantic, simply because I think dying might have given her a new outlook on family and what it means to her. And I feel like the romantic trait is pretty aligned with the way that she's been acting so far. I also added the erratic trait because while everyone else who died and came back was immediately resurrected by Grimm, Gemma was gone for 3 whole years. So I feel like it would make sense that the longer you've been gone, the less of you can be brought back. So Gemma might have some bizarre side effects from being resurrected so long after she originally died. I am going to have her talk to her kids a little and catch up on everything. Here, check in. Her children look quite a bit older than they were the last time she saw them, and of course the first thing that she's going to learn as she comes back is that her husband has been killed and she is now a widow. Sir Amos's lands and title have passed to Sir Lucan, and his wealth has been distributed between his 4 sons. And oh my god, this is so chaotic. Yeah, we're gonna cancel the summer solstice just because these guys are going completely crazy with the autonomous interactions here. Amos's wealth was distributed between his 4 sons, and of course, she's also going to learn that Tobias has gotten married and moved to Willow Creek, which kind of leaves her at the mercy of Sir Lucan at the moment because Sir Amos didn't actually leave her with anything since she was dead. According to Sir Lucan, he was named as the guardian of her sons, so that means he currently has control over their inheritance. And of course, all of this news is not enough to overpower her incredibly flirty mood, which I guess is on brand for our dear Gemma. So once she's done catching up with her sons, I think the first order of business is going to be to have these 2 sneak off to have a little discussion about the future. And she's now self-absorbed. Okay, sure. Yeah, why not? Okay, so I'm gonna have these 2 come up here so that they can have a private discussion. You might notice that her first wishes, now that she's back from the dead, are to woohoo and to embrace Stuart, the peasant husband that she ran away from. So just in case we end up with a pregnancy soon, we are going to have to get Gemma married sooner rather than later. All right, I'll have her blow a kiss before she gets into talking about marriage. I don't know where talk about marriage is, so I'm just gonna have them have a deep conversation. Lucan is probably feeling quite secure with his land and his title, so he might not actually see the point in rushing a wedding. Like, he might be at a point where he doesn't really care about what people think or say about them, and he probably isn't even thinking about what it would mean for Gemma to have children out of wedlock. Especially now that she's essentially penniless, she is not in the greatest of positions. So we're going to have Gemma, oh yeah, there we go. We're gonna have her flirt a little. Oh, kiss hands, why not? You know, she's a cunning lady. She probably realizes that she is not going to get a ring by appealing to his better nature. So she is going to be telling him that she wants nothing more than to be his wife and to belong to him after spending so much time pretending to be in love with Sir Amos. And I think she's going to lay it on thick and be sure to remind him about his father as much as she can, so that all he's going to want to do is get rid of his memory and make sure that what's remembered is not that she's Sir Amos's widow, but that she's Lucan's wife. And I mean, he is very flirty as well. What's this? Oh, appealing sim, right. The lover personality, sinister. Yeah, we knew that about these guys already. So, what? Did they just be proposition? You guys, you just can't keep it in your pants, can you? Oh, okay. We are going to let them have a little bit of privacy. And I think I am going to have him propose to her after all that. I guess this was a little woohoo to, seal the deal sort of thing. And the worst part is that the autonomy is off right now. I turned off the autonomy so that I wouldn't have anyone come and interrupt them while they were talking, and there was still autonomy to have them proposition each other, so I don't know what that's about. Alright, you two. Let's have this guy propose. I love that he can congratulate her on her marriage, but she's actually a widow now. There we go. Let's go for the proposal. Good reputation. Oh dear. Even when he's proposing, Lucan looks a little bit evil. Gemma might finally be getting her happy ending. That's right, these two are back to cause trouble and create drama. Now that Lucan proposed, he's feeling particularly loyal and committed to his relationships. Oh, I kind of like that for him. He might be evil, but he's loyal to the people he actually does love. All right. Okay, I can roll with that. I kind of do want to get her pregnant again because she still has 3 pregnancy attempts left. So I'm going to have them seal the deal again and have them have a little woohoo. Before I forget, we do have 2 birthdays to take care of here, and the first of those birthdays, oh, actually it's these 2. There, that's perfect. We are going to do Julien's child role first. Julien, who is looking quite upset at being awake. Our dear little Julien needs to avoid a 9 or a 19. Oh no. Gemma came back to life just to see her son die? Really? Oh man. Man, these side households have no luck at all. I mean, it's probably a good thing that all the luck went to my main household, but baby Julien. Oh no. See, Gemma's probably going to see this as karma. Her husband was murdered, and then a witch was murdered to bring her back to life, and now her son gets taken away. This is so sad. We're gonna roll for Gamal as well, just in case he also fails his roll. Then we're gonna have Grim come for both of them at the same time. So Gamal needs to avoid a 2 and a 6. And Gamal is fine. Okay. Oh man. Alright, so I'm going to have everybody... Wait, can I get somebody confident? Here, Auguste is confident. So that's good. And do we have any mirrors here? Can I get everybody confident? I I need to plead for this kid. And Grimm was kind of nice to us during the famine. I mean, none of my pleading has ever succeeded until the famine. So if we're lucky, maybe he's going to let us save one more sim before the end of the famine. Let's see. Okay, let's just have everybody come over here. Maybe Gemma can seduce the Grim Reaper into letting her son live. Oh man, it's so horrible to watch this. I had him die of starvation just because we're still... Oh, and now Lucan is gloomy. Just because I feel like since we're still in the famine, it would make sense for him to have died as a result of that. Okay, here Grim is, and I think I'm going to have Gemma try and seduce the Grim Reaper into letting her son live. Seduce into sparing Julien. Come on, Gemma. Oh, poor Miriam. Even Lucan is shocked and sad. Oh. Oh. He just laughed at her. Oh no. Poor Gemma. I was so sure it would work. Oh, even Lucan is here crying. Alright, well, it is what it is. Maybe Lucan should have seduced him. Julien is now gone. I'm gonna move his little tombstone next to Sir Amos's over here. Oh, and I did not put Sir Amos's tombstone over here. I may have forgotten. Well, we already brought Gemma back to life. I'm not sure we can really get away with bringing back anybody else, so I'm gonna leave it like this. They still have a few chances of having more children, so that means that whatever Julien inherited from his father's death has probably gone to Gemma. And where is she going? Oh, she's going to mourn her little boy. Okay, well, what can we do now? I feel like it would be kind of odd to have them get married immediately after she loses her son, but at the same time, maybe not. Maybe Lucan wants to reassure her that he is going to be taking care of her and that she will want for nothing. And, you know, maybe he's trying to make her feel better by saying, you know, by really committing to their relationship. And even if he's evil, I don't think he's entirely without compassion. Lost another lost another sibling. Well, we have our answer. Julien was actually Amos's son. So, that's interesting. Right, so, as I was saying, I think Gemma and Lucan might actually go ahead and speed up their marriage, especially with all of the deaths that have been happening. They're not going to be doing anything big. I think they're going to keep it very private and quiet, especially because Gemma might actually already be pregnant. So I am just going to have them come over here. I'm going to have Miriam prepare something nice as a meal to celebrate their wedding. Roasted pheasant. Yeah, that sounds perfect. So Miriam is going to make a nice meal for them, and I am going to get these two married immediately because we need to start making more babies because one of our side households has only 5 kids left. They have not yet aged up into teens, and now we only have 1 kid left in this side household. So that's going swimmingly. Elope immediately. Because besides, I don't even know who we would invite to this wedding, you know? Like, all of her siblings are dead, and her family doesn't really know that she's here. But it just bugged out. Okay, take 2. And it bugged out again. Alright, there we go. It's finally working. So, these two are going to get married real quick. Aww. Even if they're villains, they're quite cute. Aww. Alright, so they're having their very first kiss? Doubtful. All right, so we are going to seal the deal once more, and I think I am going to have them try for baby this time, just so that we complete all of the pregnancy attempts that Gemma is allowed, and now that she doesn't quite hate children as much. And I just noticed that Gemma's hunger bar was already going down pretty fast, so I think she may have already been pregnant before the woohoo. Need a challenge? No, I think we're good. Thanks. There is going to be a new addition to this household. There we go. How does he feel about having kids? Yeah, he would be happy. So that's great. Oh. So I'm actually going to have her tell him the good news. Unwanted pregnancy. Wait a second. Did I? Oops. I forgot to change that. There, I just wanted to have her be neutral. Okay, so let's try this again. Announce news of pregnancy. And I have a feeling he is going to be a lot happier than Amos was when he got this news. Yeah, there we go. He's happy. I just noticed their friendship isn't all that high. Sir Lucan cheated on Gemma. No, he didn't. Did he? I don't think he did. Oh, wait, yes he did. All right, yeah, he slept with Marie. Oops, forgot about that. So, our poor child Auguste here, now the only living child of Gemma's. He was getting along quite well with his brother, so I think he probably feels the loss quite deeply. I'm gonna have him come and socialize with the chickens a little. Poor kid. You know, he wants to be a hero, to save people, and even the chickens don't like him. Poor kid. He wants to be a hero to save people, and yet there was nothing he could do to save his little brother. I can just imagine when Tobias learns of everything that happened, because at some point, somebody's going to tell him, right? Maybe Miriam at some point is going to get a message across to him. I don't know. But, Tobias is probably going to not be very happy about everything that's happened since he's been gone. I heard about the passing of someone special to you. No, Tobias, you did not hear about that yet. Congratulations on getting married to Emma. I hope you two are very happy together. Yeah, no, Tobias would not be happy. You know, if Gemma hadn't passed away and Amos died during the famine, Gemma would probably be marrying Tobias right now. Because Lucan was supposed to have eloped with Marie. But, what? Emma has been feeling really calm and cheerful lately. Has Emma learned to temper down her hot-headed behavior? Well, maybe. If we forget about the fact that her son passed away, I think her hot-headed trait might have been mostly about how angry she was over her situation in life, and now everything's just sort of settled down. She's gotten pretty much everything she wants. So yeah, sure. Let's have Gemma be cheerful from now on. You better not die in childbirth, girl. Hey Emma, it's me, Tobias. Do you want to go out on a date? Sorry, Tobias. You're a little bit too far for that. Otherwise, she probably would have said yes. He wants to console Auguste about death. Yeah, I think he will. Man, there's been a lot of death in this family. Like, I'm just thinking about the number of times. Hey, Auguste, it's me, Gabriella. Do you want to come over to play? I don't think Gabriella knows he exists. Yeah, so I'm just thinking about the number of times that Lucan has consoled Auguste. Like, his mom died, then his dad died, now his brother died. It is just such a mess. Poor family. So Auguste wants to make a friend. I think in between episodes I am going to have to add in a few families. Just so that Auguste can have some friends his own age to play with. And he's also going to need, you know, some young ladies to meet for when he's going to grow up and be eligible to get married. Oh, and Lucan is going to mourn Julien autonomously. This is so sad. We have reached the end of the year, and so I am going to be leaving this part here. The famine really ended with a bang. I thought our main sim Frederick would be our only death, but we also lost poor little Julien, and we almost lost Stephanie and Brayden due to sim shenanigans. The famine was really a wild ride, and I was a little worried that the period after the famine would get a little boring since the next big event is the war in another 20 years. But honestly, a little peace might be just what we need. Next year, I am planning to get Brayden at least engaged and possibly also married, and we also have Gabriella's teen role to do and Alexandra's child role. I would also like to look in on the 5 orphans from the Baker household, and of course, we are going to have Gemma, who is going to be giving birth for the first time in a while. So once again, thank you very much for watching, and thank you to everyone who has voted in the poll to decide Brayden's future spouse. I will be seeing you all in the next one. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Ultimate Decades Challenge. The year is 1318, and we have officially made it through the Great Famine. It wasn't too deadly for our main household, but we did lose our main sim Frederick last year, and so we are starting off the post-famine years with Brayden as our main sim for Gen 2, seen here looking still quite sad over the loss of his father. We have quite a few things on our plate this year. Alexandra and Gabriella both have their birthdays, Gemma is going to be giving birth, and of course the people have spoken. And a spouse has been selected for Brayden. So we are also going to be getting him at least engaged. And if we have time, I will also be getting him married. Oh, and let's not forget, we also need to check whether or not we are going to get a little souvenir as a result of Frederick Jr. and Eleonora's autonomous woohoo last year. So we are just starting off the day with everybody getting a bit of breakfast. Everybody is still super sad about Frederick passing away. So rude. Gabriella dislikes malicious interactions. Yeah, I think that fits for her. Oh, visitor at the door. And what do you know? We have Eleonora who is here to see Frederick because, would you look at that? She has a little baby bump. She doesn't look too upset over it though. I am going to have Frederick come and greet her, and I am going to take control of her so that she can let him know that she is expecting a baby and he is very likely the father. Apparently all she can do is ask if he wants children. Yeah, why not? And you know what? I'm actually going to make sure that he doesn't want children because he is unflirty and he also rolled not to have children. So I am going to fix that right away. I'm assuming it might be because she's a teen. She can't actually tell him about her pregnancy. So I'm just going to have them have a, discuss sad mood. And I think I might also exchange name ideas. No, he is not going to be very enthused about this situation. She is going to tell him about the pregnancy, and of course he is going to say that he doesn't want kids at the moment. She is probably expecting him to propose, but being an unflirty sim, he is not going to do that. They might even get into an argument, which appears to be happening autonomously. Ask what Eleonora's problem is. Actually, maybe she is going to initiate the argument. I'm gonna say pressure to conform in the sense that she expects him to take responsibility for what has happened and they should be getting married. She's going to ask him what his problem is. Things are just not going to go very well. And I think he's just going to tell her, go away. Just let me stew in my bitterness and peace. Some things are hard to forget or forgive, okay? Okay. That was a dramatic sound effect. Okay, so she has just left, and Frederick is left here feeling sad. Brayden is going to have a bit of a conversation with his brother as well. Deep conversation. Why not? Yeah, having this conversation with everybody in the room might not be the most appropriate thing there is. So I'm going to have these guys come and start working on the farm while the brothers, the twins, have a discussion about what has happened between Frederick and Eleonora. All right, so everybody's on their way out, and I am having the brothers sit down for a bit of a conversation here. See, I have a feeling Brayden is going to question why Frederick isn't going to propose to Eleonora, and beyond being unflirty, one very good reason that Frederick has not to propose to her is that he doesn't actually have any land of his own. He doesn't have any money. He has nothing to support a family, which is something I think Brayden hadn't entirely realized. You know, he inherited from his parents, and he is, well, from his father. And as the oldest son, he is kind of secure, but this turn of events has him a bit worried about all of these siblings that he is going to need to provide for. And this might actually be what convinces him to marry Fatima over the other candidates, simply because he knows that she and her father and Quentin have many contacts around the community and in other kingdoms, and it might actually open doors for his siblings. I guess while we're discussing this, I might as well mention how I'm going to be going about the inheritance. So I am going to ignore our household funds, and we are just going to take a look at how much the lot is worth. And I am going to take that value and divide it by the number of children that we have. So we've got 51,720. So we're going to divide that in 10 because there are 9 surviving children and there is Gabriella. And so everybody is entitled to 5,172 simoleons, which is what Brayden is going to owe each of his siblings going forward. So the goal is going to be to have Brayden pay all of his siblings by the time they reach 21 years of age. So right now he doesn't really owe anything to anyone, but that will be coming soon. And the situation with Frederick and Eleonora is going to get him thinking, how can he set his siblings up for success and make sure that they all get married soon, especially because Brayden is going to want to have his own children in the house, and things are going to get complicated if he also needs to look out for all of his siblings. So I guess he wants them to go and leave the nest and be able to support themselves as quickly as possible. Fatima, Quentin, and their father are going to be the best people to help him with that. You know, if Brayden had been Frederick, he probably would have married Eleonora anyways, and he would have just figured things out, because Eleonora is actually the only child of the miller. So she would have inherited a mill, but Frederick is an animal enthusiast. I don't think he really wants to inherit the mill with Eleonora. And, you know, he didn't really have much of a romantic bar with her, and she was the one who initiated everything. So I think deep down, poor Frederick here doesn't even want to marry Eleonora. He doesn't actually love her all that much. He thinks she's attractive, but that might be where his feelings end, which is pretty sad for her. But, you know, this is just who this guy is, I guess. We are going to have Brayden get changed. Oh, perfect. He did it on his own. And we are going to have him go and visit Fatima to ask her a very important question. And of course, he is also going to speak with her father or her guardian. I'm going to wait before we do any birthdays. I'm going to get Frederick... I was going to say I'm going to get Frederick engaged before we get sad, but he's already sad from his father's passing, although it's only in 3 hours. So I'm going to wait for the 3 hours to pass, and then we're going to go propose, because I don't think he can propose while he's feeling sad. And what's this? Butt hurt from sitting with high maintenance trait. Oh, Brayden. The other thing is, I am going to be following what Plumbobs has done in her gameplay, and I am going to continue with the encounter roles at least for 1 year. Because as she mentioned in her videos, crime didn't just stop as soon as the famine was over. So it's going to take a while before things stabilize in the kingdom again. So we are going to keep doing the rolls at least for this year. So here's to hoping that Brayden won't get murdered again on his way to go propose. All right, so Brayden is feeling a bit better, and I am going to have him... Oh, Eleonora is calling him. That's sad. Brayden is going to go and visit Fatima along with his mother. Okay, so here we are in the De Lacy household, and we are going to go and knock on the door, even though everybody is standing outside. Quentin is here, but I do not see his father. Oh, there is his father. Okay. So Brayden is going to come and introduce himself to Quentin's father. And I'm also going to have Rosemary do that. There, we're going to have a cheerful introduction for her. She is going to try and be very charming because they know that they're coming to speak to people who are much better off than they are. But, you know, we are going to try to win him over so that he will allow Fatima to marry Brayden. Oh, and it started off with a good impression, so that's good. No, don't start complaining as soon as you get into the house, Brayden. Oh, and he got a bad first impression of Rosemary. They are going to come and have a seat so that they can have a very important discussion. Okay, here we go. We have got these two finally sitting together. We are going to ask about Fatima. So he's going to tell him that he and Fatima are in love and that he would very much like to marry her. And I think Staunton at first is not going to be receptive to this idea. He probably has plans to have her married to someone who is of a higher standing than Brayden and his peasant family. However, I think we're going to invite Quentin over here as well. I think Quentin may have overheard the discussion and may have come, or at least he's on his way. He'll be here soon. He is going to come to sort of talk him up any day now. Okay, here he is. So Quentin is going to talk up Brayden and remind his father that Brayden saved his life and that they do owe quite a bit to him. And he is also going to confirm that Fatima is also in love with him. Yeah, Brayden is quite happy that his best friend is here to defend him. Wow, I'd love to get to know him. Okay, great. So we are going to keep this conversation going. You know, I think Brayden is also going to explain that he has some plans for his family and for the farm, and he does not intend to be a peasant forever. And of course he left. He left to practice speech. You don't need to do that right now, Staunton. Just come and sit your butt down. Why does he keep complaining about the technological apocalypse? Get over it, Brayden. Here we go. Oh, great. Now... why is she flirty? She's ready for some action. She better not start flirting with Staunton. We don't need that right now. Oh, he has a wand here. He wants to ask Fatima to be his girlfriend. Yes! So, you know what? Staunton is going to listen to Brayden, and he is going to consider that Fatima, of course, is illegitimate, and she doesn't herself really enjoy the rich lifestyle, you know? She is a barfly. I think he has an inkling that she tends to sneak out and she enjoys going out with peasants. And so I think Staunton, after a long discussion, is going to give him his blessing to ask his daughter to marry him.
Oh, whoopee gorsh.
Whoopee gorsh indeed. All right, so we've got these two in private, and I think he is going to tell her a little bit about... No, he's not going to whisper about his crush on Eleonora. I guess I'm going to go for a deep conversation. You know, he's going to tell her that now that his father has passed away, he is responsible for his family and their well-being, and he considers it his responsibility to get married, and he can think of no one but her for that role. And he's going to just jump in and ask her to be his girlfriend next to this destroyed dollhouse. Oh, she's serious. Oh, I forgot about that. All right, there we go. And so, react to inappropriate behavior. What inappropriate? I just heard the woohoo music. Is something happening? Somewhere? Something inappropriate? No. Okay, Rosemary is here reading a book and Quentin is chatting with his sister here. Okay. All right. I guess the music was just because she became his girlfriend. No, okay, something weird is happening somewhere. What? They're all reacting to woohoo. But who's woohooing? Oh no. 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 I think Staunton did a self woohoo. Oh no. What? What is this? What is happening? Oh gosh, that's so awkward. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna have these two continue their conversation over here and not next to Staunton being extremely inappropriate right now. And we'll just say Rosemary is here being the chaperone. He is going to talk to her about marriage again, and then he is going to go for the big question. I love these two so much. Oh. She said yes. All right, so they are now engaged. Yeah, I think these two are going to be a good match. Before jumping in directly to a marriage, I think I'm going to give them a bit of time because he's not actually 16 yet. He's still 15. He's turning 16 tomorrow. Why is the woohoo music on again? He's doing it again. Staunton, stop it. So inappropriate. You have guests over. What is wrong with you? Oh, look at them. Intimately with Fatima. I guess it's dance intimately? Oh. Look at them. I mean, his hands are clipping into her hair and he's got this really weird black shading there, but apart from that, he looks so cute. All right, so our business is done here. I am going to have Brayden and Rosemary return home, especially because I cannot take Staunton being so inappropriate anymore. What? Who's this guy? I don't know why he's just standing outside our house. Oh, and Staunton apparently followed us. Staunton, are you the new Trader Jacques? Are you replacing him in the creepy factor? Oh, right. Okay, wait. We have to do the roll. These two are looking pretty happy. Brayden is now engaged. I think Rosemary is glad that Brayden is taking things in hand and that she knows her children are going to be in safe hands. I mean, she's still here to take care of them and advise them and everything, but Brayden is the one who is really in charge. I think she knows he's going to be doing his best to get his siblings settled. So this is not a good time for a bad encounter. First one doesn't count. We are going to flip to see if we meet someone. And we don't. Thank goodness. That is not something I wanted to deal with just now. All right, so these guys are now home. I am going to have them have a bite to eat. I am going to take a look at what our farm is looking like. And then everybody is slowly going to start going to bed. And I think in the morning, we are going to do the birthday rolls. Unless we get a notification that Gemma has given birth, in which case we are going to look in on her. Oh, the kids are autonomously mourning Frederick. Adriana and Esther. Oh, and here comes Gabriella. Oh boy. A friend has passed? That was your half-brother. I have a feeling that Frederick, their father, was just sort of content with having a bunch of kids. You know, he loved his family, loved his wife, and worked the land and didn't really think any further than that. And I think it's going to fall to Brayden to figure out what to do with all of these guys now. Brayden, I think, is going to be a little more of a planner. Oh yeah, So since Brayden is going to be getting married, I actually repurposed Wendell's little cabin here so that they are going to have a romantic wedding night when we get there. But yeah, so I think Brayden is going to be a lot more deliberate in how he's going to be planning his family. He's probably not going to have as many kids as his parents did. And he is going to be invested in finding good places for all of his siblings. We are going to have him finish his dinner. We are going to have everybody go to bed. And in the morning, we are going to do the birthdays. So it's currently the night. And we have Frederick here mourning himself. So I guess Frederick is pretty sad about being dead. Maybe he doesn't even realize that he's dead. He doesn't know he's a ghost. Alright, so it is now the next morning, and I have gotten our 2 birthday sims out of bed so that we can do their roles. Of course, the main one that I'm concerned about is Gabriella. The only number she needs to avoid is 7. 3. And she's safe. She makes it to being a teen. Go, Gabriella. We are going to do her marriage and pregnancy rolls right away. And so we are going to start by rolling a d20. 7 means she does get married. And I think it's a d12 to see how many pregnancies she gets. 9 pregnancies. All right, so she is making up for the low pregnancy rate that Stephanie and Frederick got. Let me just write that down real quick, and then we are going to age her up. Actually, since I have the dice roller up, I am going to do little Alexander's roll right away as well. Oh, he's kind of cute. Poor little neglected Alexander. All right, let's go for a d20. He cannot roll a 9 or a 19. 20, and he just makes it. All right. So let's get these 2 guys aged up and see what they look like. All right, so our dear Gabriella is a child of the nature, delightful, and daydreamer, and she is now insane. No. Nope. That's it. Nope. It just removed it, so I don't know. We'll choose something else at a later time or re-roll it at her next birthday. As for her aspiration, for all the teens, I'm just going to go with one of the teen aspirations. So none of these really fit for her. Actually, maybe she won't go for a teen aspiration. I think she probably matured kind of quickly since she was an orphan at a pretty young age. So I'm just going to go straight for freelance botanist. And here we go. Oops, she aged up with Rosemary's clothing. Okay, let's see what Alexander is going to be. He's a sleuth. Homework obsessed children can follow a hunch. Oh, that's cute. I mean, he can't do his homework, but interrogate others to learn their traits and watch for crime using a telescope. That is such a cool trait. Doesn't really fit for the UDC, but I would love to have this trait in my regular gameplay. Home chef. So he loves cooking and he's judgmental. That's funny. So he's a sleuth and judgmental. Okay, I think I'm going to keep all of these. I like them. Although I guess home chef doesn't really make sense since he's a kid, but that's fine. I think I'm going to go for social so that he can go around asking questions. And oh, he's kind of cute. Oh my god, Gabriella. What happened to your face, baby girl? I feel like she aged up not really looking like anyone. It's like she aged up with a base game face. Alright, it's fine. We're gonna fix her up in Cass and get her out of Rosemary's clothing. Did his hair change color? No, okay. Oh, he's kind of cute though. Okay, she doesn't look as bad as I thought. I think it's the white eyebrows that I don't get. Okay, so here is our lovely Gabriella. I gave her the same hair she used to have and the same clothing so that we keep recognizing her, but I couldn't help giving her a few other outfits because I think she may be the loveliest sim I've ever had the pleasure of playing. This here is little Alexander. I was tempted to keep the old hair that he had, but I mean, he would just be the kid with the ugliest haircut in town. So I decided not to go that way. And so we have Alexander, who looks a little more cute with this haircut. All right, so everybody is... Nope, they're still sleeping. All right, well, since Gabriella is up alone, she is going to come work on the farm. All right, and I forgot to roll for the soil quality, so I might as well do that right now. Oh, and Frederick is still mourning himself. All right, so let's see what kind of soil we have, and that is a crop splight. Well, isn't that great coming out of the famine? Well, it is not going to stop Gabriella from coming to work on her farm. Well, her brother's farm. So Allison here is the last toddler that we have left, and she is going to be aging up into a child next year, which means Stephanie is going to be eligible to get married starting next year because, as I said, she was going to wait for all of her siblings to be a little bit older before she leaves the nest. So we can start planning a wedding event. I'm thinking we might not do it too soon, so maybe not this year, but we could do it. Oh, actually, why not? All right, so we're gonna have to go around asking for a sim of honor, an officiant, claripal, ring bearer, and guests. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do with the rest of the day. We are going to go around asking for people to fill up roles for the wedding. So the first person that we're gonna call is Quentin. He, of course, is going to be our best man. Oh, and Quentin is here already, so we are going to go ask him to be our sim of honor. You know, I used to have the wedding interactions pop up in front of everything all the time, and now suddenly I can't find them anymore. Is it in small talk? There, we're gonna start by enthusing about the upcoming wedding, you know? This means that we are going to be brothers. Yeah, I didn't give any makeovers to the DeLacy family yet. I might have to do that before the wedding, otherwise, they're all gonna be eyelashless. Well, according to Reddit, it should be under activities, and it is not under activities. So, once again, I am lost in this pie menu. We are just going to have to pretend that we asked him to be our sim of honor. Alright, so I guess Quentin is just going to be hanging around while our family is having breakfast. It's kind of nice having a year where we don't have to kill anyone. And so far, everybody lived through their birthday rolls. The only thing left is going to be whether Gemma makes it through her labor. And hopefully none of the wedding guests will die when we do the encounter roll for going to the wedding. Let's just enjoy this peaceful little moment after the famine where everybody is recovering and life is good. While we're enjoying this moment of peace, I'd like to take the opportunity to mention a few things. The first one being that some of the sims I thought I made were actually from the gallery. They've been in my save file for so long that I forgot, so I'm really sorry about that. Eleonora, who is currently carrying Frederick Jr.'s baby, is actually Splendora Marini by Giordano 15 Costan, and her mother Greta is Greta Burke by Virginia Werewolf. And there's also Abel McCartney, who we met at the May Day celebration, and he is by Late Night Writer. I also wanted to give you guys a quick update on the 5 kids in the Baker household who were orphaned during the famine. In the comment section and over on Sleepy's Discord, Higgledy provided some great information regarding inheritance in the 14th century, or at least how it worked in certain areas. So I have a semi-realistic conclusion for these guys. A fellow guild member has become their guardian and is currently responsible for their well-being and for managing their inheritance. The way I've decided to manage this is that I've divided the lot value and household funds in 5, and this is the amount the guardian will be paying out to each orphan once they come of age, which will be at 21 years old when they become young adults. Until then, their guardian can basically use the bakery for his own profit, which is what he intends to do. So he has now moved in here with his daughter Mariana and Vasco, who is the oldest of the Baker orphans. Let's go take a look at these guys. This here is their guardian, Sigurd Branson. He is also a sim I got off the gallery. He is Sigbert Bronson by Mar33NB. His wife and second child were victims of the famine, and so he has moved to Windenburg with his daughter to care for the Baker kids and hopefully start anew. So he is going to be living here with Vasco. Oh, hey, Braden. And basically showing him the trade as his father would have done. He also arranged places for the other kids, so we can go take a quick look at that as well. The second child in the Baker household is Zane, and he has been sent to the garrison to be a sort of servant for the guards that are there. Now, I don't really know how it worked in these times. I know there was no standing army. I know, there was no professional army. So we're going to go with a more fantasy style and assume that there are men-at-arms stationed here in the service of the king, probably patrolling roads and whatnot. Zane has been sent to them as a servant, to polish armor and fetch water and whatnot. And his guardian is hoping that perhaps one of the guards will take a liking to him and maybe take him under his wing. And when Zane comes into his inheritance, then he might purchase the equipment he needs to officially join the guard. And then we have Lucia and the youngest Baker child, Andrio. If you remember, he was the creepy kleptomaniac. Those two were to be sent to Henford, where Branson knows a couple of innkeepers who lost two of their children in the famine and so are now looking for extra help around the inn. So Branson's idea was to send Lucia and Andrio to help them out. However, they never made it. They were supposed to go from the abbey directly to the inn, but they have never arrived, and now Branson does not know. Were they kidnapped? Did they run away? He has no news at all. So he has taken this to the authorities, and he is currently waiting to hear news of their whereabouts. This leaves us with one last kid, and that would be Matteo. Matteo is an occult enthusiast, and he is calm. And so I decided to keep him at the abbey, where he is going to be helping out with the garden and helping out with the upkeep of the abbey. And Branson is hoping that the priests and the nuns might teach him to read and teach him some skills that he can use later in life. So that was it for the quick update on the Baker children. We are going to head on back to our main household. All right, so we are back with Gabriella, who is still working on this garden, and Noah just sort of hanging out with her, not helping her, of course. This poor guy's fashion choice, I don't know what to do with his clothing. Nothing looks good on him. This looks like clothes that he just found in the trash and doesn't fit together. No, that doesn't really look right either. Well, whatever. Noah has discovered that Gabriella has the secret. Oh, right. He has the nosy trait. Suck it to me. A secret like this should never get out. It's one the public would be up in arms over, or should I say up in feet over. I'm just a collector. It's no big deal. Sure, it's collecting socks, and sure, it's collecting socks that aren't mine, but how is that a crime? I find them in the lost and found at different places around town. It's completely harmless. I just love the patterns, the fabrics, the ankle height. Okay. Okay, Gabriella. We knew you were a little bit strange, so it's fine. You can collect socks if you want to. I'm not really sure what Noah's supposed to do with this information. Like, is he really gonna... Hi, Stephanie. Let me join Barrow Farm. What do you think? Is this Brandon asking if he can become part of the family? Sorry, but I'm not ready for that yet. Gabriella acquired the blacksmithing skill? Well, okay then. So even as a teen, Noah still has this obsession to come and mourn people. Of course, he's mourning his father, which is fine. It hasn't even been a year. Oh, was I supposed to put a seat there? I probably was. She's spinning yarn all the way over here. Oops. Oh, this is a rabbit pie that she made. Her cooking skill is getting a lot better after she almost burned the house down. These two are just chilling out here. I think my computer can't deal with the autonomy of this many Sims. Oh, Stephanie's playing symbols all on her own. I'm gonna have Gabriella come and join her. I like that Stephanie has a happy +1 moodlet from winning symbols, but she was playing on her own. So it looks like she won against herself. That's a really great accomplishment, Stephanie. I'm happy for you. Oh, Eleonora just gave birth to a baby girl. Sabrina Miller. I'm not sure how medieval that is. Maybe just Brina? Whatever. I like Sabrina. Okay, Sabrina Miller it is. And just one child. I'm kind of on the fence about doing the birth rolls because Frederick rolled not to have any children. Oh boy, his phone. Eleanor here, just wanted to let you know that I had a beautiful baby girl. Right, so Frederick rolled not to have children. So this is why I will not have him marry Eleonora. Since the child will never be part of an official side household, I kind of just wanted to let her live for free, and she'll only go through the event rolls like the Black Plague, but not the birthday rolls, since she won't ever be able to inherit anyways. So I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. Should I roll for her anyways, or should I just let it go so that we have this illegitimate little child running around somewhere? I am going to be following the role that Frederick had, so he is not going to ever have children who can inherit after him. This is just to know whether or not we are going to let Eleonora and her little baby girl live in peace or not. Brayden just got a sentiment with his mom, so I guess he's feeling really thankful that she's there to help him out now that he's just trying to navigate being the head of the household and being in charge of this farm. Look at Esther, she looks so confident. She's focused, right, because she's determined. I wonder what we're gonna do with this little girl. I think she might try to marry well. She might be a little bit like her older brother Brayden and have some ambition, and she might eventually be determined to marry up. And she's spinning the yarn all the way from over here, while Gabriella is mining again. We have reached the halfway mark for this year, so I am going to be leaving this part here. So far, we've had Brayden get engaged, and we had Frederick, who has had a child with Eleonora. Of course, he sent her away, but that doesn't mean she isn't going to be coming back. I have a feeling he might be in a little more trouble than he thinks he is. In the second half of the year, we still have Gemma, who is probably going to be giving birth very soon. And at the very end of the year, I plan to have Brayden's wedding celebration. So thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Ultimate Decades Challenge. We are kicking off the second half of 1318. In the first half, we had our main sim Brayden get engaged to the lovely Fatima, and Frederick Jr. learned that Eleonora became pregnant after their intimate encounter, and she has since given birth to a little baby girl. Today, I am starting off the day with Frederick Jr. visiting the landlord's estate because he has been summoned to answer for what has happened with Eleonora. Higgledy provided some much needed information about what could happen in situations where women gave birth out of wedlock, and in fact, even if Eleonora had not been pregnant, it turns out Frederick could still have gotten into trouble for deflowering her. This here is the landlord that I have created, Osric Fitzroy. I haven't really given him a title yet, but I guess he would be a baron or an earl. I am going to have him come and speak to Frederick and let him know about the charges that have been brought to his attention. Frederick and Eleonora were not subtle at all when they got together, so it's pretty much known to everyone that Frederick is the father. So Frederick is not going to lie about it. He is just going to reiterate that he does not intend to marry her. In fact, I am going to have him whine about unfair life. This is going to be Frederick letting him know that he will not marry Eleonora. And so Osric is going to tell him that not only must he pay 5,000 simoleons to cover Eleonora's future dowry, he also needs to support her and the baby for the next 3 years. So I am actually going to have Osric pressure to conform because he is going to be telling him, you know, you knew this was... Osric just became good friends. No, this isn't time to become friends. You're giving him a fine. Whatever. They're just they keep spamming friendly interactions. All right, here we go. Osric is telling him, you knew what the consequences were. You went through with it anyway. So I do not have a choice but to give you this fine because you are responsible for the well-being of this woman and her child. So I am going to have Frederick leave. He is probably quite upset. 5,000 simoleons is almost his entire inheritance that he's going to have to ask Braden for right away. And that leaves him even less able to get married and support a family. We're going to go on home to speak to Braden, and we're also going to have to do an encounter roll. All right, we're back in the main household, and we are going to do the encounter roll before we do anything else. We are going to flip to see if he meets anyone, and he doesn't. Okay, this is a lucky year for the encounters. We are going to have Frederick go and tell Braden about... What are you wearing? Okay, so we're going to have Frederick come and tell Braden about his conversation with the landlord. Congratulate on engagement. No, I think Frederick is not going to do that. Ask to be Braden's sim of honor. What we can do... I can do it from Frederick's perspective, but not Braden's. This is whatever. So he's going to have a deep conversation and tell his brother about the little oopsie situation that he's gotten himself into, and that he is going to be needing 5,000 simoleons to pay off Eleonora. I think Frederick might have to try and find work on other farms at this rate because he owes so much money and he's going to need to support Eleonora and the baby. Hot daydreaming. Rosemary remembers Frederick fondly. Okay, Rosemary. Braden, I think, is not going to be very impressed with this. He is going to yell at him and tell him, I told you, you should have married her. This kind of reminds me of Frederick and Gemma. Frederick telling Gemma that she wasn't taking her responsibilities seriously. And Braden is sort of having the same relationship with Frederick now. No, stop doing the nice interactions. I want you guys to argue. Why is he thinking about woohoo? That's bad timing. There we go. So Braden is just going to tell him, I told you you should have married her. Now we're both in trouble. Oh. Rosemary's like, don't speak to your brother that way. And, well, maybe Rosemary is going to come and try to mediate the situation. Maybe Rosemary is a bit older and she maybe understands where Frederick is coming from. She knows her son and she knows that he isn't comfortable with women or romance and all those things. And she... lecture about responsibilities. I think she will. So she understands where he's coming from, but at the same time, she does need to tell him that it's important that he made this difficult dynamic. Yep. She's going to sort of agree with Braden that Frederick probably should have thought things through before doing what he did with Eleonora, but things are what they are, and if Frederick really doesn't want to marry her, they can't force him to. And so she is going to tell Braden that they are going to have to give Frederick his inheritance because we do have enough simoleons anyway. And Frederick might have to find work somewhere to be able to pay to support Eleonora. And Braden, I think, might not like this very much because Braden had some plans for that money, but his mother sort of decided over him, and he is going to respect her decision. Braden is probably going to try and find Frederick. Despite the situation, look at everybody coming to join in the conversation. It's like, what's happening with the money? What did Frederick do? Why did Frederick go to the landlord's estate? What's happening? Everybody just, they want the tea. So Braden is going to think on this and how he can find a solution that is going to please everybody. Oh, Staunton is here. Maybe he's coming to check out what sort of environment Fatima is going to be living in. So Brayden is going to hurry to go say hello. I said Brayden was going to hurry any day now. Oh, and Staunton is just going to walk right in and go check things out. Oh man. Yeah, I don't think Staunton is going to be very impressed with the living situation here and all of the beds just sort of crammed into one side of the room. Have the teen sim get a part-time job. I don't know if I have anything that could realistically... The internet does not work without a supply of power. I don't think Brayden is going to go get a job to help pay off Frederick's debts. I think he wants Frederick to take responsibility and do it himself. So he is just going to give him his inheritance, and he is not going to go find a job, even though that's his want. At the same time, maybe he just wants to make some extra cash for his own ambitions, but I don't really want to have to manage that. So I'm gonna have Brayden come and compliment Staunton, try and befriend him as much as he can. Maybe just discuss interests and enthuse about an upcoming wedding. Yeah, why not? He's just gonna tell him how excited he is to be marrying Fatima and maybe thank him for giving his blessing. And he is going to make it his duty to make sure Fatima is happy. Even though Staunton has doubts. This is not the face of someone who is very happy to have his daughter marrying a peasant, despite Brayden's best intentions. No. No. What? No. Oh, man. Do I just let it go? This is Staunton, you're so creepy. I mean, what is even Staunton's position in this? Like, if you want to marry my daughter, you have to do a little favor. Like, it's just wrong. I don't know how to explain this. I can't. I just can't. No. And you know what? Rosemary is going to come. I canceled it. Oh my god, I was so afraid. In Rosemary's bed. I'm just gonna have Rosemary come and ask Staunton to get the f out. Oh, Zane is here. Okay, we can come greet our little cousin. So, I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. Should I have let them do it? I can't find a reasonable explanation for it. I just can't. It's creepy and it's wrong and I hate it. Okay, so we are 1 day away from Brayden getting married, so I think I am going to pop in on the Revere's household so that we can be there when Gemma gives birth, and hopefully we won't be late for the wedding. And wouldn't you know it, the minute I load into the household, she's in labor. So we are going to have her come and have this baby. Gemma, if you die, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Her first baby in so long. Another baby boy. Huey? Oh, how about Guy? Guy Verviers? Actually, Guy is my uncle's name. That might be cursed. Let's go for something like Ghislain, just so that I don't feel bad if he doesn't make it. Emma and Sir Lucan had a baby. Oh. It's been so long since we've seen Gemma with a child, and this time she's actually happy about it. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and do the roll right away. We're gonna roll for Gemma first. Oh my god. No. No. Oh, what? What about the baby? The baby makes it. What about infancy? Okay, the baby survives infancy, but... Oh, what? I just resurrected her. Is this the witch got her revenge by cursing Gemma, and as soon as Gemma had her child, she died? What? I hate this so much. I can't believe it. I almost just want to cheat this away. Like, I've gone through so much trouble to get her alive again, and then I had a storyline idea for her and what how the witch was going to get her revenge. This was not supposed to be it. I had plans for you, girl. Lucan is family oriented. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you aren't going to be proud for long, Gemma girl. He's flirty. He could potentially seduce the Grim Reaper. Or August is... oh, he's sad. I was hoping he was confident. Yeah, well, our only option is Sir Lucan right now. Okay, she is going to be dying of overexertion and childbirth. And Sir Lucan is going to be here. Yeah, he's panicking. He's realizing this is not how a birth should go. Oh, Gemma. Again. What was that? Alright, Grim. Come on over. Let's try and seduce him. Oh, yeah. Lucan, don't react to the death just yet because I want you to stay flirty. Yeah, he's still flirty. Because he discovered thyself and he saw an appealing sim, even though she's dying. Like, can you imagine how frickin' angry Lucan would be? Look at Grim looking all creepy. Oh, and the baby's crying. Yeah, Lucan. You're getting used to seeing Grim, aren't you? Seduce into sparing Emma. Come on, Lucan. Please. Please. I can't tell you how much I'm gonna love you if this works. Oh, f me. Alright, well, let me know what you guys think. I think this was one death too many. I'm gonna have to let her rest in peace. Lucan is going to take her urn, and he is going to come take care of this poor baby who just lost his mama, his only official son. I guess in exchange for Gemma's life, I could maybe give him, Ghislain, I mean, immunity. This, oh, man, I can't believe how sad this is. This poor little kid. And Lucan, who they literally just got married. I guess this does kind of make things more interesting for Lucan's story now. I don't know if he's gonna get remarried after this, you know? Gemma was his soulmate. He went to extreme lengths to get her back, and this might just have burned him. And maybe he's just going to concentrate on taking care of his two kids now, Auguste and Ghislain. Look at Lucan. He's like sad and happy at the same time. He loves his little son, but he's also desperately sad that Gemma died. Since he's an evil sim, I could have seen him going into the trope of the dad who sort of hates the child that the mother died giving birth to, but looking at him now, I don't think he will. I think this is Lucan's one legal son. I think he's going to love him to pieces. And being loyal, family-oriented, and evil, Lucan is going to be protecting this kid with everything he's got. And if the witch wants to come and get him, then she can try. Poor Auguste, can you just imagine? He thought for 3 years that his mom was dead. She comes back, he's super happy, and then she dies a year later. That's just... Auguste has a really difficult childhood. I think I said this before, but Auguste, you know, he wants to become a knight to protect people, and then people just keep dying around him to things that he can do nothing to help with. All right, well, we're gonna head on back to our main household to get Brayden married. Congratulations, Tobias. He keeps contacting us, like... Oh man, can you imagine when Tobias comes back, he learns that Gemma was alive, but no, Gemma's dead again. Jesus. Alright, off we go back to our main family. Oh boy, so many thoughts. Death, broken hearts, wilted flowers, and a dinosaur. Okay, so these guys are going to have their meal and head on to bed, and I am going to continue to mourn Gemma. I guess I kind of jinxed myself by saying that she had better not die in childbirth. I should have just said nothing at all. I never even got her to see her first husband again. So many missed opportunities. Nicholas Fisher, congratulations on your recent birthday. Right, so a bunch of Gabriella's friends are also teens now. She's got good compatibility with him. He's not a bad looking guy. Oh, but she considers him basic looking. Alright, so I still have a group set up for Stephanie's suitors, but I think we've pretty much narrowed it down to these two, so I am going to be getting rid of the other guys in this group. Stephanie is going through a phase. She's feeling distant and will prefer to be alone for a while. Okay, this is not as annoying as the mean phase, so I'll take it. Oh boy, was I forgetting our farm? Yes, I was. So, I just realized, oh no. Oh no. Oh. I originally created the event with the intention of editing it to add the Sims of Honor, but I didn't, so I think I actually created it without any guests. Oh boy. This is gonna be fun. Allison really loves her brother Kalen for some reason. Every morning when she wakes up, she wants to go and wake him up immediately. That's kind of cute. Oh, she gets along pretty well with Alexander as well, but just not as well with any other of the siblings. Wait, what? Cold-blooded Sims don't feel sorry about other Sims suffering. Okay, Kalen. Be edgy if you want. Jeez, everybody's crying because of Gemma's death. Like, you guys hadn't even heard that she was back from the dead in the first place. I might cheat this away before the wedding, which no one is going to attend anyways. Bowls just floating in the air. That's new. So how's Brayden feeling about getting married today? He is very confident. He believes in himself. He's feeling pretty good about everything, and he still has a fear of the occult. Well, I guess the advantage of having invited absolutely no one to our wedding is that maybe it won't bug out as bad. Wedding ceremony, invited household Sims, only Brayden. That's a sad mistake to make when our main Sim gets married, but it's okay. I can live with it. It'll be just him, her, and the priest. Why can't I take Quentin? Okay, well I can't take anyone who's in another household, but at least I can take a few of our Sims. Invite up to 7 other Sims. Alright, here we go. Where is our bride? This here is a little chapel I got off of the gallery. The name will be in the description below. So great, Staunton is here. And who else is here? Oh great, so we've got our local rogue. So where's the bride? Here's Rosemary giving him some advice, you know. Don't worry, everything is gonna be just fine. He doesn't really have any formal clothes, so he's just gonna be wearing his normal clothes. Alright, so I'm a little bit worried that the bride isn't here yet. There doesn't seem to be an arch here for the wedding. So, oops. Here, I'll just put that over here. The place I really wanted to have this wedding is the park, but apparently parks are not a possible location. Your Sim's fiance isn't around. Invite them here first. Okay, I just sort of assumed that my fiance would show up to her own wedding, but I guess not. Oh, here she is. Okay, great. She actually did make it. We haven't been just left at the altar. So, Noah has, like, deep thoughts. Oh, with Gabriella. Yeah, Gabriella and Noah really get along. I like those two. Oh, Gabriella has the artist personality. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, so he's gonna come kiss her hand. You know, are you ready? What? What? Are you kidding me? The rogue? Well, at least it bugged out. Okay, so... Okay, I'm just gonna cheat this away. Irrational hatred for the sun. This is your wedding day. Fine, he's gonna be angry for his own wedding. Be complimented. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's go and get hitched while this naked guy comes and speaks to us. All right, So he is feeling flirty. That's great. Exchange vows and kiss. Please, please work. Okay. So, they're just sort of standing here and staring at each other awkwardly. Are they? Oh, they're married. So that was it. That was the whole wedding. They just stared at each other and they're now married. How romantic. I was hoping I'd get a few shots of them, you know, actually exchanging vows and rings, but this is the best that we're gonna get. So let's just have another spousal kiss. Maybe they'll actually do it this time. Nope. They're just gonna stare at each other. They look pretty uncomfortable. Are you guys okay? They don't know how to kiss anymore. Can I have anybody throw rice? Fantasize about weddings. Oh, you know what? I think I'm gonna have Stephanie come in. No, she's too stressed to fantasize. Criminal presence. Could that sim really be a criminal mastermind? Oh, someone's been mischievous with them. I just need to escape this family. Oh, that's kind of interesting for Stephanie. She wanted to stay home to help take care of the kids, but maybe she's at an age that she kind of regrets staying home, and now she's gonna start looking forward to getting married and getting out of this house filled with children. You know, she's looking forward to having her own space, maybe? So she's going to start considering the possibility of marrying either Brandon or Jeffrey. Maybe you guys let me know if you have a preference between the two. Let's take a quick look at these two guys. Okay, Brandon is back to basic looking. I think he was attractive at some point and now he's basic looking. So Brandon is probably in love with her, but she doesn't really reciprocate the feeling. But at the same time, they have been best friends since childhood, and she would probably feel very safe with him, and I think they would get along very well and raise a family and be happy raising a family together, even though it might not be a great love. The other thing in Brandon's favor is that Brandon has a smithy. He inherited that from his father already. So he has a home and everything that can support a family, whereas Jeffrey is currently staying at the inn, but he is perceived as attractive. He doesn't currently have any land, so I'm not sure where they would live. Maybe he would go speak to the landlord and ask if he can take on a tenancy. So those are our two possibilities for Stephanie. So let me know if you have a preference. I am going to work on getting her married soon-ish. Who the heck is this guy? That's some wild hair you've got there, brother. Reese or Rice Hammonds? Okay, whatever. Okay, so I am going to take everybody back home. We are going to do the encounter roll, and then these two are going to be spending a nice night in their little cabin. All right, so we are back. I am going to move Fatima into our active household, and this is getting ridiculous. We really have to get our other teens married and start making room in this household because my computer just cannot keep up. Before we do anything, we are going to do the encounter roll. Man, look at Frederick. He looks kind of sad about the wedding, like starting to regret that he didn't marry Eleonora, while Brayden looks just so happy. Okay, so let's flip. Tails again. Okay. If this was the Black Plague, we would be having really good luck right now. Everything went smoothly, which is fine because we already lost Gemma today and I don't need to lose anyone else. I can just imagine, you know, Fatima walking into her new home. Like I said, I really need to make more space in this house because, God, the game is glitchy. Here's Fatima walking into the house and probably looking around and telling herself, yep, this place is a dump. She is absolutely not enthused at the idea of spending her wedding night in the same room as all of Brayden's siblings. So Brayden is actually going to show her the little renovation that he did of Wendell's cottage, and he is going to bring her to the back over here where the two of them are going to be living until his siblings start moving out. And I'm not really sure what we're going to do with his mom. Maybe his mother is going to move into this cabin eventually. And these two are super flirty, which is perfect for their wedding night. from crushing on someone nearby. It's funny that she's still nervous around him. Like, he proposed, they're married, but she is still nervous and tense around him. So I am going to have him come and kiss his new wife. And I am gonna have these two not try for a baby. I am gonna have these two, woohoo. There we go. So these two are going to be consummating their marriage. I'm gonna give them a little bit of privacy and move on to our other Sims just standing out here in the road because my computer can't deal with so many Sims in the same household. Oh, Fatima is getting a call. Congratulations on getting married to Brayden. I hope you two are very happy together. Oh, this is her mom. Yeah, this is actually her mother. So they have a distant relationship because she sort of gave her away to her dad to have a better chance in life because her dad is rich and she knew that staying with her would have her basically be a peasant for the rest of her life, which is ironic because now she married a peasant. But yeah, well, maybe someday we can go and visit her. She's in Henford, actually, working at an inn there somewhere. So yeah, maybe someday we can see her, or we can even send for her when we're gonna have less people in this household. Maybe she can move in with us and be reunited with her daughter. Oh, I haven't really been paying attention to the immune system that all of our Sims got. I'm kind of curious to take a quick look at this. Strong immune system, that's good. I wonder if this is hereditary. So Brayden has a normal immune system. Everybody has a strong immune system, except our main Sim, of course. Oh, Gabriella has a weak immune system. Huh, okay, so most of them have a strong one, except Allison and Gabriella, who have weak immune systems. So that's interesting. I wonder how that is going to play out. Okay, so these two had a pleasant time. Fatima, welcome to the family. I'm not going to have her do a pregnancy test. I'll leave the surprise for the next episode. They really are not in a rush to have any children at the moment. Our household is pretty full, so I'm going to be concentrating in the next episode or two on getting all of our other teens settled and married. If you guys have any ideas, any preferences, Sims that you think they would be good with, do let me know. I already have a few ideas for Noah and Gabriella. Noah has been getting along quite well with Daisy, so I think I might actually have him pursue her. And Gabriella, I also have a few ideas for her. She's like obsessively going to mine. Well, it's fine. You do you, Gabriella. Although I would have imagined, you know, I think I'm just going to send her to pick flowers. Seems like a thing Gabriella would do. There, go pick flowers. And you can even take your niece. That's right, I keep forgetting that she's everybody's aunt. So she can take Esther picking flowers. I don't think Adriana would be interested in picking flowers with them. Right, I'm also going to have to get them some new animals, although the autonomy is struggling so much. I think I'm going to wait a little until I have less Sims in this household. So Fatima's a little hungry. I think I am going to have her try and prepare some food. You know, she does know how to cook a little, I would assume. Or not at all. Yeah, not at all. Here, she is going... She's in a new family now. Oh, Rosemary's phone is ringing. Hubert, remember when we talked about Gleda Elwood? We went on a very nice date. Well, I'm happy for you. Okay, yeah, so Fatima, you know, she's new in this house and she is just getting to know all of her new husband's siblings and his mother, and I think she is going to try to impress them. You know, maybe they all expect her to be some sort of rich guy's kid and that she doesn't know how to do anything, and she is going to try and prove them wrong by making supper for them. I'm not even sure if she introduced herself to Rosemary. Oh, what's up with Rosemary? Just call me Cupid. Yeah, ready for some action. Oh dear. Yeah, so the reason Staunton's been such a massive creep is actually because I have a mod that allows you to tweak Woohoo Drive, and it randomly gave him the highest Woohoo Drive. So I think that's why he's sort of obsessive about Woohoo. Okay, so I didn't notice, do they have a good relationship or... Yeah, okay, so they don't know each other at all. So I'm going to have Fatima maybe finish making supper, and then why proper kiss hand and flirt immediately just because she's flirty? You know, just out of curiosity, let's take a look at what her Woohoo Drive is. I don't want her autonomously propositioning her mother-in-law or something. Oh, she's a teen, so I think I can't check that yet. Two to tango, feeling enamored with someone nearby. So Fatima, I think, even if she technically married down, she is extremely happy about the situation and being married to Brayden, her crush. So her pottage is excellent, so that's great. So it's a good start to everybody getting to know her. So I am going to have all of these guys grab a bite to eat, and it is the end of the day, so I think this is going to be it. This year went, well, it had ups and downs, right? So I'm really happy that Brayden and Fatima are now married, and I'm still sad that we lost Gemma to childbirth, but it's not all bad. At least her baby survived. So next year, we are going to have birthdays for Kaylin and Allison. And we actually... Wait, I can hear the woohoo music. Is it... She's self-woohooing while her son is sitting on the bed next to her. Like, look at this face. This is the face of a son who saw his mother self-woohoo. This is... Jesus. Okay, so as I was saying, I'm gonna leave this part here. We lost Gemma, but we had a nice wedding. Frederick is in trouble. And this household's so full, we are going to have to start getting these guys settled and married in other households so that we can concentrate on Brayden's family. Next year, we have Kaylin aging up into a teen, Allison aging up into a child, and actually nothing else on our plate. So it's really going to be getting all of our teens settled. Maybe we'll get Stephanie engaged, and I do have some ideas on where I want to send Noah and Gabriella, but if you have any thoughts, do let me know. So once again, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Ultimate Decades Challenge. The year is 1319. We have just about reached the end of another decade. Last year, our main sim Brayden got married to Fatima. His twin brother Frederick had an illegitimate child with Eleonora, and he was fined and told that he would need to support the child for the next 3 years. We also have Gabriella, who became a teen, and Alexander, who became a child. And of course, my poor Gemma died giving birth to her son, Ghislain. Today, I wanted to start off with a quick update on the Baker orphans because I did the teen death rolls for the 2 oldest sons off camera, and of course, one of them didn't make it. Our first son, Vasco, has successfully aged up and is currently learning to become a baker with his guardian Branson and Branson's daughter, Mariana. Matteo, who was the occult enthusiast staying at the Abbey, unfortunately failed his role and has passed away. I used a death wheel linked on Several's Google page to see how he died, and he actually choked to death, the poor kid. So out of Cecilia's 10 pregnancies, we are now down to only 4 children: Vasco, the future baker, Zane, who is staying with the local guards, and Lucia and Andrio, who have not yet been located. Regarding our dear baby Sabrina, those who commented agreed that she should get a free pass from the death rolls, and so she is now a sunny infant living a safe and happy life with her mother, Eleonora. Alright, so we are now with our main household. Everyone is slowly waking up for the... What happened to his pajamas? Okay, so we have everybody slowly waking up. And I would like to start by getting the birthday rolls out of the way. So this year we have 2 birthday rolls to do. The first one that we're going to do is Cold-Blooded Kaylin, my favorite kid. Let's hope this guy is going to make it, since my last rolls did not go very well. To age up into a teen, he only needs to avoid 7. And he is fine. We are also going to roll to see if he gets married. He does. And how many pregnancies does he get? 3. Or is that actually 0? Let me check the rules real quick. Yeah, it's 3 pregnancies. Our main household has not had a lot of luck with these, but it's fine. At least we're not going to end up with an overpopulation problem. Okay, so before I age him up, we are just going to move on to baby Allison. Here is our little baby Allison, Rosemary's last child and the last toddler that we have for this generation. She cannot roll a 9 or a 19. 6. Okay, so both of them survive. Let's get these two aged up. Okay, so Allison was previously silly. She is an animal whisperer, outgoing and perky. Okay, so we have a super happy little kid here. I'm gonna give her the social aspiration. I think with the outgoing trait, that is what is best. This is cute, the animal whisperer. She can train animals easily and may have a special connection with wild animals. Next up is Kaylin. And right, so he's a cold-blooded, delightful, music lover, melancholic, a permanent feeling of lingering sadness, typically oblivious to the cause. I feel like this doesn't really fit with how he's been acting or even what has gone on in his life. I think I'm going to remove this and we'll find something else for him because he's supposed to be bold and manipulative. I just don't see it for him. So we're gonna go with a teen aspiration, and I think he might be goal-oriented. Oh, and he has a buzz cut. Okay, those are some intense brows. He looks a lot like Frederick. I'm gonna take these two into cast and see what we can do. Here is our little Allison after her makeover. She had 2 buns as a toddler, so I've given her a similar hairstyle, and since she has reddish hair, I've also given her some freckles. She aged up with this sort of eyeliner, but I haven't been able to remove it, so it is what it is. And this here is Cold-Blooded Kaylin, and he resembles his older brother Brayden to a sort of uncanny degree. I think it might be the really thin lips that remind me of Brayden. I didn't give him a new trait to replace the old one I removed. I'm going to keep that trait choice in reserve for now so that we can see what he gets up to as a teen and what might fit best at a later time. So, now that Allison has... Oh, I swear, these two are always slow dancing somewhere. I mean, it's fine. You guys do... Brayden, that's not appropriate. So, now that Allison is at the child life stage, I'd say it's about time we gave Stephanie some time in the spotlight and give her a chance to start thinking of her own future. In the last episode, she started a distant phase and she started getting tense moodlets around her family, which is an interesting coincidence because Brayden has just brought his new wife to live with them. So maybe Stephanie feels like this just isn't her own home anymore. I received a lot of positive comments about her childhood friend Brandon, and so I'm gonna let Stephanie get ready for the day, and then I am going to call him over to see if we can sort of open the door to a more romantic relationship between them. All right, so here's Brandon. I am going to have Stephanie come over here to have a little chat with him. Hey, wait, where are you going? It's good to hear your voice, Rosemary. I wanted to ask you if I should get to know Demetrius fuller. I'm not even sure who Demetrius is. I don't know. Leave us alone, Trader Jacques. I'm going to have Stephanie come over and I think she might start with a complaint. Complain about problems. There, that's what we're gonna do. She might just complain about Brayden and Fatima being the most annoying couple ever and constantly showing affection to each other. And I think she is also going to compliment him, give props, because everybody's blacksmithing. I don't know what happened. Everybody just keeps doing it. Oh, yeah, you guys missed. Is he not taking this well? I'm not sure how to read that discussion, that reaction. let's have her there. Compliment outfit, but not really. I just mean that she's going to tell him, you know, you're great for taking over that smithy and taking care of your mother. Oh, he's reassuring her. Kaylin and Noah have a difficult... Okay, what's happening with those guys? Aww. Well, they're about 1 foot too far, but that's fine. It's cute to see these guys interacting a little. I don't think she's going to entirely go straight to tell him, you know, I think I'd like to get married soon and get out of this house. She might just, you know, ask about... try to flirt, gloomy compliment. Right, because she's sad. Oh, it's only gonna be 45 minutes. Oh, ask for advice. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have her... No, Frederick, go away. I think she's going to ask for advice from Brandon, you know, saying, I don't know... Oh, those two look like they've just had a woohoo. Oh, no, they're going in for a woohoo. Okay, let's give them a little bit of privacy and have these two continue their discussion. So she's gonna ask him for advice. Since he's got everything pretty much under control in his own life, she is probably going to ask him about what he thinks she should do to have a little bit more control over her life and how to deal with Brayden taking over the farm and her feeling like she's only been here to take care of the kids and hasn't really had a chance to do anything for herself. Okay, how about, let's ask about romantic interests. So she's just going to ask, you know, are you thinking about getting married soon? Are you... Frederick? What the hell? Get out of here. This is between Stephanie and Brandon. I'm still exploring, trying to figure stuff out right now. That's fair. So maybe he isn't too sure if he's ready to get married yet. There, I'll just have her compliment him. So, yeah, I just want to have them... Brandon's... Okay, I can't take it anymore. This has to go. There, no more mining for you guys. Now get your butt back over here, Brandon. Alright, so I might actually have to control him for a minute here, just to get him to ask her if she is maybe starting to think about getting married. And maybe he'll even ask her, what kind of guy are you looking for, you know? Maybe I know someone who could be interesting. He's just a little awkward. He's cute. You know, he doesn't want to push her into a relationship if... Okay, I thought that was a woohoo request. It's fine. I like the color gray. How is that helpful at all? Oh, she just went in for an autonomous flirt? Okay, we're getting somewhere. But yeah, maybe he's gonna be super proper and just kiss her hand. I actually tried to record this once before, and the power went out, and there they go. There we go. He just asked her to, oh no. And they're going into, there's like a cabin right here. A cabin right here with just Adriana in it. No. They're going instead to the house with Stephanie's entire family in it. They're just... Okay, we can always say that they try to be really subtle while everybody else was... Nope, Fatima saw them. Okay, well, this is awkward. I was just going to say, before this happened, that I had a power outage the first time that I tried to record this episode, and Stephanie had actually propositioned Brandon autonomously twice while I was recording, and Fatima walked in on them. So, I started organizing a wedding event, and then the power went out. And so I was starting to get worried that maybe that might not happen again, which would have been fine. We could have gone for a slower burn, but nope. Brandon this time decided that we are not going to be subtle, and once again, it's Fatima who saw them. So I guess these two are going to have to get married sooner rather than later. Oh wait, before planning it, hang on a second. You cannot leave just yet, sir. You have to propose. You are not just going to run off on her. You are better than that, sir. No, he's doing the confident walk and getting the f out. Well, it might be time for Brayden to go and have a word with him. All right, so I am now at the smithy with Brayden and Stephanie so that they can come to an arrangement. They don't even know each other, so he's gonna go for a friendly introduction. Oh, he just instantly became friends with him. Kiss hands. Yeah, I don't think so. So he might go and tell Brandon, my wife saw you and Stephanie sneaking off together, and as much as we all, we've all done that, this is my sister we're talking about, and if she is pregnant, you had better take care of her. And Brandon is probably going to tell him, of course I'll take care of her. Stephanie, you okay over there? And so I am going to take control of Brandon so that he can come and fix things with Stephanie. It might be better if they weren't standing out in the rain. What are you even doing? Hey Brayden, we're having a little get-together before prom. Wanna join? Oh, great. Okay, so he came over to Brandon's house to fix things, and then he met up with Merida. This is Merida. She's a daughter of the owner of Mourning Inn. And he got pulled away to go party while he left his sister to take care of getting engaged. Okay, well, this is fun. We've got a bunch of teens here just sort of standing out in the rain and doing nothing. Maybe we can get these guys to play. Here, play together. They can come up here and play a little bit of Don't Wake the Llama. His last visit to the Mourning Inn did not end very well, so let's hope this time it goes a little better. So I guess Brayden thought that after all the work that he's been doing, which is to say not much work at all, he thought it would be time to go and take a break and socialize a little. What's happening over here? Oh, Merida's making food for them. And failing terribly. Alright, so I'm going to select Stephanie, and I'm going to start organizing a wedding event for her. And then once Brayden is done here, I am going to bring him back home so that we can all get ready for a wedding tomorrow. Okay, so we are back at the Barrow House. A wedding event has been planned for tomorrow. And alright, so one thing I wanted to mention, Alexander is back with his beautiful bowl cut and his rabbit teeth. I'm kind of happy that Stephanie is going to be getting married soon. It's going to be at least one sim less that I'm going to have to deal with, and hopefully this is going to improve my game's performance so that people aren't just, standing around and dancing on their own. Frederick Jr. has unlocked the single and loving it lifestyle. Gee, okay, Frederick. So I was going to say, maybe seeing everybody around him starting to get married, Frederick would feel like he should have gotten engaged to Eleonora after all. But apparently not. Frederick is actually loving the single life. And doesn't it all look like a guy who is thinking about his illegitimate child and what happened to Eleonora? Which is a shame, but it is what it is. Here's Frederick. Frederick telling himself, yeah, I'm glad I don't have a kid to take care of. I can just lounge out here in the rain. Not a care in the world. Those are some weird looking feet. I would have imagined Noah doing that more than Frederick, but oh, Noah is doing push-ups. Don't be suspicious. From nosy sim clearly spying. Just keep snooping, just keep snooping. Okay. There isn't much to do around the house since it's raining, so I think I'm just going to have these guys come and play a little and wait until the morning, and hopefully the weather will be nicer and we'll be able to work on the farm before going to Stephanie's wedding. Aw, look at these guys all playing together. They're getting along substantially better than their older siblings did when they were their age. Something malicious happened during the night and crops may be affected. What do you mean? Why? What is that? Oh, it's the blight. Oh. Uh-oh. Well, that's a bad omen for Stephanie's wedding. Oh, great. So we've got Frederick and Gemma just sort of chilling around here, causing a stink. Fatima is up at 4 o'clock and extremely hungry, but we don't have enough ingredients to do anything she's able to cook. Oh, vegetable stew. There we go. So she's gonna go make some vegetable stew for breakfast. That sounds absolutely delicious. And despite their several woohoos, it doesn't look like she's pregnant, at least not based on how fast her needs are going down. Stephanie's needs are also not going down too fast, so it looks like neither of these girls are pregnant. And we are going to have to get started on cleaning this mess up. I'd like to think this is Stephanie telling Fatima how excited she is to be getting married and moving out. Fatima might be telling her, you know, that everything's gonna be going just great and being married so far is a lot of fun. So this is actually the last day that this household is going to be full, in the sense that it's the last day that all of Rosemary's children are going to be living under the same roof. As of today, Stephanie is going to be moving out, and the others— wow, where is she going? Puke? Uh-oh. Well, maybe it's a good thing we're getting married today after all. But yeah, this is the last day that all of the Barrow Gen 2 children are going to be living together. Oh, and Fatima just became good friends with Noah. That's cute. I'm gonna let all of these guys finish their breakfast before going to work on the farm. Right, so before I forget, since our main sim has gotten married, we can add Fatima's dowry to our household funds. I would consider her— oh, Rosemary, what happened to you? Oh gosh, go take a shower. Oh, there's already someone in the shower. Sorry, Rosemary, you're gonna have to suck it up. So I'd consider Fatima a lower class peasant since she wasn't officially part of the DeLacy family, so we would receive 5,000 simoleons. However, Frederick needs to pay that same amount to cover Eleonora's dowry, so I'm not actually going to make any changes to our funds since they cancel each other out. I was planning on having Frederick go and pay a visit to the mill to see if he might be able to talk things over with her, with Eleonora, I mean. But with his new single and loving it lifestyle, I think I might actually not do that. Frederick is just going to stay, and I guess he'd rather go and work on another farm to get enough funds to support Eleonora and the baby than getting married to her and taking care of the baby himself, which is, well, it's a choice. Aw, look at these two working on their farm together. I am going to have to get Fatima some more peasant clothes. This is just a little too high class to be digging in the dirt. Where's Kalen going? He doesn't even have an action queued up. Is he jogging? I guess he went out for a jog, but something went wrong because his fitness isn't going up either. Oh, Fatima wants to try for a baby. I'm gonna mark this as complete in the sense that they woohooed because I don't want to actually do try for baby because it's 100% chance of success, which isn't really allowed for our main household per the rules. Oh, Gabriella. Once again, Gabriella going to mourn her brother. She wants to water a plant there. Come and garden instead. It's kind of cute seeing all of the bunnies around the farm. Oh no, he just came back. Did you fall in a ditch or something? Poor Kalen. Oh dear. All right, this is it. The wedding ceremony is about to begin. All right, the whole family is here. And I see Staunton is here for the wedding. It's like he just shows up to every wedding that happens at this chapel or something. So where is our bride, Stephanie? I am just going to cheat up her needs so that we don't need to manage anything. Where did you get yogurt? We are going to wait for our groom to arrive. Uh-oh, Eleonora. What are you doing here? Okay. Alright, let's start the wedding ceremony. So I'll admit I did not take the time to give her a fancier outfit. She is just going to get married in her everyday clothes. We're going to have a lot of weddings to do, and I don't want to have to manage too many makeovers. Oh, look at Rosemary, though. I forgot that I gave her another dress for the formal wear. She is looking good. Oh. Alright, so these two have just met up. Oh, he's flirting with her. She might just blow him a kiss. And I am going to get people to come and sit down. All right, I also gave Esther a formal outfit just because I thought she would be the type to dress up. And thank you, Jeffrey, for sitting down on the ground. Are you serious right now? Wait a second. What's wrong with these seats? All right, I tried to fix the seating situation and, well, it seems to be too late. Everybody is already seated, so we are just going to have to live with it. I don't know if they're even going to manage to exchange their vows with Kaylin just sitting there. I think they're going to do another Brayden and Fatima, and they're just going to stare at each other and suddenly be married. Yep, that's it. Just married. There you go. Okay then. Well, let's throw rice, I guess. Oh, share big news. There you go. Let's share the big news on our big day. Does she even know she's pregnant? Oh, apparently she does. Eating for two. Okay then. Oh, he's not happy about it. Uh-oh, that's a great way to end our wedding ceremony. That's great. I'm gonna have to find some way to fix weddings because this is kind of sad. There you go. Okay, now it's a wedding. Wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to go and move her into Brandon's house. Alright, so we are back home and Frederick is out here standing in the road with us. I guess maybe he came to offer his blessing to Stephanie. And Kaylin, what are you wearing? So the dowry, per the rules, to marry a peasant or lower class freed person, which is what I would consider Brandon to be, is 5,000 simoleons. So I am going to go and remove that from our funds right away. And that's it. Stephanie is officially married and has left the family home. Fatima, thankfully, does not seem... Oh, she's happy from watching a wedding. She doesn't seem to be pregnant, so that is great. We can live with that. Oh boy, what happened to our garden while we were gone? Fatima is feeling distant. Well, okay, Fatima. You can go weed on your own then. Oh man. She is like super flirty. I almost want to have her woohoo with the ghost of Frederick just so that she feels a little better. But at the same time, I'm admire and kiss. Oh, that's so cute. Can she get pregnant from a ghost? I hope not. Aww. Those two. Oh great, Noah's going through a phase and he's feeling rebellious. Well, at least it fits with his personality. Oh. Wait. Flirty spouse? No. What happened? She's just here. She's taking a nap. Who did she flirt with? When? No. That, oh man, I wasn't looking. Did that happen on screen? I'm gonna have to check the replay. How? Oh no, poor Brayden. Uh-oh. I mean, Kaylin is a good looking guy and he does look like Brayden. Oh, that's awkward. Okay, well, that sucks for you. Poor Brayden. What are you even doing? Be jealous, but he's also making nectar? Oh, poor Brayden. Her infidelity has broken him. Well, let me just go take a look at their sentiments here. So, she perceives him as basic looking. Well, why'd you flirt with him then? Hurt by Fatima flirting with another. And especially his brother, that's kind of awkward. I wonder if because of this, Brayden might go see the landlord to try and find a position for Kaylin, or actually he could ask him for positions for all of his siblings. Go and see if the landlord has some labor shortage somewhere, and you know, his siblings are all available to be sent somewhere, especially Kaylin. Handsome little devil that he is. Still my favorite, despite flirting with Fatima. Or Fatima flirting with him, we'll never know. It is the end of the half year. I am going to be leaving this part here. Today we had Kaylin and Allison successfully age up, and we had Stephanie get married to her childhood friend Brandon. In the next episode, we don't actually have any birthdays to do, but Stephanie will probably be giving birth, and we are going to see if we might be able to get Frederick or some of the other siblings settled somewhere. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you to everybody who has been commenting and liking and subscribing. It is very much appreciated, and I always enjoy chatting with you guys in the comments section. Your thoughts and opinions on the characters always help me figure out where to send them, so I very much enjoy every single comment that you guys leave. So thank you very much for watching. I will be seeing you all in the next one. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Ultimate Decades Challenge. We are in the second half of 1319. In the first half, Kaylin and Allison both survived their birthday rolls, and Stephanie, Rosemary and Frederick's firstborn, got married to her childhood friend Brandon and has since moved out. Today, we are in Henford with Noah and Gabriella. You may recall that their missing cousins Lucia and Enrio were supposed to be sent to work at an inn. Since they never arrived, the innkeepers were still in need of some extra hands, and so the landlord decided to send Noah and Gabriella to take their places. Noah probably wasn't all that excited at first. He is lazy after all, and with all of his siblings running around on the barrel farm, I bet he could usually get out of doing his chores one way or another. And he knows that working here will not be the same game. But as he's settling in, he's probably going to realize that working at an inn might actually be the best opportunity he could possibly get. I mean, he's nosy and bad-natured. What better environment for him to thrive? And Gabriella is basically his best friend, and now they get to work here together, so really, he's got it pretty good. Gabriella, on the other hand, might not be all that enthused about being sent to work with people instead of plants, but the inn does have a pretty big garden here, so I think she might concentrate on that, and she'll be volunteering to go on errands as much as she can so that she can go out walking instead of being cooped up inside and dealing with customers. These two here are the innkeepers, Caitlin and Nivard. They are by Seb Marin, and they are the parents in Seb Marin's medieval peasant family number 5 on the gallery. Caitlin and Nivard's children have all either moved away or passed away during the famine, and so they are left basically without anyone available to take over the inn for them. So they're looking forward to training Noah and Gabriella and hope that one of them might be able to take over the inn once they decide to retire. I am gonna have all these guys share a meal and get to know each other a little. They're probably going to be telling them how things work around the inn and what their new responsibilities are going to be. Animal crackers. You're not even that hungry, Gabriella. Here, I'm gonna have her come and water the plants. We're gonna start as we mean to go on. Complain about dish. That's like the best way to start off his new job. He's just gonna go with some small talk and get to know her a little, and maybe he's even going to ask how things work around the inn and maybe try to look like he's interested in working. I forget what his other... Oh, he's cheerful. Right, nosy and a slob. Yeah, that's promising. I think he's mostly going to enjoy talking to customers, gossiping, and probably sampling alcohol. Oh, this, by the way, is a beautiful build. Dancing is in my bones. Okay. This here is the Traveler's Rest Inn by Marmalade Art. I found it on the gallery. It has quite a few... It has everything you might need to run an inn. The only thing I changed is I did add a mead brewing machine. They have a pretty big basement to put a lot of nectar, and they have 2 nectar makers. So this is what Noah's life is going to be going forward. No. Something's broken. Slap? What? Jealous fury. Are you... Should I cancel? Oh my, too late. I can't cancel it. They're gone. They're... Oh. Gabriella! But... Something's broken with my mods. I'm gonna have to check because this is just... At least it wasn't with the guy, so she's not pregnant, but... Jeez. They don't even have a romance bar. They barely know each other. What even... Let's just forget this happened, okay? This never happened. We didn't see anything. And Caitlin's unflirty. Okay, sure. She's now unflirty. Maybe it'll stop this from happening again. Yeah, right. Wow, those are some intense effects. Don't be mad from being a peaceful sim around an angry sim. Cheated for the first time. Pondering the why and what the consequences will be. Well, the property owner? They're supposed to be the property owners. What? Get out of here. What? They're still going at it. Wait, why's Grim here? Who died? What's happening? Oh, is it a fox? A fox died somewhere. I may just have to go check out my MCC options because the random propositioning was funny at first, but now it's getting kind of out of hand. Like, I don't see Gabriella as a type of sim who would just randomly woohoo with her new boss. Oh, that's great. I can't even go back to our main household now because someone is dying. I'm assuming it's a fox at the other end of the world. That's great. You couldn't have teleported closer to wherever the sim or animal died? Yeah, it's a fox. A random fox just died of old age. Okay, get it over with. Thank you very much. Okay, so now that all of this chaos is done with, we're gonna move back to our main household and forget that Gabriella ever did what she did. We'll just forget that she was ever naughty. All right, we are back with our main household, and I have found the culprit for all of the inappropriate woohooing going on, and it was my MCC settings. I had activated the option that allowed woohooing without having a prior romantic relationship, thinking that it would only be when I directed Sims to do that. And the reason I wanted that on is in case we had arranged marriages, I wanted them to be able to woohoo without any romance bar. However, apparently that's not what that option does. And so I have removed it, and I have instead turned that option on in RPO. And it does specify it's user directed only. So we should have a little bit less random woohooing going forward. I did sort of enjoy that happening because it was funny, but there have been a few inappropriate instances, such as Staunton, and so I'm going to be turning it off for now. Alright, so our household is a little less full now, but we still have Kaylin and Frederick to find positions for, and Fatima wants to be friendly with Brayden, and she wants to hold hands with him, so she's not even vaguely thinking about Kaylin. He has no reason to be upset as much as he is. Here, she's gonna come express admiration, and she also wants to hold hands. So I'm gonna have her do this. There you go. Oh. She's just sort of standing in the water, but okay.
Oh, whoopee gorsh.
Whoopee gorsh. She's thinking about woohoo. Mess around autonomously. So even if I remove that option, it seems like they don't have too many issues doing it autonomously anyways. Oh no, Kaylin following them. Okay. Whew, I thought Kaylin was gonna walk into the cabin at the same time. Awkward. So despite their woohoo, Brayden here is still feeling hurt about Fatima flirting with his brother Kaylin. I'm sure she tried telling him that they were just joking and she didn't mean anything by it, but you know, Brayden thinks pretty highly of himself. He would probably be pretty offended. Look at Kaylin coming in here. Oh, seriously? Being high maintenance, I think Brayden might be feeling a little bit insecure, and it might take him a little while to get completely over it. So it is the end of the day. I think I'm gonna have him go out to the pub with his good friend Quentin so that he can maybe blow off some steam a little. Alright, so let's have these two come and order some drinks. There aren't really any medieval options, so we're gonna go with an EAPA and assume it's some kind of ale. Sheila, this is Brandon's mother. So while they're waiting for their drink, I am going to have Brayden complain a little bit. How about Wayne whine about unfair life? You know, not only does his brother seem to have an eye on his wife, but his other brother is costing him money to support his illegitimate child. And I guess Brayden just isn't really sure how to get them out of the house anymore so that he can concentrate on having his own family. So Quentin here is going to... Oh, Trader Jacques, I have to fix you. I'm so sorry. Oh, Staunton is here. Oh, yeah, Staunton's happy to see him. Why is everybody so happy to see him? Okay, so I'm gonna have Quentin come and gossip with Brayden a little. He's gonna tell him a little bit about how he's been getting to know the landlord pretty well through their business dealings. And he happens to have heard that there's a piece of land available for farming that the landlord has not yet found a tenant for. And Quentin, of course, has been thinking Brayden might be interested in getting his hands on it. The house is nicer than the one he has now, and he thinks Fatima would be pretty happy to have a more established holding than the Barrow farm. So Quentin is going to offer to put in a good word with the landlord so that the landlord keeps Brayden in mind as a potential tenant for that land. Brayden, of course, is always looking for this kind of opportunity and is going to thank him. In fact, let's have them have a little hug. You know, when I randomly had Brayden introduce himself to Quentin years ago because Quentin looked rich, I really had no idea Quentin would become such a big part of his life. I really like the dynamic between these two. You're my favorite. Thank you so much for your help. Okay, so the game better not have these two proposition each other or something. Why are you, like, in your underwear or something? And, of course, there's a nun at the bar. Okay, so this is probably going to have Brayden feeling a little bit better about everything. And why is he in his underwear? Oh no. Is it because they woohooed? Are they in their underwear because they woohooed? Yeah, they woohooed. And he not only performed poorly, but he got caught. Oh no, okay, he got caught swiping things. But he performed poorly. He's having an emotional breakdown. What? First woohoo ever. Harlan, you're supposed to be this sort of badass outlaw. What the heck? Why Sheila? What? Perceived as very attractive? Okay. Now, I hope she isn't pregnant now. Because that's Brandon's mom. They're already gonna have a baby on their hands with Stephanie being pregnant, and now maybe his mom is gonna have like an illegitimate child with an outlaw. That would be kind of awkward. Also kind of funny, but awkward. Okay, he's a little hungry. I'm gonna have him... I was gonna say order some food, but he can't. Oh, he's even sitting with his father-in-law. So let's talk to Staunton a little bit while we're here. No, I don't want to mess around in bush. He's probably gonna tell his father-in-law, Fatima is doing great. We're super happy together. She never flirted with my brother. She would never do that. Staunton's like, yeah, that's oddly specific. You're so fun to be around. Great, so he's getting along great with his father-in-law as well, so... The broken dollhouse was not a bad omen after all. At least, not yet. You know, while he's here at the bar, let's just hope Fatima isn't gone woohooing in the shed with Kaylin or something. Quentin is going through a phase and he's feeling rebellious. Yeah, that sounds like Quentin. I wonder if while he's here, Brayden might actually ask the bartender, Trader Jacques, if he knows of anyone who might be in the market for a husband, you know, someone who could take Frederick Jr. off his hands so that he can make his own money. Maybe a rich widow somewhere with lots of land and lots of money and who won't mind him having an illegitimate child somewhere. Oh, he doesn't like him. I'm gonna ask about his brother in the sense that he's going to talk about his brother and say he's about 18 now, and he would make a great husband for someone. He's great with plants, great with animals, you know? Could anyone take him off my hands? Oh, the king is here. I wonder if he remembers Brayden. Nope, he doesn't remember Brayden. Okay, it's 9 p.m. and his knees are getting pretty low. I am going to have Brayden go back home to his wife, feeling maybe a little bit better about everything. All the kids are just standing around the kitchen. Okay, so nobody made dinner. I think I'll have Fatima come and practice a little bit more with the cooking since Rosemary won't be around forever. The next teen we're gonna have in this household is going to be Adriana, but that won't be until 1322 when Kaylin's going to be eligible to get married as well. So Brayden is going to be stuck with his much younger siblings for a little while yet, but we might still be able to get Frederick and Kaylin settled somewhere. Kaylin is hanging out in their cabin again. You're sus, man. Oh, great. And Fatima's coming over. So Brayden just got up in the middle of the night, having a weird dream, becoming rebellious. Is he dreaming about Fatima with Kaylin, maybe? It's the last day of the year, and it's the last day of the decade. I am going to have these guys do a little bit of work on the farm. And I think before the day ends, we are going to go take a look at what Stephanie is up to in her new home and see how her pregnancy is going. With any luck, we might see the birth of the first official Gen 3 child before the end of the decade. And Fatima is over here feeling flirty again. In fact, maybe I'll have them have a little woohoo, actually player directed this time, before I go and visit Brandon and Stephanie. Just because now that we're starting to get all of the other teens out of the house, maybe we're gonna start having enough room for a little baby. The king is here? I guess I'll send Rosemary to go say hello. Of course she's flirty. Ready for some action as always. You better not autonomously flirt with the king, Rosemary. Maybe he just likes the company of peasants and wants to come look at what the simpler life is like after his life at the castle is maybe more complicated and exciting. She doesn't like the king. She has a bad first impression of the king. Let's ditch school and go play hooky somewhere. What? Noah is calling his little sister Allison to go ditch school. Forgotten Grotto. I don't even know where that... You know, since I don't know where that is, let's go. Where are we? Noah, I'm not sure this is a very safe spot to be bringing your little sister. She's like 6 years old right now. There, you can go look for frogs, girl. I don't know what Noah was thinking. Oh, this is kind of cool, actually. What is this? Wild onion plant. Okay, well, she can't really do anything here. But this is kind of like a cool hiding spot, you know? And even like, I can imagine the outlaws would love this place. Is it because she's a child that she can't interact with anything? Maybe I should bring a teen here and see if the teen can do anything. Maybe Kaylin is gonna come along and keep an eye on his little sister, you know? He has a great relationship with Allison. Oh, he has a great relationship with all of his siblings. Except, well, Noah isn't perfect. Huh, well, this was an interesting little outing. And Kaylin is even going to try and dig around in the dirt and see if he can find anything interesting around here. Oh, and Kaylin acquired the gemology skill. Maybe he's going to get into jewelry making at some point. Oh, he found a diamond. Not bad, Kaylin, not bad. Okay, so I think that's enough playing hooky. As cool as this place is and would be a great hideout for a bunch of kids, we don't have any kid friends right now, so we are going to head on back home, and then I'm going to go take a look at how Stephanie's pregnancy is going. All right, here we are at the Townsend house. I actually had Kaylin, Noah, and Allison visit them. Oh, she's so pretty with her little baby bump. And how about the mom? Is the mom pregnant? I might actually have her go and take a pregnancy test just to see. The best part about this is that Brandon's mother hates children, and she just saw Allison and she's like, ooh, children, and now she might be pregnant, and her daughter-in-law is pregnant. Instigate. Oh boy. I'm not sure Stephanie is gonna get along very well with her mother-in-law. So Stephanie is in her 3rd trimester, so I might stick around here until she gives birth. Maybe Kaylin and Noah are gonna get to know their brother-in-law a little better. There's going to be a new addition to this household. Sheila is pregnant. Are you serious? She had a random woohoo with an outlaw and now she's pregnant. She's gonna have a second child, like a 3rd child actually, because she has an older daughter. like 18 years after having Brandon. Stephanie, since she hates kids, Stephanie is probably going to be the one taking care of them too. What? Wait, what is this? Kaylin wants to woohoo? Like, I deactivated the option. Why is this? I mean, she's already pregnant, so I guess... You know what? I'm just gonna let it go. She's already pregnant, so why not? Maybe Kaylin has a thing for older women in front of Stephanie and Brandon. They're not even reacting. This is so bizarre. Frickin' Kaylin. Some sort of lady killer or something. Flirting with Fatima, now flirting with Stephanie's mother-in-law. Nope. Bye, Noah. Okay, so do we have anywhere? Oh, we don't even have a spot to put the baby when it's born, so I'm actually gonna have to switch households. I'm still confused about this autonomous woohoo thing, though. It's like, the Sims don't know what to do with themselves, they're bored or something, so the first thing that they queue up is woohoo? Like, how bizarre is that? Alright, so I've added a bassinet so that Stephanie can come and give birth when she's ready. And I'm gonna have Sheila come and make some dinner for all of them. And I'm gonna have Brandon maybe get to know his brother-in-law Kaylin a little. And hope that these two don't go for some sort of autonomous woohoo. Oh, bad first impression. This sim is a masterpiece. Okay. Kaylin is a masterpiece. I can hear a cat somewhere. Oh, there he is. Oh. You okay, little guy? You need some help over here? Oh, he's hungry. Oh, the cat just fell asleep. Okay then, maybe we'll befriend a cat some other time. This is a really cramped little house. Which I guess is fine since she only has 4 pregnancy attempts anyway. I can't wait to see if she's going to have multiples or not. Really need to maximize those 4 chances, you know? Aw, isn't this nice? She's gonna catch up. Share big news. Like he didn't notice that she has a big pregnant belly. She hasn't even been gone from the house 6 months and she's maybe already missing her family and asking how all the younger kids are doing. How's mom doing? Taking care of everything now that I'm not there. How's Fatima adjusting to life with the Barrow family? Alright, so it is already the end of the day, the end of the year, and the end of the decade. Stephanie has not yet given birth, but I am going to be leaving this part here. If she gives birth during the night, well, then I might just have to come back really quick. But otherwise, it looks like Gen 3 is only going to be born in 1320. So next year, there aren't any birthdays except in the side households. Zane will be doing his teen role, and Ghislaine, Gemma's lastborn, is going to be doing his toddler role, although I may just give him immunity or a free pass on a few deaths in exchange for Gemma, unfortunately, dying giving birth to him. And of course, I'm going to keep working to get Kaylin and Frederick settled. So thank you very much for watching. And I will see you in 1320.